Hello everybody, welcome to the IRO. 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring round 3. It is for the 2025 season here at the International Racing Organization. So we are close for the start of the 8 hours here in Austria. A quick look at the settings. 10 turns, 2.7 miles roughly. No last season's winners didn't race their last season, so we'll get a new one. And available tires, you see all racing tire compounds are available for our drivers today. Even the inters and the wets. Maybe we'll need them. We'll have a look. This is your weather forecast for the event. So rain can happen at any time throughout those 8 hours. In every stint, there's a slight chance of rain happening. So this will keep the drivers on their toes as well for the team managers, the race engineers, the spotters, the viewers, all of us. So interesting one, definitely. We had a mighty close qualifying session yesterday. Qualifying and Super Bowl took place on Friday evening, British summertime, and we have the Raw Talent Racing team in the Aston Martin Vantage on pole position. Chappers there with a 28.1. Front row, we also have the Sector 7 Racing Esports Lexus. And on the second row, it is Loose Moose Racing with another Aston Martin and the Esports Race Styling crew, Corvette C7. Row number 3 will be Project Platypus, the AMG. And Sector 7 Racing Mick Cougar, another Lexus. Then last in that Super Bowl session was Grid Life Racing. They will start next to Last Minute Racing. Row number 4, we have an RX Racing and the GT Finland Racers. In row number 5, GTR and a Corvette C7. Then row number 6, it will be the Race Asylum, BMW M6 and the Overboost Racing team also in a BMW. And row number 7 will be Apex Hunter Racing and the Sector 7 Boomers. So you see the entire grid separated by less than a second. Yeah, really close session yesterday, so should be very interesting to see. Also, we have our spotters guide in order of the championship. So top row, you see the top 3 in the standings currently. The number 5 Sector 7 Esports, the 44 Esports Race Asylum entry, and the 3 Grid Life Racing. And we see all the other lovely liveries. We will see them throughout this event quite some time, and just give you a quick look at the standings after round 2 at Bathurst. So Sector 7 Racing Esports team leading with not much. Oh, and we are getting closer to the race start, so we don't want to miss that. Stop talking for too long. Bring up my graphics for you, for me. So yeah, we can still see the standings, and with that being said, let's go into the lobby. We wait for the start, so we will have a manual formation lap, so no worries at all. We won't be missing a thing. And here we go. We see our 14 teams and cars now starting the formation lap for the Red Bull Ring, the 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring, to be precise, part of the GT Endurance Championship in 2025, presented by the International Racing Organization. Your boy Jaeger today on the comms for the first stint. We have 3 more awesome people joining the commentary crew with Grantis, with Tati, and with Cupcake. So looking forward to that. Just going through the grid, so a little bit of moist track, but no rain at the moment, so it's everyone on those slick tires at the moment. We see racing softs and racing mediums are being used currently. So approaching the end of the middle sector, and then we are getting close to the double file formation to start that race. Now coming out of sector number 2, we'll head into the double file formation side by side, and then we can get this race started hopefully. Here we go. Formation is on the way. And let's get the lovely looking grid with Valkyrie for RTR on pole position and Gregu for the number 5. Sector 7 Racing Esports on the outside. So alright, all looking good, looking in order. So let's wait for the drivers to accelerate, and looks like we are racing. The 8 hours of the Red Bull Ring have started. Let's go. Good luck everyone. And we see an early attack. Dino on the inside with a good start and gaining 1 position. Caught Dragu a little bit by surprise, and Valkyrie with an early lead managed to get a decent start. Dino has to defend early, coming into turn number 3. Uphill we go, keeps that position for now. Gregu stays in 3rd, Candyman in 4th in that Z744 Race Asylum. Then it's GTR for the Mikugar Sector 7 Racing Lexus, closely followed by Lucas in P6. Will gain the position. We are missing one of the top 7 drivers, the Shadow from the Super Pole. Oh, not sure who it is. Have a look. Finalized for Last Minute Racing, Blue Racer for Race Asylum, with Alessandro, and for Eric's Azorian, Witsy, Jack, and Perry. Oh, Perry, the Project Platypus AMG with some light damage on the front on lap number 1. So will they pit early? Will they stay out? Yeah, they have to pit early. So unlucky start for the number 11 car. Let's sort ourselves after the hectic, frantic opening laps. We have RTR, the 20 Aston Martin V12 Vantage leading. Dino in the 35, Loose Moose Racing. Aston Martin closed that gap half a second, a little gap to the number 5 Lexus, 1.2 seconds. Candyman is close behind in the 44 Corvette. And another 3-4 way group with GTR for Mikuga, Lucas for Grid Life Racing, the Shadow for GT Finland Racers. These 3. Then we have side-by-side action between 2 Race Asylum drivers, Blue Racer and Finalized Blue Racer in that BMW. got past, finalized for last minute racing, BMW versus Nissan. We saw someone a bit off track. Alessandro touched the grass, under pressure now. It's Overboost Racing, the number 1 BMW, very close. Also, we have someone pitting early. GTR was starting on racing mediums into the pits early. So what's that all about? I don't see any rain. I'm not sure why they are pitting for tires. Do they see something we don't see? Well, let's have a look at the tires. It is soft tires, so maybe it was a mistake to start on the medium tires. You see definitely a bit of a surprise pit stop, not gonna lie, to get rid of those mediums that early. And Dino putting on the pressure early on Valkyrie, so let's get a look from Valkyrie over the roof and the rear view mirror. You see Valkyrie with that penalty now will probably lose that position to Dino. The penalty zone just round that turn. We'll see. Loose Moose Racing taking the lead. The end of lap number 4. Okay. And Valkyrie with a good run. And we also see side-by-side racing action between Gregu and Candyman. Candyman on the inside moves up 1 position for the 44 up to P3 and keeps the car on the track, but doesn't get the best exit coming out of turn number 1. So the number 5 Lexus with the chance to get that position back. No, Candyman kept P4. Lucas moved up a position, P5, after the early pit stop for GTR, for Mikuga Racing. And the shadow, little gap in P6, 1.1 seconds, still roughly gaining in the slip, but on the edge of losing that slipstream range. Blue Racer then for D77 Race Asylum BMW M6 in P7 with finalized roughly a second. The gap in P8 for last minute racing 45 Nissan GT and R. Alessandro closed that gap half a second to finalize, so very close racing to start that race. Also Azarian for ORT still there with C for the Boomers for Sector 7 Racing in P11. Then a little gap to check, so it is 1.4, 1.5 is nearly outside of that slipstream. And then we have the 2 early pit stoppers, GTR, medium 2 softs, and Perry with the damage on the opening lap in P14. Currently still a long way to go, obviously, for that 8 hours race, so just 7 minutes of racing action in. Well, we see like the top 2, they're opening up that gap. Dino and Valkyrie, the 2 Aston Martins, running at the front, so both currently on the racing soft tires. Candyman after the overtake. E3 also running with the racing softs, but 2 seconds that gap to the top 2. And in P4 it's the number 5 for Sector 7 Racing Esports, Gregu, also on the racing softs. Lucas 1 second getting closer to E3 and 4, and we have the shadow for the GT Finland racers He's running with racing mediums currently. Blue Racer on racing soft tires. It was pretty close. But didn't get the best run out of turn number 1. Alessandro for RX Racing got past Finalized. So they swap positions, 2 GTRs. RX Racing number 7 now in P8, and the 45 last minute racing GTR in P9. All on the racing soft tires, by the way. The BMW number 1, last season's champions, Overboost Racing Team in P10 on soft tires with Azurian. With C for the Sector 7 Racing Boomers, the 3rd Aston Martin on the grid with the racing soft tires as well. And Jack for AHR, the 69 BMW, got that gap down a little bit in P12. So it looks like everyone except the Shadow for the GT Finland racers are on the racing softs currently. So it doesn't look like that we have any rain in the foreseeable future. So that's why they are pushing those racing soft tires to get the best performance as long as they can. Probably with the uncertainty of the weather, it's probably the better way for the strategy. Push as long as possible and then see. But yeah, the top 2, some really strong pace to start the 8 hours. Here the 2 Aston Martins. Candyman opened that gap to the cars behind, 1.6, and keeps it at roughly 2 seconds to the guys in front. Also very crucial as usual here at the Red Bull Ring to avoid the track limit penalties. And Lucas closed that gap under a second, 7/8 now. The 2 Lexus RCFs, P4 and P5. So here's the 66 Corvette, like the only car on racing mediums, bit of a cork in the bottle for the cars behind. Oh, big slide in the distance, and not sure who was having a moment. Jack with the moment. We have to go back to the replay and see what happened. He was close. There was contact between ORT and... Whoa! And then there's a little bit of damage for Jack as well. So we go back to those 2 and watch that incident once again. So they go side by side into turn number 1, bit of contact, and then Jack on the receiving end, unfortunately, very unlucky. It's sometimes just what racing is, but yeah, probably no one's fault. Still, as usual with those incidents, could have been avoided early on in this race. Probably don't have to go side by side into turn number 1. But yeah, this is just me sitting in my chair, not turning the wheel and stuff. It's easier said than done usually. So the top 2, and actually with a little penalty, he's still close to Dino, so might still stay in that slipstream. Candyman in 3rd, same pace roughly, but unable to close that gap. Then Dragu and Lucas very similar on pace in P4 and P5. The shadow for 66. Correct C7 for GT and Racer still running in P6. The gap to Lucas, so 4.5, 4.6 seconds now. But yeah, he's definitely having his strategy in mind and doesn't care about the leaders. No, still a very good effort so far, keeping the soft tire runners behind. The Blue Racer is now on a charge, gets a good run out of turn number 10, goes for the attempt. No, doesn't get a run. Next look, no. Corvette still fast in a straight line, but now a bit unsettled. They go side by side. Still good traction for the Corvette, now covering the inside line for turn number 3. Will we see the fake move? No, inside line. Racer looking for the cutback earlier on the power upshift to second gear, but unable to go for that move, and Alessandro for RX Racing is quite close behind. So will we see a ascent downhill into turn number 4? No, not yet, but it's bunching up behind. With the bit on the grass and gravel. Azorian also really close behind, so this looks like really intense racing battle for P9 between Finalized, Witsy and Azorian. 1 second that gap, and then the shadow now losing 2 positions. Was there a penalty involved? We'll jump into the replay section. Yeah, the shadow had a half-second penalty and loses not 1 but 2 positions. 2 of the soft tire runners now got past the medium tire runner. And Finalized now under big pressure. Witsy looking down the inside. They go side by side through turn number 3, and a good move for the American driver against the other American driver. Damn it, forgot about it. Finalized also has an American flag. So Witsy moved up 1 position. Finalized looking down the inside into turn number 4. A little bit of contact. Can Witsy hold it around the outside? I'll clip that for a little bit of a review later on. They're still side by side for turns 5, 6, and 7, maybe. Witsy stays in P9, Finalized 10th, and Azorian in P11. So, replay time. It is. You see a late move for Finalized down the inside, bit of context for the apex, and the Sector 7 Boomers driver can keep the inside line, hold it, and keep that position for now. Little mistake, but nothing major, and we continue with the racing action at the sharp end. It is Dino trying to break the toe. 1.4 seconds now, so that half-second penalty that Valkyrie had 2 laps ago, so it's now Kos, yeah, he's out of that slipstream now, so lost a couple of tenths every lap, and Dino then just used that opportunity and gets a little bit of a breather for now. Still close gaps at the front. Candyman in third. Craigu caught up with the Australian driver, but has a penalty to serve now. which should give Lucas the opportunity to crawl back into the slipstream range, probably roughly a second. Less than a second now, coming into the final two turns, 9 and 10, and a second now between P4 and P5. Blue Racer now, without any traffic, can show his pace and runs in P6 a second to Alessandro, and we see the shadow. Big pressure moment for the shadow, which is close. A big of a wiggle. Wobbly exit coming out of turn number 1, but kept the foot down and will keep that position probably. We are also missing the 45. This on GTR, what happened to Finalized? He dropped down to P11. So Azarian for ORT gained a position. P10 it is. Finalized in 11th. And then we have the two drivers with a pit stop already. GTR for Mikugar, Sector 7 Racing, Perry, and we also have Jack, who had a little bit of damage after that unlucky incident and went for a fresh set of soft tires as well. Now currently running in P14, 5 seconds the gap to Perry in the AMG for Project Platypus Racing, and then 17 seconds the gap to the 64 Lexus for Mikuga. Finalized the second to Azarian now, and we have 2 seconds between the BMW in 10th and the Aston Martin in P9, who is still behind the 66 Corvette for the GT Finland racers, with the shadow still the only driver on the racing medium tire compound so far, but gets a decent first sector purple in that Corvette. Good stuff. Then P7 we have the number 7 Eric's Racing and that gold and black Nissan GTR, trying to stay with Blue Racer in that BMW. But Blue doing a really good job. 29.1 race pace, not too far off the fastest lap of the race, trying to catch the guys in front of him. That's Lucas for Grid Life Racing, the number 3, the red and black Lexus RCF, and another Lexus RCF in P4 for Sector 7 Racing Esports, Grey Goo in P5. They also managed to close that gap to Candyman, the 44 Corvette C7 for Esports Race Asylum, running in P3. That gap was a big mirror, and it looks like it's getting darker, a bit more overcast. Is this a sign of potential rain incoming? So I don't have access to a weather radar here, so can't really tell you what's going on. We'll be surprised by the weather. Sometimes, we get like random weather radar when we flick through the drivers, but it's don't see it on anyone's perspective at the moment. Just see the track map for the top 2, and Valkyrie with another half-second penalty. He will drop out of the slipstream zone now, so 1.8, 1.9 roughly. Candyman still in 3rd, Kregu in 4th, 7th, 10th. Lucas 2.3 seconds, made a little mistake, or definitely lost contact with P3 and P4 at the moment. Blue. Still roughly 5 seconds that gap. Alessandro as well in P7. The lonely racing medium tire runner, the shadow in the 66 car in P8, still keeping his position. With for the Sector 7 Racing Boomers, Aston Martin in P9, half a second that gap. Then in 10th, it's the number 1 BMW 4ORT. Another second, then 2 to 45. Last minute racing GTR with Finalized. And then the bottom 3 all pitted for various reasons. GTR, after lap 1, got rid of the mediums, switched over to soft tires. Perry had some damage on lap 1. And Jack also had a little bit of damage. An unlucky incident. Now this is the current race situation. I think now the drivers are getting into their zones now. No, well, this is quite close, so we'll stay with Candyman and Dragoo for a brief moment. Two different teams, different manufacturers as well. Corvette versus the Lexus RCF, and we see a good little run for the number 5 car. Let's get to the onboard, shall we? We haven't seen that yet, I think, for that race, so let's listen to the Lexus through turns 6 and 7, coming out of turn number 8 through the penalty zone, approaching turn 9, now downhill right-hander, and the final turn, turn number 10, easy to pick up, track limit penalties on the exit, both staying on the curb and still running very, very close. Let's get the reverse camera angle. Uphill we go, turn number 3. The Lexus gaining massively the braking zone, but that Corvette with some good acceleration, good traction, keeping that gap at roughly 0.3 of a second. Downhill turn number 4, no drama, quite stable, the two cars, and Valkyrie with another penalty that's costly, so he definitely lost contact with Dino. Dino with a very clean race so far. 2 seconds that gap now will go up to 2.5, and after Valkyrie serving that penalty, and even more, 2.7 it is. Those two still close. Run us through the rest of the grid with Lucas a bit by himself now. 3.3, and Blue is definitely catching. The gap was roughly 5 seconds, now has come down to 3.8 for Blue. Also could open up a gap to Alessandro in P7. And Witsi got past Shadow and Azarine as well. So the 66 now down to P10. Still has that slipstream. finalized with a 31.5 on lap 18, which dropped him out of that battle. And we see Ezri defending the inside versus Shadow. Outside, can they go side by side through turn number 4? Yes, they can. That's better line for the BMW. Keeps that P9 for now. Finalized. They're down to P11 with just a second the gap to GTR in P12. Runs wide. Was it too wide? I don't know. Maybe a bit of a desync. The lobby, a little bit of a lag, but nothing like too bad. So it still looks very stable. So yeah, was okay. And the 64 is charging 710 that gap now. And will he get a look into turn number 3? Needs to get a good run out of turn 1. A bit wobbly. Still gained, but not enough. Probably half a second when they approach turn 3. So Finalized should be safe to keep that P11 for now. We have 22 seconds to gap to Perry and 2.5 to Jack closing that gap slowly to the 11 car in front of him. Dino still 2 seconds. It looks like Valkyrie with some good laps after the penalties, bringing that gap down under 2 seconds now. Candyman versus Gregu, battle for P3. It's still close. Half a second between the two drivers. It is. And Candyman can rely on his Corvette power to keep that position for now. Still half a second between the two. Oh, Lucas all by himself. Blue as well, but Blue is flying 2.7 seconds, so he's having a hell of a stint so far. Can he catch his Race Asylum teammate at some point? So tires still looking okay for the time being. Also fuel, not an issue yet for the drivers, but at some point it will be. It's now a little bit of spaces between the drivers. GTR got fast finalized. Also GTR, the 64 with the fastest lap of the stint so far. You see that 28.89. Still impressed with the 66 Corvette on the racing medium tires to keep up with racing soft tire runners, and the number 1 car with a half-second penalty. And they have to serve it this lap, pretty sure. Yeah, we see the yellow insert. So that's 8/10 at the moment. So Azrian might be lucky to keep that position. They will probably head side by side into turn number 9. No, not yet. But opportunity for Shadow with a good run out of the final turn and the Corvette power. Now half a second. Close, but not close enough, as the saying goes. But GTR is definitely one to watch. This is also like a what-if story. What if he had started on the racing softs from the beginning? He would be battling for the lead, no doubt about that, with that pace. And what can we expect from our weather? That is a question. So you see, stint 1, there's a chance, like every stint, with rain, but for now it hasn't rained during the race. We started with a slightly moist track, but no more rain from the sky since then. But in theory, it can happen at any time during the race. And Jack has caught up with Perry within the slipstream range now. Nice lap times for the AHR BMW number 69. The Valkyrie is chipping away a couple of tenths. Without those, I think we caught 2 penalties. It'd still be like within a second at least to each other, and P3 and P4 also not separated by much for the last, what's that, 25 minutes. So very consistent pace from the drivers. And also not like risking everything for this long race. Just like keeping it smooth and steady. Blue Racer 2.6 still gaining on Lucas in P5. Or the 77 BMW looking very strong today in that first stint. Also the number 7 Nissan GTR for RX Racing stayed in touch with the Race Asylum BMW. So now looking at the tires, so getting closer to the 50% mark. Also the fuel just above 50 liters for most of the drivers. That's the current update on fuel and tires. So not sure when we see the drop off for the tires happening. But then again, you don't want to pit and then pit again because it starts to rain. So this is like the interesting part. Dino, okay, this answers one of my questions, like when is the time to pit? Dino decides, okay, use the peak performance probably now, and not expecting any rain for the next minutes. So Dino into the pits. and getting some fresh soft tires maybe. We'll see. We'll stay with him here. Racing softs it is, and looks like they didn't refuel. So right, a bit of an aggressive strategy now. Just comes out in front of GTR, but definitely a tire advantage for Dino in the Aston Martin now with fresh soft tires. Should be able to get a fast lap time in, but there is also traffic. So right in the middle of the pack for Dino behind Shadow and Azarian. Shadow has to serve his penalty this lap, and it's 9/10 currently. He might keep that position. This would be bad news for Dino also. We see P3, the number 5, Lexus pitting. And yeah, Shadow just keeps that position. After serving the penalty, we see more pit stops coming. GTR as well into the pits. And where is the number 5 car? We see Dino coming out of turn number 1 behind Shadow. And gets a decent run under 3/10. That gap. Will it be last of the late breakers? No, not yet. Hoping for a better exit out of turn number 3. But no, wasn't close enough, and is losing a little bit of time behind the medium tire runner now. So that was a bit of a risky move, I guess, to pit that early. Valkyrie is staying out so far on his first stint of the race, going for an overcut strategy. Doesn't want to end up in traffic. Definitely an interesting decision. Candyman staying out, Lucas in now, Blue staying out for at least one more lap. What about Alessandro? In it is. So this promotes Witzy and the Boomers to P4. ORT 5th. Shadow inside versus Dino outside. Outside line wins this time. Woo! What a move. But we'll stay with the live racing action. For turn number 3. Uphill that Corvette with some decent pace. Side by side they go once again. And inside line for Shadow. Dino not happy with that, but that's just the Corvette power, I think. So again they go side by side into turn number 4, again around the outside. Late for Dino. Was it too late? No, he touches the grass and then he nearly lost it. I want to have a brief look at that move around the outside. Turn number 1. That looked like a great move. But then had to sacrifice the speed a little bit, probably, which gave a Shadow the opportunity to go for a move up towards turn 3. And how long will that replay last? I have no clue, to be honest. We'll see. Okay, it wasn't too bad, that marker, and this was where Shadow gained back this position and then goes inside for turn number 4, which then nearly lost Dino the position, but Dino with a half-second penalty as well. Oh, again, we just returned to the live racing action. Dino this time on the inside, but lost like all of his well-earned gap to the number 5 Lexus, the Grey Goo, now taking advantage of that battle between Dino and Shadow. So I think also the big winner might be Valkyrie for RTR. Like still staying out, and Dino is like involved in those battles with fresh soft tires. You see the lap times 30s, 31s. This is not the pace you want to go on fresh soft tires at all. It's more like mid to low 29s, and now it is a challenge for the number 5 to get past the 66 Corvette. It's not that easy, but it looks with the good straight line speed and the traction of that Corvette to go for a run. Grey Goo staying close behind Shadow and using the toe now, approaching turn number 3, but is not close enough to go for that move yet. Sends it down the inside. Ooh, where's the car that goes side by side? Oh! There was a bit of contact midway through the turn. We have to go back to the replay to see what happened. Maybe the TV camera can show us. But I think there was a bit of contact inside line for the number 5, and then yeah, I think you run him a little bit wide, but this is the nature of this corner. We've seen it so many times. And again, that 66 Corvette with a great straight line speed. Tough to overtake. We see the top 2 now into the pits. Valkyrie and Candyman. Valkyrie did 30s and 29s. Blue Racers staying out on very worn racing soft tires, now leading the race for at least a lap. And is Witzy as well staying out, Azarian staying out. Then Dino in P4. Where's Valkyrie? We see Valkyrie took some fuel compared to Dino and loses that position to at least the 66, maybe also the 5. Now, crucial moment for Valkyrie. Inside line, can he defend that position from Grey Goo? No, he lost that position as well and has a half-second penalty. A bit surprised that the overcut didn't really work. So even with that fighting, Dino kept that virtual P number 1 inside line for Grey Goo, this time on turn number 4, and also Valkyrie sneaks through where the Shadow was a little bit unsettled. Again, live replay, going defensive, but didn't defend it all the way to the end, and then got a little tap to the front, and this cost him a little bit of momentum. Still staying out on track, and Valkyrie served the penalty, but defense. P6 now into turn number 10, the final turn. A good run. So 1.4 the gap to the number 5 car. Another 3 seconds to Dino for the 35. And Dino right behind the number 1 BMW. The top 3, they haven't pitted yet. Dino, Grey Goo and Valkyrie, they all went into the pits for some fresh soft tires. And Blue Racer staying out. The 77 leading that race. The Boomers, Sector 7 Racing, Aston Martin in P2, Azarian third for Overboost Racing Team. But now Dino with the run, still tires in a way better conditions for the 35 Aston Martin for Loose Moose Racing, and he would go for a move if he wouldn't carry that penalty. So has to wait for at least one more lap or for a pit stop. Top 3 still staying out by the looks. And Gregu with some good pace, opening up that gap to Valkyrie. 1.4, 1.5. So Valkyrie nearly dropping outside of slipstream range. Still has a little bit of it, the weak part. And gets a good run out of turn number 1. 1.3, 1.2 maybe when they approach turn number 3, the Shadow, with his medium tire strategy in P7. Then we have Alessandro for RX Racing in P8. And also what happened to Candyman, by the way. He was running P3, I think, for a long time. Dropped down to P9. And they took some fuel. And that's why they lost a couple of seconds during the pit stop. So the Corvette is a bit thirsty by the looks again, so they have to refuel their car longer or more often compared to the competitors by the looks of it. And in P11 we have GTR for Mikugar, 64 Sector 7. Racing check, so it is for AHR, 69 BMW with a off-sequence strategy due to that damage. Finalized currently in P13 after the pit stop, and Perry still trying to recover from that lap 1 damage. P14 for now, 1 minute 9 seconds the gap to the leaders. But when will the leaders pit? That is the question. Running still. The tires not looking good anymore. So 85% on the front left. Not sure how long this stint it's gonna last for Blue Racer. The tires on Witzies, Aston Martin in a better condition. I think 75 to 80% that front left. And Dino in third. Got past Azarian then and opened up that gap quickly though, but losing a little bit of his gap now. And we also see the number 5 and number 20 not too far behind Dino. Will they get past the BMW? No. Also Azarian staying out for a long first stint. Gregu gets the good run out of turn number 1 as the inside line should get that position for now. And what about Valkyrie? Half a second penalty. That's also like the story of the race so far for the RTR driver, but might go for a move on Azarian. Looks like he's sending it down the inside into turn number 4. Side by side they go, inside line for the 20 and moves up from now into P5, but will have to serve that penalty this lap. Yeah, here we go. So might lose that position again to the number 1 BMW. C7, A10, Valkyrie could be just fine to keep that position. So when is pit stop time? Still not happening for as Rian Witsi, the one with arguably best tire wear out of the 3 long soft tire runners into the pits, and the Blue Racer is stretching that stint like massively. He's probably going for a one-stop strategy. So we have 80 racing laps in total. We had 1 formation lap, and the penultimate lap will be the in lap for the driver swap as usual. But this it looks like a one-stopper for Blue Racer. Yeah, pretty sure that's the goal. Dino is catching under 5 seconds that gap. Gregu in third for the number 5 Lexus, and Valkyrie in fourth, still within a second despite all those half-second penalties so far. And we had GTR with a new fastest lap, 28.5. Another penalty. I was just saying this looked a bit dodgy, and yeah, like it's like it's really a thin line between pushing too hard and avoiding the penalties. Something like that. We have the Shadow, the 66, definitely there, going for the one stopper. P7, we have the number 7 car. Different strategy compared to P6. And oh, Lucas and Candyman, the 2 race silent drivers. Candyman looking down the inside, both on soft tires after a pit stop. And Candyman gets that position for now. Will we see the cutback attempt? No. Lucas staying behind now in P9. Then it's the fastest driver on track at the moment, GTR for Mikuga Racing in P10. And is it close between Candyman and Lucas? Don't think so. Good turn number 9 for Lucas, but a better turn 10 for Candyman. So finalized, then P11 with C dropped down to P12 after the pit stop. And Jack got past Perry, improved his position to 13 for Apex Hunter Racing, and Project Platypus in P14. What about the blue? Yeah, there's no turning back now. 3 seconds and still running those very second-hand soft tires now. So he needs to get to lap 40 at least, ideally 41. Well, can he make it work? Yeah, staying out. We have Dino, and we have Gregu. Half a second, runs very wide on the final turn. Will he get away with that? He just now we see the number 1 BMW in the pits now, and the 5 Lexus for Sector 7 Racing Esports is pushing 3/10 purple. on sector 1. And we also see Valkyrie, just 1.1 seconds the gap, so it's intensifying once again the lead battle. Also see Blue Racer struggling now with pace. The tires are shot, nothing left in them. We have the top 4 within 2.67 seconds maybe, and that gap will come down. Now, is Blue Racer staying out for one more lap, or is it time to pit now? Oh, he stayed out. Yeah, he wants to get that lap 41. Now, ooh, interesting. 6, 7 tenths now. To Dino, another 5 tenths. To Grey Goo, the top 3, and also Valkyrie. Look at that. Half a second. So 1.6 between the top 4. And Blue Racer with the worst tires. He has to pit this lap, probably. Can he defend that position? Probably it's not what he needs to do. He should focus on his strategy, not fight those cars on fresher tires. He's going to the inside though, and Dino around the outside. Will there be contact? Yeah, contact. Turn number 3. This gives Grey Goo the opportunity for the run. Blue Racer on the inside. No, loses that position too. Dino now. Where is Grey Goo? Inside line for the Lexus. Can brake later. Has the inside line. Blue leaves that inside open and will be vulnerable for an attack from Valkyrie as well. Oh, yeah. He just understeers for days, that BMW, and Valkyrie on the inside. Probably one lap too long for Blue, but still a massive effort to go for a one stop on soft. So this should be the in lap now for the 77. See, he's slowing down. Yeah, but we have the top 3 now within 1.1 seconds. Whoa. So, and Grey Goo with a penalty. Opportunity for Dino, but also opportunity for Valkyrie. So, even without rain, it's a thrilling race. Don't you agree? Like, we had a sneak preview yesterday in the qualifying and the Super Bowl how close those gaps were, and it just transfers directly into this race. The top 3, look at that, it's 1.1, 1.2 seconds. Now, probably the Lexus, the number 5, they will lose P2, now serving that penalty, which should give Dino a little bit of an advantage. Not sure if Valkyrie can get into the slipstream of Dino. Valkyrie will get that P2 now. And it's 1.1, so yeah, you might have it. That's also good news for Grey Goo in P5. So he's still in striking distance. Next up, we have Alessandro for Alex Racing in that number 7 GTR, the Shadow, on those mediums, still running. So they might go for a medium to soft strategy now. They have some fuel, the tires are looking okay. Then we have the next group of cars, Candyman, Lucas, and also GTR Valkyrie with the fastest lap, a 28.501. Witsy versus Finalizing, two American drivers again, close to each other, with Witsy with an entire advantage, and got that move done on Finalized. Blue Racer dropped down to P11, back out on a fresh set of soft tires. 6 seconds. That gap to Azarin, who's now running medium tires. That's a bit of a surprise, to be honest. He couldn't make it to lap 40-41 on softs, so he was forced to do the mediums, probably. A check, so it is, in P13 for AHR. Has to do one more pit stop because of the fuel. And Perry in P14. We go back to the lead battle, where Valkyrie has closed that gap even more, right behind Primo. Now the two Aston Martins again flying on those soft tires early on. Like with fresh soft tires, this Aston Martin seems to be a very, very strong car. Yeah, so for those wondering, it is standard BOP enabled, but the downforce settings can be adjusted. So besides the brake balance, it's also downforce settings. So front and rear can be adjusted, and so we could have a little bit of different setups for the same car, but different teams happening. And Valkyrie is pushing. He has a bit of a pace advantage at the moment. Can he get into the lead? That is the question. Under 210, that gap. Oh, Dino missed turn number 9, completely set aside they go into turn number 10. Where is Valkyrie? So Dino was, I don't know, he missed turn 9, then there was a gap for Valkyrie for turn 10. And I think it's time that we can have a look at the replay once again. We see Misty Apex had to sacrifice some momentum speed inside the line. A little bit of contact between them, but I think all still on the good side of things. Hard racing, definitely. Now Dino with the run. No, doesn't go for it, just showing his nose. And the number 5, Lexus, says, hey guys. So crazy racing at the sharp end of this grid. So just over 1 hour in this 8-hour race, and the top 3, they are going at it, they are pushing. A 3-way battle for the lead. That is nice to see. And the French driver now with a great run coming out of turn 10, the final turn. Under 2/10 that gap to Dino. It wasn't close enough for a move into turn number 1. Maybe the run up towards turn number 3. It is 2/10 gaining in that slip now. But also Dino has a little bit of slipstream assist. Oh, something happened. The Shadow GTR will go to that. 1. Will they go 3 wide? Surely not. Right, but GTR inside line, Shadow on the outside, still on those mediums. And also Lucas pushing, going the inside line. Lexus versus Lexus heading down into turn number 4. Lucas has the inside line. Can he brake late? Can GTR hold it around the outside? He turned into the number 3 car and losing 2 spots. Now that wasn't ideal, put it that way. Go to the replay. See Lucas on the inside. Goes in a little bit deep into turn number 4. and was a tiny bit of contact between the two cars. The shadow on his medium tires. Oh, and Lucas was way off track. Turn around 1 second maybe incoming the penalty. Was it just lag? Probably it was just lag from my side. And it was clearly off track, come on. But yeah, maybe sometimes it is just the net code that makes it hard for us. But Lucas versus GTR P6, P7. The two Lexus drivers. The shadow in P8. Now getting a low fuel warning. And do I smell some rain? I don't know. I don't know. It's overcast again. But yeah, no access to a weather radar, so can't really tell you if there is rain on the radar somewhere. It looks a bit rainy though. And again, the top three separated by 1.2 seconds. A quick run through the grid with Alessandro crossing line in P4 for Eric's Racing Candyman. Then in P5 got himself a little bit of a gap to the battle group with Lucas, GTR and the Shadow. P6, 7 and 8. Now GTR with a 1 second penalty. Ouch. So Shadow in P8 with C, then crosses the line in P9 to start lap 48. That way around finalized in P10. Roughly 2 seconds that gap. Blue Racer in P11 with his scheduled one stop on soft strategy. Azarian on mediums versus Jack on soft tires. Jack with less fuel, a little bit of wear on his soft tires, but definitely with the pace advantage on his BMW M6 with the soft tires. When will those mediums like show up for better lap times? It's 30s and high 29s, so it's, I guess, pretty good pace on mediums, but probably not ideal if you have to run the mediums for the race. Jack looking for a move very soon. Closing that gap definitely now. Under half a second. Coming into the final two turns. Getting more speed with his soft. Oh, and Azorian into the pits. What is going on? So medium tires wasn't the best idea, but is something happening with the weather? Every time we see a driver pitting for arguably no reason, I don't know. Maybe it's just like the mediums are just not worth it, I guess. So I can't really see any rain so far. It has to be just a tire change for softs. Yeah, here we go. So the experiment mediums didn't really work for ORT. And a little bit of gaps now between the top three. Penalties involved again. So Gregu dropping out of slipstream range now. We see the Shadow now into the pits finally. Very low with the fuel, but made it to lap 49. So should be no real problem to get to the end on soft tires, unless there is some rain, of course. But now it will be the softs and some fuel for the 66 Corvette. So back to our lead group: Valkyrie, Dino and Gregu. Penalties everywhere for now the top two, with a half a second penalty opportunity for Gregu and the number 5 car to close that gap again. Alessandro in P4, still a nice gap, but Candyman is pushing under 4 seconds that gap now for the 44 Corvette. Then Lucas and GTR, the two Lexus drivers for Grid Life Racing and Mikuga, Sector 7 Racing. And GTR is quite low on fuel now, so one more pit stop incoming for the 64. Witzy opened up that gap to finalize 3.5 seconds. Another 10 plus seconds to Blue Racer, who is definitely gaining on the 45 in P9, and Jack in 11th. Perry for Project Platypus in P12. The Shadow dropped down to P13, and now the soft tires for the 66. Should get that move done pretty soon, I guess. So also Perry is quite low with the fuel. Probably not a real battle happening between the two. And Azarian in P14, close to being lapped. But they will get to the end, and what happened to Dino? 4 seconds. What did we miss? Can we catch it on the replay? No, it's already happened. So Dino dropped down to P3 behind Gregu, and suddenly a 3.8 second gap for Valkyrie, leading that race, serving the penalty now. 3.5 roughly. So a mistake happened somewhere for the 35. Where did it happen? Yeah, 31.3, that's not the pace you usually see. So a mistake somewhere, probably out of turn number 1. And I see low fuel warnings for some of the cars, so we might see the next round of pit stops arriving very, very soon. We have roughly 40 minutes to go in driver stint number 1. Definitely getting now to the decisive stages of the driver stints, when you complete your second scheduled stop and then push for the final 40 minutes before handing it over to your teammates. Blue Racer got past finalized with a mistake somewhere. I know the gap to BC was not that big, and we see pit stops happening now. P5, the number 5 car in P3, starting that sequence now. Valkyrie with a 5-second lead now. Dino in second, that fuel very low, so wouldn't be surprised to see them pitting this lap. Here we go, scheduled second pit stop for the number 5, and should get some clear track. That was a nice gap for the pit stop. Jumped Blue Racer, finalized in or with some damage. That was the issue probably. Harry is in for a pit stop as well. Azarian will gain probably 2 positions. Will jump definitely Perry, maybe also finalized now with the damage being repaired, and Azarian comes round turn 1 and gets past finalized, who goes on to medium tires. I'm so confused right now. Why mediums? He was running softs all the way. Dino is in. Valkyrie staying out. GTR is in. Refueling. Where's GTR arriving at his pit crew now? And Dino out with some new soft tires. Kregu jumped. Dino, also Blue Racer, just got ahead. Should keep that position at least for turn 3. Dino with more grip. It's not close enough probably to send it into turn number 4. Or is he? No, he's going for it. Late move inside line and clean overtake. Looks like Racer wants to go for a cut back, but no. Tire advantage for Dino. Well played. See it once again. Inside line. Nicely executed. So Valkyrie still running. Candyman is also still running on his second set of soft tires. The same goes for Lucas in P3. But a pit stop is about to happen within the next few minutes for those drivers. I'm not sure about Witsi. Probably yes, they have to pit again. So Kregu for the Sector 7 Racing Esports jumped Dino in the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. Blue Racer trying to follow Dino. Wants to go to the end on softs as well. Then in P8 we have Eric's Racing. Check for AHR up to P9. with a pit stop in hand. It is, I don't know, the fuel might last for one more lap. GTR in P10 for the 64 Lexus. The Shadow for the 66 Corvette GT Finland Racers in P11 Azorian. Then for Overboost Racing Team in P12. We'll get to the end. Finalized for the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR in P13 on, still confused, racing medium tires. And a Perry for Project Platypus in P14. So when is the time for Valkyrie to pit? How long can he extend that stint without losing too much time? We had it like on the first stint as well, a very long stint, and in the end he lost more time to Dino. We'll see. Candyman staying out. Lucas. Decision could be made to stop now. Nope. Going for one more. Witzy also going for more fuel. Definitely is doable with that. A couple of minutes. And Dino cannot catch Craigu at the moment. 2.67, something like that. And Blue staying with D35. Now, I think Blue Racer likes being close to Dino now. We'll see what's possible. We'll check now. Yeah, the fuel was too low, maybe, to go for one more lap. So final scheduled pit stop incoming for the check. Will he lose that position to the Overboost Racing Team? That's the question. Yeah, most likely. Now just arriving. And Azorian comes around turn number 1 and moves up into P11, finalized. 1 lap down. P12, the same goes. And for Jack and AHR, 1 lap down. And Harry in P14. So, see, 11 cars on the lead lap. The 45, the first car with 1 lap behind the leaders. Check. And Perry as well. And Valkyrie with a penalty. Could this be the in lap? Now you serve the penalty and then you go directly into the pits. It's probably the least amount of time you lose. We'll find out in less than 10 seconds. Nope. Running. What about Candyman? Border 44. Also running. Lucas, that fuel. Maybe one more lap. Yep. And also off sequence a little bit for the Sector 7 Racing Boomers, Aston Martin. More fuel than the drivers that need to pit, but not enough to get to the end. That is probably the best I can describe the situation. Dragu and Dino still a gap roughly 2.5 seconds between the two cars. Blue Racer suddenly lost contact, drops out of the slipstream range now. He could keep up with Dino for 2, maybe 3 laps. Now he's out of that slipstream. It looks like Dino is pushing, and what about Valkyrie in the lead? Running like again for very, very long. Lower the fuel now. At max, I'd say 2 more laps to go. Probably are still not trusting the weather. They want to run as long as possible. Lucas. Okay. Still can go for 1 more. But that's probably it now. Should be the in lap, in my opinion. If I'm reading that fuel correctly. The final 30 minutes of driver stint number 1, and so far no rain. So I guess no one has a real advantage now. If we see some rain towards the end of the race, everyone did their scheduled pit stops. So Valkyrie on his probably final 2 laps of that middle stint. Candyman. The fuel is looking good, so put in more fuel for the middle stint to go longer. Lucas in now, maybe no, still not. So some magic happening there with the fuel. Oh, it's just a short lap, yeah, let's put it that way. So definitely maximizing everything they have for that middle stint, just in case there will be some rain. The gap between Dragu and Dino not really changing, hovering between 3 and 2 seconds. Blue Racer 3.3 seconds now, the gap. Might be in trouble with Alessandro pushing in the 7 GTR with better tires. And in P9, one of the fastest drivers of the stint, GTR with a... I still don't know why they started on the medium tires. Was it a mistake, or was just a test where they cancelled that very early on lap 2? Lucas now finally in, just 2 leaders remaining. So for a brief moment, it is the 764 Boomers Aston Martin for 7 Sector Racing up to P3. Candyman in the second, and Valkyrie still go in. Could do it 1 more lap if it's needed. Not sure if they want to, but they have a little bit of flexibility with that strategy, and looks like they're staying out. Also low fuel situation incoming for Candyman in P2, but might do one more lap, at least, maybe two. Yep. So would see no issue with the fuel at this stage. Will go for longer, pretty sure. Then we could be looking at the next race leader here. So the number 5 car, some great lap times recently, with that undercut on the lead car, Valkyrie. So Valkyrie 29s and 30s and 28s for Gregu. Might be that Valkyrie will lose that position to Gregu after the pit stop, which is about to happen this lap. Maximum one more lap if they really stretch it. And they really stretch it. The same situation for the 44, but they are staying out. Let's have a quick look at the rest of the grid. So we see in third staying out. Pretty sure about that. Gregu pushing, getting that gap to under 35 seconds to the leaders. Bandino in P3, 3.3 seconds currently, not getting closer. Blue Racer in P6, and yeah, that gap to Alessandro for less than 1.5 seconds, so slipstream range for the Eric's racing driver. GTR in P8 for the 64. Lexus Shadow in the 66. Corvette in P9. Not too far behind. GTR Lucas. Mediums. Medium tires. I get it now. The medium tires are mandatory for at least one run during that race, so that's why they're using the mediums. So that was a an oversight from here. So mediums are required to run during the stints, unless the race will be declared as a wet race, which isn't the case so far. So drivers have no other option. So, but why didn't then the number 5 and the 35 change for mediums? And now I'm confused again. So will they just go for one lap on mediums towards the end of the race? A very risky strategy. So as expected, Valkyrie lost that position to the number 5 car, but the number 5, they didn't use the medium tires so far. So is the team aware of the mandatory medium tire? Suddenly that lap 1 medium tire change makes sense for the 64. I feel so stupid now. Yeah, whatever. We have roughly 22 minutes remaining in driver's stint number 1. And with the uncertainty of the weather, I'm not sure if drivers are still gambling to not use the medium tires. We have in a similar situation with one driver on a different strategy leading on that race, with the fastest drivers during that stint so far catching and fighting for the lead. So 1.6 between the Boomers Aston Martin and the esports team number 5 Lexus. Then a second to Valkyrie on mediums, Dino P4 Blue Racer in P5, Alessandro P6. So still many of the teams need to use the medium tires at some point during that race. Okay, this is like an interesting strategy. Also, Candyman is using softs again. Is the one lap on mediums faster than doing a long stint and on mediums, but then doing one last pit stop? I have no clue currently. So I'm sitting there scratching my head, wondering the strategy. We'll just wait until the final 5 minutes of that race. Okay, everyone seems to be, at least Sector 7 Racing is aware of the racing mediums. Okay, well, it's just a gamble happening, probably. I don't know what's going on, but I'm clueless, totally clueless what is happening. And good evening, sir. Grant is in the house. Hey, how are you doing?
I'm alright.
You alright?
It's about 3 million degrees in my room, so I'm going to lob on a fan, but it will probably get picked up. Hopefully it doesn't on stream, I've got noise suppression, but on the party chat I don't.
Where are you living? Why is it so hot? Come on.
I have no idea. England just, it's either like 3 degrees or 30 degrees at the moment. There's no in between.
No way. Hey, you just said England, right? Like the land with the always perfect weather.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Okay. So we have an interesting couple of minutes here remaining, with the chance of rain still lurking around, but most of the drivers haven't used the mandatory medium tires so far. And oh, someone spun it. Just was it Dino? Dino with a big mistake and damage. Oh no, he lost it. Let's have a look at the replay.
Can't park there, mate.
I shouldn't park there. I think he did the Ego of Praga thing. I'm pretty sure he went over that sausage curb and lost the car. Oh, boom, yep. And then he hit the barrier with the rear. He caught it quite nicely, but then got damaged. So he's out of the fight for P1 for now with that damage. Unlucky moment. Good. So this could give Blue Racer and Alessandro the opportunity to gain a position, and Blue Racer is under pressure now. The 7 GTR for RX Racing, really close, coming out of turn number 8, chicane past the penalty zone, and less than 3/10 when they approach the final 2 turns. Blue Racer on yeah, again, this soft tires that have seen better days and got a poor run out of the final turn, and Alessandro says thank you. I'll take that position. Dino into the pits, so doesn't want to run with the damage, and maybe now using the medium tires. We'll see about that. So he's changing tires, alright. No fuel. And it's the medium tires for the 35 car, alright. So, when will the leaders pit for the mediums? Will it be on the second to last lap before the driver swap? Probably. In P2, it is the Aston Martin for the Sector 7 Racing Boomers team. But they are low on fuel and they need to use the mediums as well. So Valkyrie for RTR on the mediums currently. And definitely can go to the end if they need to, unless we get the rain. The rain.
So I'm just gonna reset my PlayStation real quick. I'm not getting all the deliveries after network.
Blue Racer in P5 still within that slipstream range, but he's under pressure. Candyman on soft tires. So I'm still like stuttering with like, what the hell is going on? Who's using what tire compound now? Will get that position probably. No fighting between the two Racer Salem drivers and teams. So Candyman P5, Blue Racer P6, and GTR in P7 can go to the end. They use the mediums very early on for just one lap. The Shadow with a long medium stint and now softs to the end, so all good. Then in P9 the 35 was leading or battling for the lead for the entirety of the race. Now P9 with a little mistake in mediums now. Lucas is running with the mediums in P10, so all good. Azarine, they used mediums in the middle stint. Now back to the soft tires, finalized on the mediums in P12 for the 45 GTR entry or last minute racing check. So it is in P13. Not sure if I've seen him using the mediums. And Perry in P14 also. Haven't kept track of the tire usage so far. So we see now Witsy in medium tires. It is for the Boomers. Will they keep that P8? It looks close. Dino with the run. The speed coming out of turn number 2. But Witsy should be okay to keep that P8 for now. So, and
what lap are you on?
72. So I was just asking, would be good if I can get your stream link the next couple of minutes.
Yeah,
so
might want to do that. Sorry.
So I can prepare that. Yeah.
Yeah. Probably set my mic up before I do that.
Candyman is flying again, pushing right behind Alessandro. Battle for P3 with not many laps to go, and it looks like also no rain in driver stint number 1, but this can change for the next 3 stints, of course. I just want to remind you, you're with the weather, so there's a possibility of rain for all of our stints, with stint 2 and stint 3 more likely with some showers. Stint 4. Let's go, yeah. And yeah,
Are you working? Yes, you are.
so Candyman is close now. We saw that Corvette good on traction, good on top end against the GTR, so wouldn't be surprised to see a move happening into turn number 3 next lap. So if you can keep that gap 3/10 through the final sector and out of turn number 1, and this could be a golden opportunity for Candyman. 3/10 it is, coming out of turn 10, crossing the line, starting lap 74. So the end of lap 81 is where we see the driver swap, and less than 3/10 coming off turn 1. Perfect exit for Candyman. So I think he will get that position. The center going defensive, more speed around the outside for Candyman. They go side by side and they make it work. Oh, nearly losing the rear end. Bit of power oversteer happening, so it is still not over yet. Alessandro defending the inside line. Candyman is still there. Outside into turn number 4. Downhill we go. Perfect positioning for Alessandro. Again, covering the inside lines, so making it very, very hard for Candyman to go for a move. A little bit of contact between the two, and now I think Candyman has that position. Moves up 1 into P3, but then cuts the gravel. Ooh. Alessandro is close. I think positions now, they stay as they are after that battle. So Candyman in P3 at the front. It's the number 5 car still leading 6.5 seconds to Valkyrie for RTR Racing. Then Candyman, we saw that the 44 car in P3, the 7 Eric's Racing in P4, Blue Racer in P5 for the 77 BMW GTR, for the 64 Mikuga Lexus in P6. Then we have the Shadow for GT Finland Racers, the 66 car in P7, looking for a good result for the first driver stint with C. I
somehow can't find my own stream.
You can't find your own stream. That is a bit problematic.
It is live. I can see it on the live stream dashboard, but I can't get a...
Where?
Yeah, it's not giving me a stream link.
The invisible stream.
I'm absolutely useless at this. They're doing the formation lap. I better hurry up.
Yeah. All good. We will get it sorted. Just
yeah, I will figure this out eventually. Might take me a while, but
make that a while like less than a minute, please.
Alright, yeah. Challenge accepted.
So
yeah, the copy stream link thing's just... Oh no, there we go, got it work. Yes. Professional like this.
Huh? Professionals, we love that here. So yeah. So where did you post that? I still don't see it. Here we go.
Yeah,
I see.
There we go.
something.
Got it in the end.
Ah, I see it. Perfect. So,
Sorry about
I'm good. Just the time, I think. So, go to that. Perfect. So we are 4 laps away from the end of that stint, but just in time. All good. Then I will prepare the travel swap sequence, so bear with me for half a minute or so. Come on. OBS, do your thing and help me. So...
Pits now.
Right. Hey, I'm back. I'm ready. So
Yeah. I'm gonna go switch over to Streamlabs. So it won't let me do both mics for some reason.
no worries.
Yeah.
So who needs to pit for the mediums? The leaders. They need to pit. P2, they are good. They're running on the mediums at the moment. Candyman, haven't seen them using the mediums, so should come in for a short one. We have Alessandro as well. Do a medium tire run. GTR, they're looking good. No pit stop needed, but they might be up there for a top position before the driver swap. Blue Racer, they also need to pit for mediums. Still did soft. Shadow is fine, a 66. A long medium stint to start the race. And Witsy in P8 for the Boomers on the mediums at the moment. Dino on mediums as well in P9. Lucas on those mediums in P10 for the number 3 Grid Life Racing. Azarian did mediums midway through that race. Oh, it is P11. Check in P12 only for AHR. Probably has to do the mediums. Finalized on mediums for the 45. Last minute racing GTR and Perry the 11 Project Platypus AMG in P14. Probably also close to pit for the mediums. So Blue Racer is in now and it's mediums. What about our leaders? 6 seconds that gap. Will lose that position to Valkyrie and the Raw Talent Racing team, the number 20. Aston Martin looks to be like P1 after the driver swaps. Oh. Number 5 Lexus still running, starting lap 80, so this will be the in lap. Then go for 1 lap on mediums to finish that driver stint. Number 1 Valkyrie under 6 seconds the gap in P2. Candyman in third, also probably the in lap to go over to the mediums. Same for Alessandro in P4 in the 7 RX Racing. So GTR looks like that they will move up to P2 before they hand their car over to their teammates. So let's keep an eye on the lead car. Coming out of the middle sector now. So end of lap 81 is the driver swap. So it's now or never for the mediums.
I'm more ready than ever.
You are more ready than ever. And into the pits they come for the short run on limits. Oh, cutting over the grass. This might be a track limit penalty for the pit entry for the number 5. So we will have now Valkyrie, the 20 Raw Talent Racing, Aston Martin back into the lead. So they will go in first. Yeah, we see P2, 3 and 4 all stopping and going for the mediums. There is GTR coming round. And Grey Goo, was it okay with the grass on the outlap? So he kept that P2, just he's on the medium tires now. GTR up to P3, Candyman. P4, will he keep that position? No, lost that position to the Shadow for a brief moment. Candyman in P5, with C in 6th, Alessandro P7, Dino P8 and Lucas P9. Blue Racer P10, so close gaps between all the drivers, so this will be an interesting start to the next stint. So we stay with Valkyrie, who has 16, nearly 17 seconds, and will be the first to hand that car over to his teammate waiting in the pits. So I have to get ready to show you the sequence as usual. So Valkyrie in the pits. So next up will be Grey Goo and GTR, just 1 second the gap between the two. And we wait for the Aston Martin getting released. Come on, transition work. Here we go. I have something running here. Okay, well done. So so everyone is coming into the pits now. So it's a hectic one now from here. Do this.
Well up for the start of stint 1 though, called was so entertaining.
All good.
Yeah, RTR Chris is out. So I should probably switch over to the actually good mic.
We will just wait for finalized. Oh, big moment on the pit entry for the 45 car. Massive moment. Still got lucky to not being reset onto the track. It happened at some point. But I don't hear the good mic. Grant is now. What's going on? And one driver then remaining. This one, so I'll go full screen.
It'll only be on my Streamlabs. It won't be on the party chat. So that might be why. Yeah, everyone does.
7th in the championship at the moment, qualifying on pole, managing to keep it ahead. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do this stint. In P2 at the moment, is that the Boomer car? No, it's the Sector 7 Racing Makuga, number 64. They are 10th in the championship at the moment, qualifying 6th, having a very nice stint too. Might have been some strategy in there. Also, chat, can you hear me all right? Does my and the better mic, no sound, wicked. It seems to be all right on my end.
I broke it already. Apparently they've got no sound. It seems to be alright going through on my end. It's just... it can't seem to... Sound is back. Sound is back. Jaeger plugged it. Alright. I thought that was my fault. Usually is, but we're gonna blame Jaeger for it.
Okay, so what I was on about that you missed, I was just yapping on about RTR, starting on pole, leading away, doing a plenty good job. We've now got Andrew.
Alright, I won't touch anything if it's not broken. And if it does break, I'm gonna blame Jaeger. So, in second position we have FGR Kaz for the Sector 7 Racing. Let me just pull the spots guide up to see which one this is. Makuga. Qualifying P6 up to P2 for during the first stint, getting it nice and well, bringing that car up. Will we see them challenging for the lead? I know Kaz is an absolutely rapid driver. I've seen him racing Super GT in Tijni on YouTube, and he's already gone purple. So in P3 we have the current championship leaders, the Car 5 for Sector 7 Racing Esports.
Not too sure with the qualifying P2, coming down to P3 in the first stint. Gonna see what they can do. We know they've been quick making that Lexus work throughout this season. See what they can do. GT Finland car 66 in P4. They are 5th in the championship at the moment, qualifying in 4th, having a nice first stint, just getting it down, getting some good laps down, passing over to his teammate Kukis. I think that's how you pronounce that. But you know, with the streams, you get one attempt at a name pronunciation, and that's what you're stuck with. Giving it a nice shot out in P4. P5, we have, I believe that's, yeah, Loose Moose Racing, car 35. There is a screaming child outside my window. If you can hear that, I will close my door. I'll go over the grid a bit later, because what is this going on here? We've got a wicked battle for P7 here between Splitter Ben and Jakey. So that's one of the Race Asylum cars, Eric's for Ben. As he just goes off slightly there, picking up a half-second penalty. What is Jakey going to do? Having a look around the outside. Ben managing to defend it, slips into the inside. Was there contact there, or was that a bit of netcode? We don't know, but Jakey is ahead into P8 for car 3, Grid Life Racing. Qualifying P7, currently P8. We know Jakey is absolutely rapid, especially around the Red Bull Ring. It's one of his favourites. See what he can do. Let's have a butchers at chat. Hashtag blame Jaeger, absolutely. Fluctuating quite heavily, going for Android choppy every 40 seconds. I think that's the fan, 100%. I'll turn my fan off, so I might be boiling, but you're going to have a better, better quality. Alan cursed into connections are a bit interesting, as I was too busy reading chat. That is a splitter on the inside of Jakey there. Grid Life versus Race Asylum in the battle for P7. Jakey up ahead, making amends already. P9 to P7 this stint. Let's go, Jakey, indeed. Oh, Valk, you are absolutely flying in quali in stint 1. Absolutely incredible. Now, the best thing I like about commentary is just having a look at how these fast drivers take it around, because pretty much everyone in this lobby is A+, I think. Split 1 IRO is just absolutely rapid throughout. So we have a look at the number 7 Eric's car being piloted by Ben MK. So he just goes a little bit wide there. And he's picked up a half-second penalty. So easy to do at this track. Current fastest on track is the car 5, the championship leader, GTS 92 Antonio with a 128.7. We were seeing 28.1s in qualifying, but then again, that was no fuel at all. Full send. I think it was like 28.4s, 28.3s in stint 1 fastest lap, but I don't know off the top of my head. Is that mic quality a bit better now that I've turned the fan off? Hopefully it doesn't get too bad. We've got 2 hours of racing ahead of us. Hopefully I don't start sweating me tits off. Let's have another look at this battle. Jakey already up into P6, getting past Keplero. Having a look at, so I reckon we go on board for this. Having a look at the Race Asylum Corvette up ahead, being driven by Adriano. Now I reckon this is the perfect time to do a quick little lap guide. Now that netcode is absolutely insane. That might be my end. Praying for cool. We've had no choppiness since the fan off. Wicked. Alright, going up to turn 1, maximising the width of the track, braking just after the 100 board, down to first, up to second to get the better rotation, maximising the track exit there. So easy to get a penalty as he just took slightly into the slipstream as he's chasing Adriano. Almost a carbon copy, looking for the 100 board again, maximise the track limit, down to first to maximise rotation. Is he going to bump it up to second? No, he's not. He's going to stay in first, but being so progressive on the throttle to maximise the grip that's available on track. And once again, we are looking for the 100 board, just slightly after it, braking in a straight line, trailing off to get that rear end out, up to second because of the camber. And he's staying in the slipstream. It was around 7/10 the gap at the start of this lap, already down to 5. Just braking after the 50 board, maximising the width, touching that apex after the end of the strip. There's where I like to use the braking. Again, another corner that you can get track limits on, riding the curb there, going as fast as possible. Marshal box on the left hand side I like to use just to tip the car in, end of the Austrian flag, staying on the curbs, clip the apex. What's it going to be as it comes across? And that looked like Adriano having a bit of a moment on the exit of the final corner. It's going to be a 29.2 for Jakey that lap. Further back, that is Kepler and Splittero. Keplero and Splitter having a butchers, the Race Asylum 77. What is that even? Jakey is on one today, making moves. What is his gap to the lead at the moment? And after saying that, must have gone wide at T1 while we weren't looking. Commentator's curse. He's got a second penalty. Must have clipped a lot. He's got a 2.3 second gap to Keplero behind. And Splitter and Ben. Race Asylum v Eric. Splitter covers that inside line. forces Ben onto a wider line than he would wanted, but he's not shaking him off. He is still there. Ben, he's going to have a look up the inside. Lead seems to be a little bit of contact, but that might have been netcode. All clean through there. Having a bit of a slide through the rear, getting on the power a bit too early. But he's got back up to P8 for the ARIX Racing team. What a start. This has been stint 2. There is Jakey serving his penalty. He's managed to maintain P6, but look at that gap to Adriano that he was chasing down. He's got to do that work all over again. So that is Hyde on the back of Splittero for the car 784. I'm going to have a look at the spotter's guide for who you are. It's another Sector 7 racing car. That's the Sector 7 Boomers. P6 in the championship, qualifying dead last P14, already up to P10, making amends after not the greatest of qualifying, as that was a little tap there as well. Could have been netcode on my end, but there's no damage to either car. Splittero with a half second though. Hopefully this netcode can bugger off, because I don't want to be dealing with incidents that seem to be on my screen and then they've actually not happened. Further back in P11, we have the number 1 car of ORT, not having the greatest season to this, not having the greatest start to the 2025 season, especially when compared to the dominance that we saw last year from them, finding themselves in P11. I think if I have a look at the quali, starting P12 up to P11, got a decent gap behind to Lemony Squeeze, just hoping to make things work. Alright, let's have a look up front, as we've got a battle for P2 brewing on our hands. We've got Kaz racing for the Sector 7 Mehmed team, and another Sector 7 car, I believe that's the championship leader, number 5, yeah, in the form of Antonio. Kaz just dipping 2 wheels a bit too far off and getting a half second penalty, so easy to do. There is a battle here between Ben and Keplero again for the ARIX Racing team and Loose Moose, I believe. Let me have another butcher's at that. Yeah, I will get better at it over 2 hours. No, I'm not the best. So, how much likes do you guys race with? I think that might just be my end. My router is a potato, but they do seem to be keeping it clean. Keplero opting for the mandatory medium tyres at the start. Ben on the softs. Jakey is off in the distance, catching Adriano again for P5. But the battle for P7 is still very much on our hands as we go down the run to turn 1. Might be a little bit too far back. Yeah, definitely too think of a move, but he can try and get as good an exit possible onto this long straight as we run down through turn 3 and up to turn 4. Keplero just getting a slightly better exit, but with the slipstream, Ben is gaining slightly. Looking for the 100 more. Big lag spike there on that. My end, what is going off with Polyphony servers at the moment? I definitely don't want to reset my PlayStation to try and fix that. It took me ages to get. It took me like 3 attempts to get all the liveries up. So it's not necessarily everyone having connection. It can just be broadcaster's connection because of GTEC. Yeah, we've got cars like phasing through each other. What should I do? What do you recommend? Should I stay like this? Because if I reset, we won't have a stream for like 2 minutes. But this is, they're all over the place. But Ben with a much better run through Keplero onto the back straight. Keplero going defensive. Little bit of contact there, but nothing major. As we clip the apex, get a better run. It's very weird if this is... I don't think this is happening in the race. I think this is definitely my end. Because no one's got any damage from these weird moves. If there's been persistent issues and at the end unlikely restarting will improve it. I do want to do something to improve it, because then I've got a better idea of what's going on in the races. Ben having a look up the inside of Keplero into turn 3. They're side by side. Keplero managing to defend round the outside. Ben just backs off this for another day. Having a sniff up the inside, not quite able to make it work. Absolute scenes we've got up here. As Jakey looking like he's caught Adriano again, but he's got another penalty, so he's going to lose a good 2-3 laps of catching him. Adriano doesn't seem to be getting penalties, very consistent. Jakey definitely is quicker, but just not managing to keep it on track. It's from the individual viewer. Drivers could be experiencing it differently. So yeah. Ben has got past Keplero finally. Well, I was too busy reading chat. Did he have 1.2 seconds lost? Did Keplero get penalty or something? Well, the replay is going to work. Of course the replays aren't going to work. Why would anything work? Jakey's right on the rear end of Adriano as we go along the back straight. 4 tenths separating them. Get a lovely look at the beautiful liveries. Does anyone in the chat know who designed any of these liveries for Race Asylum and Grid Life? What's the name? I'm on PS5, mate. It's never usually this bad. I've been doing streams with ZFS on BFER TV, and I never have anything like this. I think they were actually smoother on the PS4 than the PS5. It could be because my sister's downstairs on the PS4. I could go kick her off, see if that works. Yeah, let me try that. Give me like 2 minutes. Hopefully that should make it a bit better. My sister was downstairs on the VR, so that could have been causing some issues. Or it could kick me off. We may never know. Can you show the Project Platypus car? Absolutely. Down in P14 after that lap 1 incident for Perry the Platypus. I remember they qualified in Superpole. Yeah, qualifying in P5. It just goes to show how even on an 8-hour race, the lap cannot be won on lap 1, but it can definitely be lost. But not to say he's slow in the slightest. There are some very impressive times coming from the number 11 of BX Royal. He's got a 16-second gap to Official 01, cars that's Apex Hunters Racing AHR. 1 second penalty for him after going off slightly. I do believe, yeah, it's only the Project Platypus car that has been lapped so far. Number 69 is clear, but Chris is closing on. He's pulling a gap. No, he's not. Antonio definitely catching Chris. It was around 11 seconds at the start of this stint, down to 9. So, has it calmed down? No, it hasn't. Jakey still catching Adriano in the fight for P5. Noticed on the track map behind us, we've got a load of cars around 2 seconds from each other. So we've got Arix Racing in P7 leading this group. Keplero in P7 in the Loose Moose Racing Mobile. And then Hyde in the Boomermobile. Is that the Boomermobile? Yes, it's the Boomermobile. Splitter in the Race Asylum Car 77 BMW. Then ORT closing this group up in the number 1 mobile, driven by ORT Gnomes. See what he could do in this stint. So, definitely closest 2 cars on track is this battle for P5. Jakey just not seeming to be able to get past Adriano. The lag does seem to be slightly better on my stream. Oh, no, I said that. And there was a lag spike there. Yeah, all going off. Yeah, massive lag spike there. Or no, that was their actual line. Both of them getting a half-second penalty, catching a bit too much of the curb. They're going to have another lap to serve it. But this is good news for Jakey. Even with that penalty for the Grid Life car, the car in front of him's got the same, so that delta's not going to come down at all. Evening endurance racers, good to see you in chat. GT45 and Nate. That's Jakey picking up another half second. So was Adriano. Both of them seeming to be going off at the same point. Fastest man on track is definitely Antonio at the moment. As you can see, that gap already coming down from Chris. Down to under 8 seconds now. Let's have a quick butchers at the tyres throughout. Keplero does seem to be the only one running the mediums at the moment. Everyone else on softs. I've been told it's a high chance of rain sometime in this stint. But we were told that in stint 1 as well, and nothing happened, so... Good to see everyone in chat. Do we have any requests of a car to watch? I could happily just sit back and watch the championship leader at the moment. The number 5 Sector 7 racing car tackle this, as that is the Project Platypus car in the back there under the blue flags. One thing that I've always loved about endurance racing is I'm consistent in like a 45-minute to an hour-long race. Been doing quite a couple with ZFS. I've noticed I'm getting quicker. And then I tried a 2-hour enduro last night, and it absolutely killed me. But these guys just make it look so easy, just to be able to bang consistent lap after consistent lap, bring gaps down, all while fighting at the same time. Yeah, the lag does seem to be slightly better now. 69 watching, very nice. Oh, that reminds me of car 69. Where are they? I want to make my joke work. There you are. P13 for AHR, car 69. Lemony Squeeze in car 45. Let me get the spotter's guide up. That's last minute racing. P8 in the championship. Qualifying P8, just missing out on Super Pole by 15 milliseconds. Lemony Squeeze. He's down in P12 at the moment after not having the greatest first stints. You could hear me talking about it, flashing his eye beams like he was for Jaeger in quality. RT Gnomes is catching up on this group here. I'm going to get chat back up now. Weird, you the first. What sort of times are these guys doing? I mean, look at that. 19, 18, 17, 130, 269, 251, 222. That split, he may not be the fastest man on track, but that is how you win races, especially these longer ones. As we are coming up to this man's first stop, he's got a very low amount of fuel. Unfortunately, in the comp box, I don't have access to a weather radar. These guys do. We've got race engineers as well, I think, in their ear, or that might be CTC. Peter Brown is getting absolutely flamed in the chat. We love to see it. I need to do some of the more like manufacturers cup, because like I'll be rated at the moment. I reckon I could try and push for A rating, but it's just trying to survive open lobbies, I find. Yeah, ORT Gnomes on the back of Splittery. He's been gaining around 0.2 a lap. He's very much in the slipstream now. Big lag spike there on my end, but all seems to be clean on theirs. It mainly seems to be the heavy braking zones it's affecting me most. But I am now, should be the only one on the network. Do I try turning the Wi-Fi off on my phone? That might work. And if it does, it will work very little, but every little helps. That's reminding me I need to turn my Bluetooth headphones off. So they've already barely got any down. Any what's it called? Battery life. It's doing that. I blinked. Gnomes is on the rear of Splittery. Splittery going towards the inside. I believe he's coming in this lap. Yeah, there he is, slowing down quite a lot. But RT Gnomes didn't seem to react to that as quickly as possible. What happened there? Coming down could have helped if he went on his indicators a bit there to signal he's going in the pits. Covering off the inside. King's just not thinking that he'd slow down that much. We had a little incident. And was that rain I saw in the pit lane? I think I saw some rain. I might be blind. Yes, I am. There's no rain. I'm excited for a moment. Should be using your indicators, to be honest. Yeah, because you can't read your mind while racing. Yes, that is Splittery going onto the inters. The wipers are on. It is definitely sick conditions at the moment, but he's timed that pit stop perfectly, running out of fuel exactly when the rain starts to fall. But this definitely is not inters conditions. And he has got the Project Platypus mobile being driven by a BX Royal right behind him. Under the blue flags, how is Royal gonna get past this slower moving car? You can see the speed difference between the grip on the back straight, and that's a nice move. Late on the brakes, gets it stuck. The Platypus car is no longer in last with the blue, beautiful turquoise, black, and orange, reminding me slightly of ZFS. That car up into P13. In P10, ORT Gnomes, after getting past the other bloke, I've already forgot his name, in P14. Splitton, yeah, the 77 Race Asylum, in that little incident in the pit lane, has found himself into the top 10. There might have been a bit of showers. Has Splitter's gone onto the inters too early, because this is definitely slicks conditions. 0% weather there, and massive lag spike on my end again. Further up front, that gap between Chris and Antonio down to just 3.7 seconds. Antonio, over the last 10 laps, he's had 2 29s and the rest 28.9, 28.9s, 28.8, 28.9. Unbelievable consistency coming from the Car 5 championship leader at the moment. The other Sector 7 car of 64, the Makuga, I think I said Mehmet or something before. I don't know, I'm blind, I'm deaf. I'm actually useless. Round 1, I got fired from a voluntary position. How was that crap? Further back in P5, Jakey has finally got past Adriano in P6 and seems to have been able to pull a slight gap without getting penalties. And yeah, that lag is just getting worse and worse, as we do have some rain on track now. As we can see, the moisture meter, it's still in that bottom third, so it's still definitely slicks conditions, and it only really seems to be in the south end of the circuit that has that issue. As what's it say here? Caploro and Ben, Arix and Loose Moose battling for P7, around a second between these two. Let's have a look at Splittery's intermediates. They've still got some life in them because the rain is starting to fall, but at the end of the rain, when everyone's going to be on much faster tyre, much grippier tyres, and already you can see he's lost about 10 seconds to Royal as well. Not the greatest strategy for Splittery, coming on the inters a bit too early. Hopefully he's planning it, absolutely chucks it down, borderline full wets, and everyone has to do an extra pit stop. But if it doesn't hurry up this rain, he might have to abandon this and switch his strategy up a bit. Do we have any requests for drivers to watch, as we are at the limit of these slicks tyres? Track isn't wet. J Splitter got it wrong. He accidentally entered. Yeah, I did notice he had like 65% fuel compared to everyone else at the 100. Diarist closing my window, but I don't think them kids outside are getting picked up by the stream. So that is Jakey coming into the pits to most likely go on the inters, and as we can hear the rain, we can see the rain coming down. So you can get a wonderful look at that Grid Life car. The car number 3 orange and black, or is that red? I don't know. Very, very slow refuel. By the looks of it, is it 3x refuel or like 2x? Wet race. We have official confirmation that it's a wet race from the race director, Queen Ray. Now it is intermediate conditions. Official coming in. Sector 7 coming in. Yeah, everyone must be coming in. And there is a massive, massive car park at the end of T4. Let's have a look at what happened there as they're sliding all over the place. Slick tyres in the pouring rain. You want to be braking loads earlier than that. You can't park there, mate. What's that? That's Keplero following him through. And this battle has turned into the battle for a car parking space. There's more sliding through there. Don't think they've managed to pick up damage. He's got the traction control on to give him a bit more control. There's still the rear end sliding all over the place. Where is Jakey in all of this? He's P10 after pitting earlier than these guys who have had to try and risk it on the slick tyres through the rain. What a legendary strat call indeed from the man himself, Jakey. There it is, Kukis coming out with 42% fuel. Everyone else going up to Splice does 100 as they want to, as we can see Adriano coming out with 81. So a lot less fuel as there is a yellow flag up ahead. They seemed to have got going. It's the Project Platypus car. They've got damage all over. And that is not the line that you want to be taking through the end of the last corner. Not last corner, turn 3. Oh, I've come out like a twat. So that is the race leader, RTR Chris, risking the softs too long. And I'm on replay, that'll be why. Staying out on the slicks in the rain. This is Chris. Is he aware that there is a pit lane next to him? He might not. But this is big news for the car 5 coming in with the Inters. Look at the time difference. Sending it through. It takes P1 for Sector 7 rail. I almost called them Sector 5 there. Car 5 for Sector 7. Making it work. Bloody hell, it's Schick. Hey up. I managed to get everything working in the end. You proud of me, mate? And now there's a lunatic of a dog outside. God, I love living in the ends. Do we have any battles on track? ORT gnomes up to P9 for the number 1, making amends in this stint 2. They started P12, I believe, qualifying. It's gone up to P11 in stint 1, now to P9 in stint 2. Will we see them battling with the likes of Keplero and Ben after their mistake brings them down a bit? Jakey, with the absolute masterclass of a strategy, has pulled a 12-13 second lead on Adriano, coming with them into a bit too early. BX Royal still on the softs for the Project Platypus racing team. Says this is his outlap. Has he taken fresh softs? It is borderline softs into his conditions. Who was the one that came in mega early? It was Splitter. And he's still on the inters, and after stretching out the inters in the dry conditions, now that it is actually wet, then warm inters are starting to come alive. And as you can see, way more consistent. Brit bringing the pace in the rain, hoping to make amends for coming in just a little bit too early. El Sorte, how are you? So yeah, Gnome's just ever so slightly pulling on Hide in the battle for P9. The car number 5, Sector 7 Racing, is getting rid of those inters, believing this is soft conditions. A dry line is starting to form, but it is only dry on the dry line. You've got to be super careful if you come off. It can be absolutely deadly. That promotes Kaz into the lead of the race for the other Sector 7 team, car 64. As he's picked up a half-second penalty from going a bit too wide at T1. So easy to do. Antonio is going to come out in second, and if we go onto this camera here, you can see the dry line starting to form. It is quite faint, but it is definitely there, and these guys will be able to make it work, I'm sure. Kukis in third, still on the intermediates for the GT Finland car 66. We can see everyone coming in to take the softs. Jakey staying out for an extra couple laps on the inters. You don't want to risk it too early if you're not comfortable. It's always going to be safer to be on those inters, because if you do slide off the line like that, the little slide of the rear is going to be a lot easier to control than if you're on slicks and you're into the shadow realm. So you can see all the fans in the background with the ponchos on, watching this absolute masterpiece of a stint that we've got today. So that is the race leader, Kaz, coming in. That will promote the number 5 Sector 7 car to the lead. Chris over here, yep, cameras found him, was our race leader at one point. He's down in 6th after opting to not take the inters and run the softs all the way, hoping that the rain doesn't last too long. But it's back on to soft conditions. They do look like fresh softs though. I don't know if he came in and got another set. What's that? That's Hide and Gnomes both still on the intermediates. Hide chasing down Gnomes for what is P7 on track at the moment. And after everyone stops, will probably turn out to be like P9, P10, P11 around there. Splitter, interestingly, with the more aggressive pit strategy coming into a lot earlier. You can already see, oh, you guys can't because you've got the stinking overlay over it, but the wear on Splittery's tyres are around like 15% red, I'd say, compared to like the 5% or something on everyone else's, and that's a big shunt. Was that just netco related? Yes, it was. There's no damage on anyone, but on my and I've got driver names on. What happened? Rain. Yes, it absolutely chucked it down. He underfueled. He had to pit. Alright. So that is Gnomes going off. I blinked. What happened for the ORT machine? Coming down into T4, tricky braking zone, just braking way too. Let's have another look at that actually. Between Hide and Gnomes. So, Gnome's just a little bit too late. Goes into the back of ORT in the rain. Does he wait up? There may have been a bit of netcode there on my end, and I've pressed the wrong button again. Because I only do like replays. I've completely forgot how to do it when you're actually streaming. And yes, Hide has let Gnomes by. But no, it was Hide and serious lag, yeah. Yeah, good lag from the commentator. Well, it's the thing with being in the Midlands, Nottingham, all the accents just blend into everyone, so I get the worst of everything. I mean, I say worst of everything, it could be worse. I could have a Birmingham accent. I could be talking like this. I mean, you wouldn't really want to sit through a 2-hour commentary stint with someone with a Birmingham accent, would you? Yeah, I don't know if that was more serious lag on my end or ORT Gnomes just cooking it on the brakes a bit. I need to do this again because I'm useless. I don't know what it is with the lag on this stint. It's definitely my end. We did have my sister on the PS4 downstairs at the start of the stint. I've kicked her off that, and it doesn't seem to have fixed it. So now I just look like a riot. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to be swearing on this. You're funny, please commentate more if you don't already. I've been doing loads on Black Flag Racing TV, if you want to have a look with ZFS. I've got a CTC race coming up, BFS versus Gen X. That'll be on Black Flag Racing TV as well later on in the month. And I'm doing an endurance series for ERC, I think it is, same time next week. So yeah, there's plenty of my commentary on the internet if you want to have a look. I've been trying to make it loads better, if you can't tell. I've got Spotters Guide, Championship, Quali and stuff all up because I can be a bit clueless when I'm commentating, especially for these endurance races. As we got a nice little battle for P9 on our hands. 3 cars separated by 4 seconds. We got the 69 mobile of AHR driven by official 001 in P11 at the moment. Keplero in P10 for Loose Moose. And J-Splitter making the moves from that early aggressive pit stop on the Inters. So if we look at times from the Inters and the softs, the Inters guys are on like 133s, 32s. And it's roughly the same for the softs. A little bit faster, but you got to be loads more cautious on the softs. If you go off the line, you are dead. Although saying that, Antonio kicking water up and still controlling the car on the curb in the wet. Absolute beast. The car can only lose control if you give it permission. And someone is in the shadow realm. That is the Perila Platypus mobile on the softs. Coming through the last turner, takes a bit too much curb, and that's what can happen on the slicks in the rain. Sent to the shadow realm, just coming to stop. Just before the barriers, managing to not get any damage. But this race is going from bad to worse for the car that qualified P5. Lapped by the entire grid after that. That is not how you want to be having the first half of an 8-hour endurance race. It's just avoiding the wall. Oh, no swearing. Oh, sorry, mate. I didn't even clock. I was in my own little world. I didn't even clock. I was supposed to be being family friendly. Speaking of which, who came in? It was Kaz. ERA Jakey right on the rear end of Kukis in the battle for P2. Are you two both on inters? Yes, you are. Very nice. No meeting with Barrier, just about avoiding it. Very impressive for the Platypus Mobile. I don't know if I want to be spectating Jakey, because every time I do, he's been doing wicked, and then I go on board with him and he gets about 5 million penalties. He is gaining very much on Jakey, having to go off the racing line. Jakey gaining on Jakey, I just said. Jakey gaining on Kukis, that's what I meant. Having to go off the racing line onto the wet on these inters. The opposite of, believe it or not, what you want to be doing on the softs. Because we saw from Project Platypus what happens when you do that. But Jakey just keep getting a bit more water than Kukis, gaining slightly on the GT Finland car in the battle for P2 on track. Interestingly, the man that was leading this stint, the pole sitters, RTR, down in P6 after Chris just extending the softs a bit too much when the rain came and everyone just went flying past him. So 40 seconds off the lead. Now Chris finds himself for RTR, when considering they started this stint with an 11-second lead over car number 5. Not quite how you want to be having your stint going, but they're all rapid. They'll make it work. So that is Adriano in the distance, getting picked up slightly. It looks like we've got even more rain coming down. Now, I don't have access to a weather radar, so I don't know what like category of this it is, but this will be massive for the guys on softs, as there is absolute carnage in the last corner. Someone hit the wall of the pit lane. Ooh, that's Hide having a massive moment on the inters. Let's have a look at the lead car, because it's always wicked to see how these fast guys make tricky conditions work, and he's been so gentle with the throttle and brake inputs, just getting that car to do exactly what he wants. Further back is absolute carnage. Jakey and Kukis on the inters, managing to make this work. Kaz comes in off the softs, and this has bunched the field up massively. Kaz is going to come out in a battle for P7. Our team Gnomes, Keplero and Kaz, all separated by about 2 seconds. Further up, Hide with a half-second penalty, as I almost exit for the 4th time this stream. As Keplero on the softs, warmer tyres than Kaz, he is gaining. Now the chaotic showers have lasted about 30 seconds. Kukis coming in on worn inters. Is he going to try and brave the softs out? We will see what happens. Antonio for the car 5, Sector 7 Esports. P1 in the championship, and they're currently our race leaders by 28 seconds over Jakey, who has been making an absolute sense this stint. I can't remember where this started. I think it was P9 coming up to P2. Jakey giving us an absolute masterclass in the rain to show this is how it is done. Where is Kukis going to come out? He's on the softs. You've got to be so careful on this pit exit, because it is absolutely It is well wet here. I've got to make sure that I'm PG friendly. I had to just censor out about 3 jokes I was going to make there. Because I've already been yelled at for that, or I've splurged. Comes out in P8 behind the fellow Finn on track, FGR Kaz. As you saw him in 6th gear coming out of the pit lane. So progressive on the throttle. You don't want to upset the car in the water. He's found himself in P8. There is loads of cars on track here. What have I missed? Splitter and Official, Kepler, Lemony Squeeze, all quite close to each other. We got a battle further up for P3. RTR Chris. He heard me smack talking him, and he's put his foot down. No, never mind. People in front of him have pitted. That's what I meant. The gap is still the same, but I like to think that I have reverse commentators' cursors and I make people quicker. Although I somehow managed to have commentators curse when I'm streaming replays. Like, I'll be saying this guy's having a wicked race, as he just absolutely sends it into barrier, like goes airborne. So I've just dropped my controller, like not what I want to do. Another driver coming off the inters is Heide, as that is Official looking up the inside of Splittery into T1. Are they clean? Yes, they are. Both staying on track. Splittery just managing to stay ahead for the Race Asylum. 77. Defending the 69 mobile. Is he going to go defensive here? He's going to leave the inside open for Official, who's not quite close enough to make it work. Big lag spike on my end, so I couldn't actually see what happened. But he's managed to keep that gap around the same. Same tyres for these, both on the intermediates. My neighbour's got his dog out again. Do I try barking back at it? Having full-blown conversations with you. He'll be like walking it at like 11:30 in the night.
It just goes absolutely wild. What am I looking at? Who do we watch? Chris is up into the podium positions again for RTR after getting past Adriano on those soft tyres. So it is definitely soft conditions if you can make it work and if you can get out of the pit lane without dying. This is still on for Splittery and Official, driving around to get as much water as possible. As chat died, no, check your mic. Wicked. Seems to be fine on my end. Is it like choppy again? Have I broke it? Oh, mouse voice. Oh no, it's just because I wasn't screaming at the top of my lungs like I usually am. Have I fixed that? This is my dice. I turned 18 on Monday, so you can't Be making the like squeaker jokes anymore. I'm officially revoked my squeaker passage because that's how it works. The second you turn 18, I'm 18 and my voice hasn't dropped somehow. Yeah, it was nice being able to go to a pub legally this time, as that is Kaz and RT Gnomes right on the rear end of each other.
Kaz up to P5, Gnomes up to P6. It's nice to see ORT back out up front in this stint. I mean, they're yet to come off the inters, so we don't really know exactly where they will find themselves. I'll bring my mic a little bit closer to myself. Try to drop that. Now knowing me, it'll be way too close and sound horrendous. But, Chipmunk's down too good. Oh, it's bad. Ah, yes. My mic slowly dying is making it work. It's making the stream far better. Is there a way I can add like a deep voice filter to my mic to make it a bit better? Filters. Edit filter, you gonna work. What's noise suppression? I have no idea what any of them things mean. You're gonna deal with the chipmunk. But does it really sound like I'm just hopping on helium every 5 seconds? Because I swear my voice isn't that high. But if I'm entertaining the chat with my terrible mic, you think I've got like a full-on like proper mic stand and stuff, like all professional and stuff, and it makes me sound like a chipmunk. We love to see it. Everyone is close together. I literally just looked at that battle. But this here, Splittery and Official is still on. Splittery about to serve a half-second penalty, going off. So easy to do here at the Red Bull Ring. And that will definitely allow Official past. He's going to come off the racing line, allow him past Official up to P8 for the AHR 69 mobile. Somebody clip that, please say you did, because I want to see how terrible my mic actually sounds, and if I need to go out and buy yet another one. I'm the only streamer that the worse quality my streams are, the more entertaining them are. I don't know how I manage it. I'm just professionally terrible. 71 viewers watching and they're all absolutely having a blast. Let's go. There's even cars in chat. The cars have got bored of racing themselves and they've gone into the chat to have a look. How you doing, cars?
It's nice to see you, man. I forgot to even mention about the battle that we're watching. Wicked. So, Lemony Squeeze on the rear of Hyde in the Boomermobile. He's going to have a look up the inside. Hyde leaves it open. Late on the brakes. Has he made it stick? Yes, he has. Both on the softs. Catching a little bit too much grass. Not grass. Water. Catching a bit of water, Lemony Squeeze. Having a bit of a moment, but he's managed to make it work.
Why is he staying on the water on softs? Is he aware he's on softs? Or am I just too slow to understand the 900 IQ plays? Here is Lemony Squeeze flashing his headlights, saying hello to the chat again. We love to see it. What a move there, mate. Helium Boy is back. Sod off. Helium Boy is not back. I will turn the fan on and make it even worse. I'm holding you guys. I swear I'm 18 years old. I swear I'm not just some like 6-year-old in a costume that's doing this. And there's even more rain. Let's go. More rain. There was none in stint 1 and it's all given to us. And as a reward, you're getting Helium Boy. Trying to keep the tyres cool on the straights. Alright, yeah, I am just too slow to understand the big brain moves. I figured it. Oh my god, what's happening here? Well, there's a blue flag, so it makes it look closer between Kukis and Gnomes. Who is that? Oh, no, that is the race leader, Antonio, coming to lap these guys. Just making it look like it was a three-way battle that I managed to miss because I was talking about Helium Boy. He's Tiny Tim. Shut up about it's Tiny Tim. Do I try to switch the mic to... I'm afraid to touch it because Helium Boy is better than Noble, as that is someone careening off in the distance. That is Kukis going for a spin. What has happened here? I'm glad I did catch that. Was there a little bit of a tap or has he just overreacted to the blue flag coming off the racing line onto the grass? Not the grass, the curb, wet curb. And you spin me right round, baby. Goes the GT Finland team. Where is he going to come out after that? He's going to come out in P7, far off Gnomes, but he is ahead of Official very slightly. Not the best of lines to take for the GT Finland team. The gap up front between Antonio and Jake E, bloody hell, third time's the charm. Up to 48 seconds. Antonio giving us an absolute masterclass of how to drive in the rain on slick tyres, and I reckon by far fastest guy on track, consistent,
And he is making it work. I reckon we go on board for another lap, because Helium Boy is going to give you some crofty style commentary for a lap guide at a drying Red Bull Ring, coming up to turn 1, braking just after the 100 board in a straight line down to first to rotate the car up to second. Normally you would be trying to maximise the curb usage, but as we've seen from Kukish, you don't really want to be doing that on the rain, so just clipping it slightly as we're on the long of first straight here. Again, 100 board, braking sharply into turn 3, I think it is. Back into second, third. He got the gears a bit wrong there. Or it was lag, probably lag because I'm streaming off a potato. It's just slowly like infesting into the stream as we look for the 100 board again into this tricky right-hander onto the run to turn 5, I think it is. Yes, here, 100 board, and that is someone off reacting to the blue flags. We're going to get past cleanly. Yes, we are. That is the Sector 7 car of Adrian. No. It's one of the. It's the other Sector 7 car, the N1, the memes. Sector 7 memes. Looking for the Marshall box for the penultimate corner. Down to second, up to third. Keeping off the curb, end of the Austrian flag. Snipe the apex. Coming along. What is it going to be for Antonio? Across the line, it's going to be a 31 knot, so not quite what he was managing. Maybe a bit of commentator's curse there, but he's still pulling on Jakey, who's still on the intermediates, yet to come on the softs. Clearly the softs are much quicker, but if it rains even more, Jakey just extending these inters as long as possible, making it work. That's how he's found himself in P2. Someone remove the helium, please. This has to be an audio filter. No, I just have an absolutely horrendous mic. Wait, I'm gonna have a look if I can put a deep voice filter on it to try and negate it. Add filter. Alright, I'll try that, as that just made it more quiet. Wicked. It's okay now. Have I done it? Someone remove the helium, please. Please tell me this is Jaeger's fault. I'm going to assume it's Jaeger's fault. I've been... Where, boys? I'm not doing it on purpose. If I have accidentally got a voice changer on, because I was trying to find like a meme soundboard for this to try and spice it up. I did not mean to accidentally put a helium voice filter on myself, and I'm too stupid to find out how to get it off. Ooh, massive moment for Jakey there as he comes up. I'm gonna have a watch at this stream at the end just to see like how bad it really is. It's not hashtag blame Jaeger this time. Yes, it is. It's always hashtag blame Jaeger. Helium voice back in 3, 2, 1. Shut up. I hear Helium go, oh, for goodness sake. Oh, hey up, Speed Ace. I didn't even notice you were in chat. So, for some reason, I've got a Helium voice filter on myself for the entire 2-hour stint. We're just over halfway here, lap 47 out of 82. It's not usually this bad. Like, people that watch my Black Flag streams, I'm using the same settings, same everything. The only different thing is I've got a different chair that's not squeaking all over the place. And I've somehow managed to muck things up and make myself sound like I've been inhaling helium.
That is two cars very close. Who are you two? It's Adriano and Gnomes battling for P4 on track. So Gnomes, another one that has yet to get rid of the inters, extending that for as long as possible, hoping to maybe in the long run take one less pit stop than their rivals and gain that way. We've seen them usually they start at P12, start distant in P11, and they're up to P5 after just doing a lot less stops than everyone else, but it is really close behind them. So it might not work in the long run. I'll blame the chair. Yes, it is the chair. Now GTEC are either doing it or races. Just arrived, it went away. It will be back, trust. But honestly, the only thing I've changed from my last stream on... God, when was it? When was that? I think last Tuesday, because I forgot to do one this week. They sound perfectly fine on the Black Flag streams, or if they don't, people don't say or just assume that I sound like a 5-year-old. But, like, I don't know what's going on here. How can I not operate a microphone? I'll get one of them Temu, like, just the USB-C ones that you plug up here and they sound like you're talking into like a train announcement mic. I'll get that next. At least you can vaguely make out what I'm talking about. Like incorrect strategy calls and stuff. Loading cars close together. No, we don't at the moment. But we do have this here. The Platypus Mobile is making amends, catching up to Ben in Arix Racing as he's chittering all over the place. Oh, my potato connection. This is not because I've got this CTC and another endurance. I'm doing more like streams that are not on just Black Flag TV, so I can actually get my name out more. This is not how I wanted it to do, making me sound like I've just been snorting helium. Well, no one seems to be complaining about it now, but the viewer count has dropped by about 20 since I last looked. So that could be it, as here is ORT Gnomes coming in to get rid of those intermediate tyres. Where is he going to come out? You've got to be so cautious on the throttle coming out in these conditions. Look at how not even the AI can get it right. He's just about constantly 90. Now he's full. He's got it working. He's got onto the dry line. He's finding himself back in P11 where he started. But that is P10 ahead of him. That is a lapped car behind. I believe that's Jakey for, Grid Life. Car number 3 behind, coming to the lap. What a race this has been. It's been really entertaining. I'm sure the helium commentary has added to the spice as well. I've seen laughing emojis in chat, which should be good. As Kuskis is on the rear of G-Splitter in the battle for P7. That is not the button I want. It's this button, as that is J-Splitter coming in with damage and Warn Mediums. Finally getting rid of their inters that he got on like 3 laps before the rain even came. Interesting to see where he comes out. That is the Platypus Mobile right on the tail of Kukis. I don't really know what the blue flag rules are here, but I'm sure if the guy in front of you is quicker, you can send it. Massive lag spike on my end, as per usual. Hashtag blame Jaeger. There's Jakey coming in as well for Team Grid Life. Get rid of them inters. Is there anyone still on inters? Or are we all softs? Officials still yet to pit. doesn't really seem to be falling off much, but you can see that dry line clear as day now. How are we already on lap 50? How have I been yapping for like almost an hour and a half?
Oh my god. That is official coming in. Do we have any other inters?
We've got High Day still yet to pit. Looks like he's taken a fresh set of inters, if anything, for the Boomermobile. 764 is the Boomermobile, right? Should probably check that. Let's go, absolutely. Yeah, you are the Boomermobile. Who haven't I given much? Yes, extreme related, not mic related. Yes, it's not my fault. I don't have to go and buy a new mic. Hashtag blame Jaeger. Let's see, it's been well fun, just these, like, I did, the first stream of the year I did was, I think it was like stint 3 of round 1 for this championship. And I could tell, like, my commentary wasn't where I wanted it to be, especially after Pirate left Black Flag TV to myself. So I've just been trying to do my own couple streams, but you can definitely tell, like, if you look at the thumbnails where Pirate was making them, and then it switches to one that looks like it was made in Microsoft Paint. I think the first one I actually did make in Microsoft Paint, because I couldn't find, like, a free Photoshop alternative. See the Project Platypus car? Absolutely, you can see the Platypus Mobile down in P14 after the mistake by the man himself, Perry the Platypus, in stint 1 on lap 1, getting damage. They fought themselves up to about P10 before Royal kicked up a bit too much water and went absolutely flying off at the last corner on the soft. Thought he was going to do it again. That is an absolutely wicked livery for the Project Platypus team. I might as well go through the grid order, as I think most people are coming towards their final pit stop. There's car number 5 in the lead, just seeming to come not got much fuel. Is this man about to lap the entire grid? Yeah, 1 minute 20 from first to second, and it's around a 1 minute 28 lap. Imagine sitting in second on stint 2 of 4 and seeing a blue flag being waved. This man, I'd call him an alien for what he's been doing today, but I can't do it justice. The car 5 showing us why they're P1 in the championship, making that Lexus work for Sector 7 Racing. Not seen much of him today, but that's what you do with dominant drives. Is Pirate okay these days? Yeah, he does like a radio show where he gets like all sorts of people on there. It was like Olympic gold medal winners, like esports champions, I think. I haven't really heard much of him since about August last year, but from what I've heard of, he's doing alright. Wait, I missed the rain. It's been raining the entire race. Pretty much. But we all do seem to be back on the softs, yeah. So RTR Chris has climbed his way back up to second position. 1 minute 21 off the leader though. Came in with a 11-second gap to P2 leading the way. But just not coming on the when it first rained, it just took the softs for a bit too long, lost a lot of time to the inters runners. People going off with a person with a 900 IQ move. Yeah, that's what you missed. Scale of 1 to 2007 Nürburgring, how was it? I was born in 2007, so I'm not too sure. Yeah, that'll make you guys feel old. I was born in 2007 and I'm now 18. Ooh, that's Jakey going off. He doesn't seem to have picked up damage. But what has happened there through the first corner? That's someone coming out in the pit lane. Out of the first corner. Does he just take a bit too much curb? Yes, he does. Upsets the rear and he slides off, kissing the barrier. Luckily, he's not picked up damage, but that will have cost him dearly. No, he pressed that button to get out of replay. Yes. So he's going to find himself in P5 after all that. I think he was like P4 or P3 before. I don't know. Very shadow. Slow down, boy. That's the FPs on the beats. So, Adriano for the Race Asylum Corvette car 44. He's given us a nice race, battling Shaky earlier on. He's just got to his own devices, had a nice race. That's why he's found himself in P3 at the moment. P4, we have got the second Sector 7 car. I don't want to close that. I want to go on the spotters guide because I can never remember what the name of it is. Am I blind? Yes, I am. What number? 64. 64. Cougar. Sector 7 Cougar. Yeah, I'll call it that. That seems loads easier to remember. I will forget it though. Kaz, just giving us a nice drive. Very impressive. Nice consistent laps. Been out of trouble, although he's got next to no fuel here, so hopefully he doesn't run out on this lap coming into the pits. Saw that happen in Team Throwdown for ZFS, or coming in the pits and forgetting to fuel. I've done that.
Jakey, after his spin, is in P5.
Absolute masterclass of a drive for the Grid Life team. I think it's starting this in P9. Jakey weaving his way through traffic at the start of the stint. Very entertaining to watch. It was a masterclass of how to drive. Then the rain came and he poured them into through longer than I ever thought they could last. And he's finding himself in P5 after all that. Kukis for Team GT Finland Racers, car 66 in the blue and white Corvette, looking like the Finnish flag. He's had a good race as well. Seen him battling with Jakey, Lemony Squeeze, all over the place. This guy's been giving us action across the field. And it's currently P6, but Kaz coming in with 0% fuel, managing to make it work. And he will pass him in the pit lane. Lemony Squeeze in P7 for, is that car 45? Yes, it is. 45 is Last Minute Racing. I'm getting better at it. I'm getting better. I don't think I've called a team the wrong name once. Except that one Sector 7 team that I keep on getting wrong. But the rest of them I seem to be alright. The spotters guy, I can't remember who's responsible for all the like broadcast graphics and like the qualifying results, championship order, spotters guide. They're so helpful. Especially because there's a lot of guys here that I don't know. It's a community team rig, it's a community cup. It is just nice to like have a bit of a cheat sheet to go off. FGR Kaz is going to come out in P7 after all that. And ORT Gnomes for the car number 1. Not quite had the start of the season that they wanted. I've heard that they had a bit of admin issues picking the cars, and they're not quite in the one that they're most comfortable. Remember last year we saw them dominating, leading pretty much every other race. They've been nowhere to see up the front
This year, but if they can come home in P8, that would be a very solid result to hand over to the Stint 3 guy. P14's the wall at T2.
some Macca's Wi-Fi going on. I've had Macca's Wi-Fi for the entire thing. I've accidentally had a helium voice filter been put on me. But if you just ignore all your problems, they'll go away. Yeah, that is Project Platypus being outlapped, so must have either come in or gone in the wall as P14 to the wall at T2, yeah, from Finalized. We're just done Gnome's official 001 in the 69 mobile for Apex Hunter Racing. Very nice looking livery for the BMW. He was P13, I think, at the start of his race. Then coming up to P9. Very good racing from him indeed. Shown us how it's done. I don't think there's a single actually slow guy on track at the moment. We're all aliens. That's a good thing about community folks, because you're only gonna put aliens on the team to make you look fast. They are incredible racers because the best of the best. Where was I now? P10, Kepler for Loose Moose Racing. Absolute wicked battles with Jakey, Splitter, Hyde, all of them. I think he was battling with Gnomes at one point. He's had a lot of screen time, this man. He's been giving us racing action, and that is what we love to see. As well as this bloke here, Splitters for Race Asylum 77 in the BMW. Again, he went with a very aggressive early stop on the inters, found himself dead last, and he just managed to pull it back, make it work, make him last, and at the end of the race, he's found himself in P11. P12 is Heide. Will the camera find him? Yes, he is, in the Boomermobile. Again, a very interesting stint for them. They started P14 up to P12, but battling up front at one point. They've been all over the place. I think I've been doing alright with giving everyone equal screen time. I think someone who I haven't is... Actually no, Ben for Arix was battling up front for a while with Splitter, Kepler, Wicked, buying stuff. Weird Eric start number 7. They started P9, so he has been tumbling down a bit, but it doesn't really mean much when the amount of racing that we've had ahead. We have got repeating again, as the end of this stint marks the halfway point, 4 hours into the 8 hours of Red Bull Ring. And in P14 we have Platypus Mobile. Quick driving. The race almost got ruined on lap 1 of the 8 hours with Perrin Platypus going off. But he's been managing to make it work. Saw him up in P11 at one point, but he does just seem to have had one too many crashes this race, and that can kill your race. Exactly what happened to me last night with ZFS's Super Endurance within 200 miles of keep it with it, GT film on one about this. So yeah, ZFS, we did a 200 miles of Road Atlanta. It's a track I'm not that good at, and even with a 5-minute break in the middle of it, I was ooh, massive spin at the final corner. Can I find who it is? Yes, I can. It's Kepler. What has happened there? Coming up to the final corner. He's going to miss the apex slightly, a little bit of understeer, corrects it. Too late on the brakes. Yeah, misses that apex by 3 miles on the curb in the wet. And it's a case of you spin me right around, baby. And then too aggressive on the throttle, coming back. And now you're facing the wrong way on the start-finish straight. And I don't need an expert to tell you that is not the optimal racing line. So Loose Moose Racing finding themselves with damage from when they clipped the barrier there. And down to P12. Not quite what you want
at this stage in the race. Adriano, after all that, finds himself in P2 for the car 44. I'm ready 44 start, starting 4 with Harlock qualifying through. Helium, here we come. No! If you don't talk about the helium and don't acknowledge the problems, they don't exist. I'm convinced Jaeger's just absolutely pissing himself, just putting a voice filter on me every 5 seconds, because they're fine on my streams. I mean, I say that, I tried to stream to my own YouTube channel to get this all working, and I literally couldn't find the stream link when I was trying to set it up. We had about 1 minute left before we finally got it working. Hashtag blame Jaeger, absolutely. Sucker. If you do not acknowledge your problems, they don't exist. Just like, can I make a segue? No, I can't, but that is Kaz right on the bumper of Lemony Squeeze. We've got a battle on our hands, and oof, bit of a send. Manages to keep it clean, might have been a bit of netcode there. Why am I on that camera? I'm not driving. Let's go into the chase cab. It's a drag race 2T1. Lemony has that inside line. Kaz later on the brakes manages to make it work round the outside. And the second 7 Cougar car is up to P6. He's got his hazards on. Is that saying hello to the stream? I think it might have been. Hey up, Kaz. Absolute class overtake there, mate. Up to P6. Boah. You control the helium. Boah, yes. Gnomes is on the rear end of official again. I mean, you look away for 30 seconds and there's someone off at the last corner again. Who is it? It's Splitter this time. What's happened there? Because it seems like he's hit the wall as well. Too much curb in the rain, almost crashing into the pit lane. Debosh, that's the wall, is met barrier. Seems that last corner in the rain is just catching victim after victim after victim. Who we were watching? We were watching ORT and official battling. We haven't missed an overtake, thankfully. There is another battle over here. Is that, or is that might just be blue flags? Yeah, that's blue flags. Or is that the Platypus Mobile? That is the Platypus Mobile, but is under blue flag. I mean, I usually have car names on, but I've been yelled at, told not to do it. I'm trying to work out who's who. Back to TV cam. Meow. Someone had that accident in F1. I can't remember when. It's annoying because I know exactly who you're on about, and I also can't remember who you're on about or when it is. But I remember the crash. Who's that in the pits? That is ERA Adriano for the car 44. Yeah, refuel very slow. Eyeballing it, that looks like 3x. That means if you save 3% of fuel, you get in a second in the pit stop. Is Kepler with rear damage? Might have been from spin. Yeah, it was. It's a 3.5 second penalty for Ben in the Eric's racing team. Just going off slightly and then cutting the pit lane, and that's going to slow him down tremendously. Luckily, there is no one for about 3 nautical miles between him, so it should be alright. So what is this? This is Kukis and Adriano. Adriano out right behind Kukis. Is that a battle for P2 we've got now?
No, that's a lapped car. RTR Chris is all the way over yonder. What am I looking for? Yeah, Jakey's coming up to, I believe that's car 77 for Race Asylum. Is he one of the blokes that went off? I'm too blind for this. Yeah. When did Adriano come back out on track? He came out in P5 behind Kukis for GT Finland. Yeah, the Race Asylum car 44, absolute massive blast tonight. I don't know if I need to pop into the PSN chat to sort Handover out, or if I could just let Jaeger do that, because for some reason I can either be in the party chat or you guys can have car samples. I figured that out the hard way with my Black Flag streams. Whenever I try and mess about with audio settings, I get a helium voice filter applied to me. It's a yellow flag. Someone has binned it. Can we find out who before they get going? Don't think we can. If someone could let me know who that was that just went absolutely flying at the T4, that would be very appreciated. That is battle for P4 with a back marker in there to spice things up a bit. I love a good wet race. It just shows who the aliens are and who the quick guys are. Separates the boys from the men, if you would. That is back marker getting out of the way, I believe. Ooh, yellow flag again. Someone's gone off at the final corner. They seem to just be going into the pit lane. Yeah, it's Project Letterbox. Yeah, just spinning down the pit lane, going for a leisurely walk. I mean, good thing about that, if you get damaged there, you are right at the pit lane. But yeah, the Project Platypus team not quite having the race that they want, and especially the stint for Royal. He's gone off quite a lot. But it has been entertaining now. Hopefully this very tricky pit exit he can get right. Oh, and he's got a 3-second penalty as well, because I mean, if you're doing donuts on the pit entrance, you're bound to cross them at least once. And yeah, he's got a let's get to the math side, 1.5 second gap to Eric's Racing in 13th. So whole 3 laps down from the leader. So that's 66 out of 82. The handover will be happening on lap 81. Not heard anything back from. Got Discord notifications. Probably saying that I've got a helium voice. Mike is dead. Yeah, the Stint 3 lobby is open. So yeah, we should be having a handover anytime soon, as that is Lemony Squeeze coming in the pits. Doesn't have any damage, just getting rid of them soft tyres for car 45. What's that age? 45. Last minute racing, LMR. So he's got it all cleanly out of the pit exit, and he's finding himself in P9 with ORT up front. I can't read graphics. Do we have any suggestions for who we want to watch? come on to lap 67 out of 82 for these guys. So is the front runner as he starts lap 68. So yeah, 1 minute 11 between Chris and Antonio. Antonio with front bumper damage, actually, I didn't notice. It's only 1 point of damage, so it doesn't slow me down by much. I only really pick if I've got 3 points or more, or engine damage, because like you can control up to 2 points, and it's after that it starts to get a bit downhill. So over here, just the back mark. No, yeah, it's Chris coming up on. Campfire. So Loose Moose Racing about to get lapped by RTR. It's nice to see how well RTR Chris has maintained this. P2 is still very impressive. It's just that gap between them and someone else gone off at the last corner again. They seem to have got going. I can't see anything major. Yeah, definitely. If I'm going to the Red Bull Ring in person, I'm sitting at that last corner. It's where all the incidents have been, to be honest. A very entertaining corner. I wish there was just a camera that you could have that just like, it's like this, but you don't. You can just control and it just stays there and cars fly past. Oh. I've built myself a new ship. I don't like I'm the one that built it, so there's probably something broke with it already. What am I doing? I just caught the escape button by accident. So yeah, that is the Boomermobile of Sector 7. Heide coming up to lap Ben in the ARX Racing BMW. So there is a flash of the headlights, just to let you know I'm going this way, Mike. Slots in behind. It's a very nice blue flag manoeuvre there. So keep it on Adriano for the moment, because actually who's someone I've not really given much. We'll go with the race leader at the moment. Just you can see how he hits almost every apex. It's unbelievable how consistently quick he is. Like a 31.2 on a drying track with front bumper damage or something else, and I just no. What button did I press? Because I didn't press the share button on the control. I pressed something on my keyboard. Definitely need to dust. It's been a while since I last used this. Yeah, more Mackey's Wi-Fi moments. I don't know why the connection issue is so bad. I tried like resetting cache and stuff, but thank you everyone for sticking through with it. Support on this stream has been absolutely incredible. I love doing these bigger broadcasts where I'm like in front of. It's nice when I do like my Black Flag streams, because they're race replays. You've got like usually like 6 to 10 of this NFS lad just like having an absolute blast in the chat. The support on the endurance leagues where you've got whole communities of people watching and just having a blast, it's something else. Hey up. Does Antonio need anything? See, copy blanket. He needs some consistent laps, and that's what he's been doing. He's taking the time out of Jakey. No, wrong way around. He's got a nice gap between Jake and Kukits. Antonio just showing us that it's done in an Enduro. I don't think I've seen. I don't think I've seen. Yeah, it's just me and Diego there at the moment. I think it's Sector 7 Sathi. What is it's a Sector 7 bloke that's doing the next commentary stint. Jaeger will be working his magic in the background. I've just got to carry on yapping about the race cars in front of me until I get kicked off, and no one lets me know, and I just keep on like talking to nobody. So yeah, lap 71 for the leaders. Lap 72 now actually for Antonio. 10 laps to go until what's it called? Until the handover. There's about 15 minutes of racing left. Or 10 minutes, because we'll be when that time hits 4 hours. Give or take. So that is. What was that? Is that just the back marker, or have we got about 11 rounds? I think, yeah, there it is. Lost it and then I found it. That's still Eric's on the back of Loose Moose Racing. He's got front bumper damage. Was that this lap or was that the yellow flag that I missed? Can't seem to see any that were big spikes, like in terms of pace, as he just catches a little bit of the curb there. Yep, that is his rear starting to slide slightly when you go just turning a little bit too early. It's a 33.5, so I think it'd been that 1 minute 40 there when he got the damage there. That's valid, mate. I love just like, because I've just broke up for Easter holidays at college. It's the first weekend I've had of being 18, so I booked it off work so I could go down the pub. We'll be doing that after this. Quite funny, like asking for a pint and just got the heated voice filmer on still like, can I buy a lager please? You got any ID? No mate, I'm 18. Don't need any. That'd be fine. Oh, it's the closest gap on track. I've seen quite a lot of the front runners. I try and show give everyone an equal screen time, but I reckon I've done that enough. Let's have a little look at Adriano. If you guys do want to see any particular cars, just drop them in chat while we've still got like 10 minutes left of this stint, and I will try and cover them as much as possible. It's 30.3. That last lap, lap 72 for Adriano, and looking at them timings, 30.3, 30.5, 0.9, 0.8, 1.1. Yeah, just these guys able to bang lap after lap after lap, showing us how it is done, and that is Jakey getting past back marker of Eric's Racing, RTR Chris, absolutely, and there is Tati joining the party, as I did expect, so that is signs that the handover is on the way. RTR Chris, he started the stint with a 11-second lead to the Sector 7 racing car number 5, but just not having the best of strategies when compared to Antonio when the rain started to fall, and Antonio's rain pace being unlike anything on this planet. He's found himself in P2, was down to P6 at one point, this time he's went back to P2 for the pole sitters. Was RTR on the pole pole right? Yeah, with championship leader Sector 7, car 5 on P2. So the front row has been swapped, and if we look over, the next one, P3 on the grid, was Loose Moose Racing, and I believe it's Kepler that's riding for them. So P3 to P11 for the Loose Moose boys, not quite what they wanted to have done, but Kepler has been giving us some action, and there's been a couple mistakes there as well when the rain came down. I'm pretty sure everyone was making mistakes in the rain. That's why it's entertaining. It's entertaining to watch, not as fun to drive. Yeah. That rear bumper damage from when he had that spin at the last corner, hit the ball, then spun it again trying to get it going. He's found himself in P11. P4 was Racer Silent Corvette, C7 GT3 being driven by Adriano. He's in P4, qualified P4. That's what you want your stint to be. Just consistent laps, getting it down for your team, and he's just in P4. P5 on the grid was the Platypus Racing team, and if there's a way that you don't do an endurance race, it's been what these guys have been doing today. I know that's a bit harsh, but a mistake on lap 1 from Perry and Platypus brought them all the way down to the back before the race had even started. BX Royal has been making a couple mistakes in the rain, but it seems now that he's got his form down. Might not be the fastest laps on track, but just setting a couple consistent laps is all you need to start taking that gap down. So they've got a 58-second gap to AREX Racing in P13. Just be interesting to see how they can make that work in Stint 3, which will be commentated by one of them, Sector 7 today. Another really good an entertaining streamer who hopefully doesn't have a helium voice filter on or potato Wi-Fi. P6 on the grid was the Cougar team for Sector 7 Racing, and they're in P6. P7 was Grid Live, and Jakey has climbed that up to P3. Very impressive stint as well, considering that they dropped to P9 in Stint 1. Coming out, showing us how it's done, Jakey, the man, the myth, the legend. And I believe, I've not been keeping track of tyres, the mandatory mediums, I believe it was only Kepler that took them. I believe everyone else has got to come in on lap 80 and take the mediums. It was like that in Stint 1, and I think we're getting a repeat as well, but I might have missed a couple guys. P8 on the grid was Last Minute Racing, car 45. Where are they? The party chat seems to come through my controller speakers for some reason. Have I gone past? Lemony Squeeze, yeah. Car 45 for Last Minute Racing, finding themselves in P8. Very nice stint for them, very consistent. AREX starting P9. Ben was fighting up front, and he had a massive moment at the last corner and came tumbling down the order. But since then, he's managed to get it working. He's picked up a couple penalties here and then, but with that rear bumper damage, there's not really much you could do. So P13 with over a minute, a front and behind is not really the position you want to be going, but there's still 4 hours of racing ahead of us. Anything can happen, as P10 on the grid was GT Finland. They're all the way up in P5 now. Shadow not quite having the best of qualifying, but with an absolutely incredible stint one, and Kukis backing it up as well. GT Finland, P5 in the championship, I believe they are on for another solid result. P11 on the grid was the Racer Sign-Up car 77, the M3, and that's being driven by J-Splitter here. So yeah, P11 on the grid, P12 at the moment. Very aggressive. He was one of the first guys to go on the inters before the rain even came down, and it's given us a very entertaining race. He's had a couple mishaps here and then, which you could have seen him in like P9 or something, but P12 is still a very solid result. Decent points. I'm not too sure what the point systems are for the 8-hour races. I know you get more the longer the race is, but yeah, every little helps when it comes to the championship. The number 1 ORT qualifying P12 from Azorian. Gnomes has brought that up to P9. They're still absolutely nowhere they were when compared to last year. But still giving us a very entertaining race with battles across the field for the Overboost Racing team. Apex Hunters, car 69, has qualified P13 up to P7 at the moment. Very impressive couple of stints, and especially from Official here. I believe he like started this from like P12 or something. He's climbed his way all the way up to P7. Nice seeing him weaving his way through the field and gets it up to the front. And then Boomers qualifying at last position. Where are they at the moment? P10 for High. Yeah, very impressive couple of stints for the Sector 7 Boomer team. We saw them in like P2 at one point as well. So that is all the guys we've gone over. I can now officially say I've given everyone screen time, and I've picked chat. Lemony on the hunt P8, running down to 10 seconds. Yeah, that gap down to Lemony does have P8. Getting past ORT Gnomes with that fight. Oh, because it was a wet race, they don't have to run the mediums. Thank you for telling me that. I didn't know that. I knew they were mandatory for stint 1, so that was going on. But yeah, thank you for telling me that. As you can tell, doing my homework, the streams have been slightly getting better, but I'm still a little bit incompetent. And we are on the penultimate lap of this stint for the leaders. Car 5 for Sector 7 Racing is leading by over a minute and will be the first to come into the pit lane for the handover. When that does, we should have a lovely little widget of the stint 3 chat as Yader does an effortless transition, hopefully removing the helium filter in the process. Under the 4-hour mark and still on stint 2 because of the rain slowing us down. So it might be more of like an 8-hour and 15 minutes of Red Bull Ring. Yeah, the forecast does seem to be similar for stint 2. Showers and all that malarkey. So the gap from first to last is just over 5 minutes, so it'll be around a 5-minute handover. If you're listening to what I'd have a look out for is definitely second 4. Been very close this entire race. Adriano on the hunt for Jakey, bringing that time down on those pressure softs. Lemony as well has been on the hunt. Kaz and Kukis. So that's Sector 7 Cougars and GT Finland also very close. 0.029. Very consistent. I remember during the Doro last night with ZFS, I managed to improve my best lap by 0.001. It just made me feel like an absolute demon. That gap, I mean, 1.5 laps of racing left in this stint, and Kaz is gaining on Kukis. The Finnish Civil War is about to kick off. The racing is not done yet, as Antonio will have started his last lap. I believe will be coming in. It's just about now. Is time ahead? Yep. So the handover has officially started. That is the race and championship leader, Sector 7, Car 5 coming into the pits. But the racing on track is definitely not finished, as there's a yellow flag up front. That is someone going very wide. Kaz and Kukis having a little bit of a look at side by side. It's a drag race up to T3. Kaz has that inside line. Kukis has the outside of the back marker as well. Who's going to be last on the brakes? It looks like it's Kaz. Someone just got sent to the absolute shadow realm there with the Mackey's Wi-Fi. But they do seem to have survived that ordeal. And they're still side by side. Kaz can't get past the fellow Finn. Still has that inside line though, late on the brakes. Parks it on the apex. And he's got past up into P5 for the Sector 7 Cougars. So that is RTR Chris as well coming into the pits. Followed by Adriano. Jakey will follow them shortly, as well as he absolutely makes a mock of pit entry there. Would have picked up a 3-second penalty if he was coming out. I don't know if that's going to get like transferred across lobbies or something. And Kaz, after making the move, brings the Sector 7 Cougars into P5. Kukis follows with P6. He is absolutely chucking it down in stint 3 by the looks of it. Official 001 is going to come home to take P7 for Apex Hunters Racing. Closely followed by Lemony Squeeze, who was on the hunt, as we were on about, for last minute racing. P7 and P8 respectively. Less than a second coming into the pits for them. P9 is going to be our championship defenders, ORT Gnomes, having a nice stint, bringing it home for the Portuguese team. And then next to enter the pits will be the Boomermobile of Hyde 64 car 764 for Sector 7 Racing. Will come into the pits if McDonald's Wi-Fi lets them. Kepler 04 Loose Boost will come in as well. Had some very interesting racing as well. Just not quite the consistency and staying out of the shadow realm he would have wanted. 3 more.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the third stint of round 2 of the IRO Championship here. We are watching the first couple of cars who were able to come out of the pits here after being handed off by their teams. Let's actually start with Gonzaco racing for, looks like S7R Racing. He came out first. He's already on lap 4. Chappers is 1 lap down, racing for RTR Racing, and he's got some making up to do. In third place, we have Harlock racing for ERA, also on lap 3 there. King Years, another ERA driver, coming into 4th place. Snowman right behind him in 5th, though, less than a second between these two cars in the rain today. Let's see how each driver does in the wet there. Just after them, maybe not just after, 8.3 seconds, I've got Shadow Chef also racing for S7R today. And then DJ Brohawk right in it with River Ruckus in 7th and 8th, actively in a battle as they head towards the second hairpin on this track. I'll have to make sure I go get those corner names because I don't remember them here at Red Bull Ring, but neatly through for both of them. I definitely would have missed my braking point, but that's me. Here they come towards that double left-hander. Hard to follow in this section. It's very dependent, or your speed rather, is very dependent on your aero through here in these cars. And so River Ruckus doing a fantastic job of staying with Brohawk, though he gets on the curb quite a lot there. Almost scared me. You'd think it'd be way slippery over there. He's going to make a move into the final corner. No, he's not. Just showing the nose. Just letting him know, I'm here, but you're not safe in turn 1, by the way. We're going to go on board with River Ruckus as he is in this battle. And behind him, okay, I don't know who that is behind. I think that is lapped traffic, though. Into turn 1. Doesn't look like he's going to make a move, but he's going to set up very wide here just to make sure he can get the undercut should Brohawk mess it up. But Brohawk did not indeed mess it up. So we'll go back to the broadcast cam here. Who that is behind them, we will figure out. But it looks like this battle is starting to get some separation here. Brohawk able to build a bit of a gap for himself. About a second. Granted, we came into this battle with a second gap there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. I think River Ruckus is better there through, I think that corner name is Remus, that first hairpin, as they head towards Schlossgold. Look at me remembering Red Bull Ring. We try. Let's go to see who the cars are behind them. I did not check everyone out. Azorian here racing under ORT's flag. And then we're looking at Hallex in 10th place here. Sorry, Azorian was in 9th. Hallex purple in the second sector here. Second sector? First sector, rather, as he navigates through Remus down towards that downhill braking zone for Schlossgold, going very quickly there. S7R Nuke takes up the 11th spot, definitely racing under the S7R banner in that Aston Martin V12. I suppose I should start mentioning the cars too, huh? Everyone gets to be in different cars should they want to. I think we've got some repeats on track, but many of the GT3 cars in this game, or GR3 cars, are available for racing. We're going to come on with, I don't remember how to say this, but ATB 614 racing for, who are we racing for? I couldn't tell. Race Asylum, RA. Very, very well-known team in the Gran Turismo racing community. And finally, in 13th place, the only one Zico racing for, is that Dubby that I saw? Dubby? Is that a team name or like a nickname? Who knows? Maybe he's a free agent. I'll see if I can find some information on these drivers and their teams so we can be for sure. I could not find that in the Discord server, but I'll have to look some more. But here we are again at Red Bull Ring. Let me see what that battle for 7th is doing. It is still raging. These two drivers going after each other, where this is very similar. 2 laps ago, we saw this here. River Ruckus tried to make a move right here, or rather just to juke him out here, but it didn't work. What can he do now? Shadow Chef out wide. I'm sorry, no, DJ Brohawk out wide there. I don't know if that's going to be a penalty, if that is absolutely too wide. That was in Rint corner. I think he's okay. No penalty there for him. So, Brohawk and River Ruckus continue to go at it. River Ruckus tries absolutely to use every bit of that track. You can see in these corners, goes out wide. Not wide, like too far off the track, but he definitely wants to square that corner off and straighten it up as much as possible. With as many straights as Red Bull Ring has, that might be an advantage to him. He's going to end up with an overspeed typically at the end of a straight. It's just, what if the guy in front of you also gets a great run out of there? The straights are long, but they are not, unfortunately, massive. So they head down once again into Schlossberg. We have our first pitter, though, but so we'll step away. We got Harlock coming in. He's on the intermediate tires, like most people. It is raining here at this moment. Weather is usually set to random, though my understanding is that on dynamic weather tracks, which is a feature that some tracks have in the game, on dynamic weather tracks, he takes the softs. He is going to gamble it out on slick tires. Let's see how that works out. Very interesting. He's the first to take the slicks. He must detect that a dry line is forming, and if he can thread that needle and stay on it, he should be quicker than others. Let's also see, I do see the dry line. It is forming. Let's see if others follow his lead. But what I was saying about the weather is that on dynamic weather tracks, the weather is decided based on what the real life weather will be that day. So I don't know if Red Bull Ring is a dynamic weather track, but if it is, I guess it's raining in Austria. So Harlow looks pretty good, actually. He was able to navigate Remus. Here he is in Schlossgold, one of the most difficult corners. Very easy to go out wide here in the brakes, but he manages it very well. That line absolutely is dry. Other drivers will be watching his progress if they can, though they may just decide, well, if he gambled it, I'll gamble it. I don't see any spinning triangles on the map, so he must be doing okay. And sure enough, Chapper's in the pits. Now he will be coming onto those slick tires. The animation shows inters, but I don't think that's the case. His current inters aren't worn. I think that might just be a quirk of the game there. So pretty sure he's going to take a soft tire, or, well, every slick compound is available. Every racing compound is available. So he could be taking hards or mediums. The mediums are required, but he comes out on the softs. He's going to get a few hot laps in, hopefully. He doesn't come out in, well, not in too much traffic. One other car goes up ahead. That is Harlow, who pitted first on those softs. He got his fast lap, and that has paid off. He comes out ahead of him. DJ Brohawk is going to duck out of the battle he was in and go take those softs as well, which, River Ruckus stayed out, so I wonder who will come out ahead of who when River does pit. Oh, man. The strategy is already playing out, right? I love it. Splash of fuel there for Brohawk, and he is out on the soft tire. I believe that is River Ruckus. No. River Ruckus, sorry, is heading towards, Remus, Schlossberg here. Then he's going to go through the double handers of Wirth and Roush. I think Roush comes first. This one is Roush. I just want to see where he comes out in comparison to Brohawk. Our leader is in Gonzaco. He stayed out a couple of laps on the inters. Let's see how that plays out up front for him. Shadow Chef in fifth, also in the pits. Let's see where River Ruckus is. He should be coming up to the last couple of corners here. And in fact, the pit entry is before the last corner. This is it. If he comes in, he's not going to come in. He stays out on those intermediate tires. I wonder what he thinks he knows. because Brohawk has switched to the softs and will probably be faster. Let's check with, let's see, who pitted first? Harlow. Let's see those lap times. He did his fastest lap 4 laps ago, 132.7. He's getting close. His last lap was a 132.8. So, definitely the dry line does seem to be working. He had a couple of 133s in the middle there. Not high 133s though, a 133.1, a 133 flat.
Probably just getting used to the grip of the softs. Where is the grip? Trying to find it. But he seems to have found his groove now. He's going to cross the finish line. And we'll see what this lap time is. A 132.7. He goes back to his personal best lap here. Sorry, he beats his personal best lap. I don't know why I said that like that. Who's that coming out? Ooh, sketchy on the curbs there. They are sketchy even in the dries. Lucky not to lose it there. S7R nuke in. The floodgates have opened. Everyone is going to pit and take those inters, except what is River Ruckus's plan? I want to know. Who's that behind him? That's Shadow Chef, who is on the softs. And River Ruckus surely must notice, hey, these guys behind me are a little quicker, but maybe not. He just did a 32.7, which is what Harlow did on the softs. So, you know, I'm going to be quiet because maybe the inters work well enough, well, not with a half-second penalty, which he just picked up in the last couple corners here, but maybe the inters work well enough that it is not worth taking a pit stop, and he may be able to figure something out, get on the slick tires while everyone else's are worn, but clearly he is off sequence with everyone else. Let's go through and see who all have switched to the slick tires. Gonzaco, definitely, we saw him come in. King Years still on the inters in second place, also able to drop a 32.6 just 2 laps ago here. Harlow, of course, we saw pit first. He just goes for the fastest lap this last lap around, so a 31 flat. 31s are now on the board for the soft tires. Clappers with a 31.1. River Ruckus, of course, still on the inters, dropping 32s and 33s, but he's going to take a half-second penalty here, so I'm sure this will be a 33 if he doesn't pit. King Ears finally pits up in second place. You can see that there. He's going to come off of those intermediate tires. Shadow Chef, who's not able to get past River Ruckus, even on the softs. He just pitted though, so his softs are called. Oh, River Ruckus off track, slightly off track there in Verth, and I wonder if that's going to give him yet another penalty to serve. No, he survives it somehow. Let's see if I can catch a replay of it, of what happened to them there. He's going to duck in and pit right now, by the way. Let's see if we can't chase cam this, actually. Just a little bit squirrely, a little bit of oversteer coming out of Verth. He manages to catch the car. The time lost for sure, on top of having to pit now. And he's going to take the inters now. I guess he realizes, hey, these weren't that quick. Though maybe being off... Oh, this is the replay ending. Oh my gosh, I thought he crashed into the wall. That replay, please end. Get me out of here. Maybe he realized they're not slow, they're not fast enough, but being off of the pit sequence with everyone else, I wonder if he's going to come out with very little traffic to contend with. Here he is, coming out of the pits now, having completed a stop, put a little fuel in the car as well. Not a full tank, because I suppose he anticipates coming off of those softs before he runs out of fuel on a full tank, of course, so why run it full when you can run it fast? River Ruckus out in 8th place, 10.3 seconds behind DJ Brohawk. So I would call that a loss on the gamble to stay out on those inters. However, DJ Brohawk's tires will wear out quicker. They're a couple laps older. Are they 10 seconds worth older? We'll find out. Of course, mistakes can still be made. It's a wet line. It is not dry, as you can see on that meter, the very bottom left next to the timer there. That is the wet meter. That meter tells you how much water is on the track in a certain place. Right now, it's very low on the dry line as DJ runs through it, but you'll see as he splashes over curbs, it will jump. There you go. There's a jump there. Another jump as he touches that curb, showing that that curb is very slick. It means
not all of the track is dry, and drivers might have a hard time if they end up off that dry line into the wet on the slick tires. Do we have any battles? Gonzaco, of course, almost a lap ahead of everyone else, though I believe... yeah, he's a lap ahead of everyone else. Just about there. Clappers, are you in a fight? No, you're not in it. 2.8 seconds behind Harlow, though, so let's see. He just dropped a 30.8. Harlow still fastest on the track with a 30.802. That actually doesn't make sense. Well, yes, it does. Sorry. King Ears. Not in a battle. Not too many people close to one another, especially after those pit stops there. The only battle we really had going was between this guy, DJ Brohawk, who's put another 2.5 seconds on River Ruckus here. So that's a almost 13-second gap between them now. The Azorian is right behind River Ruckus. Halleck's running in no man's land between Azorian and Nuke, who himself has lots and lots of room front to back here. ATV 614 was still on the inters. I hadn't even realized. So was the only Zico. So these two running those inters really, really deep. Not sure what we still won't know what benefit there is to that. Of course, the only benefit that I can think of is your slicks will be fresher than anyone else's. So again, we'll see how that gamble plays out for these two who are in 12th and 13th place. You guys, you will forgive, I hope, the pauses as I commentate and the rasp in my voice. I am still battling a cold here of some sort, and it's been kicking my butt. But we're here. I'm enjoying some good racing at the Red Bull Ring, and yeah, let's get it. Let's talk about this ring here. The Red Bull Ring. I mean, it's been around in some guise or another since 1969. So a long-standing track and an old-school track, though it has been resurfaced and reconfigured several times. I mean, if you look at the original track, it looks nothing like this. It has been known as the Österreich Ring. It has been known as the A1 Ring. Of course, we know it now as Red Bull Ring, and have for quite some time since Red Bull bought the track. What an interesting brand. You can see here, it is absolutely drying out on track. It's dry. It's dry, actually. If you look at that meter, for the most part, unless you're in the curbs, it's very dry. The dry line has gotten much wider in the straights. Still a little bit narrow as you come into the final corners here, but there. I'm actually very surprised that these drivers are able to put their slicks on the curb and not slide out. I don't do a lot of rain racing in this game, so maybe I just don't know better, but I just feel like, gosh, getting on the throttle on there has to be a heart and throat moment. Yellow flags on the track. What do we see? Who has crashed? Who's had a moment? I don't see anything. I'm trying to go back to people who are in that area. Whatever it was, it cleared up before we saw it. But it was very brief there. A little yellow flag into turn one. I didn't realize I was muted this whole time. I have no idea how long I've been muted, but we just saw a spin by River Ruckus, who was losing time to GJ Brohawk and losing time to Azorian behind him. He had just dropped a personal best in the second sector, so I thought maybe he had a chance here, but unfortunately, an off-track excursion for him. Hallex in the pits. We're going to replay River Ruckus's issue there, but I wonder what Hallex is doing in the pits here. His tires aren't worn. He's got fuel. What is this? It looks like just fueling the car. Maybe he missed his fueling in the pit to change tires, or I don't know. But he just jumped in to take some fuel. He must know that he needs that much fuel to make it to the end of this soft stint. Tire wear isn't set too high. He's gonna come out side by side with someone here, just behind someone rather. He was in the pit speed limiter there, and I think that is Brohawk, if I'm not mistaken, who just came out of there. Yes, that is Brohawk, who just came out in front of him. But anyway, just a pit for fuel, I suppose. Let's go back though to River Ruckus, who just had that off and has now lost 8th place by 8 seconds here. His off happened in the second to last corner, I believe. Let's go on board and see what happens to him. Here he is. Oh yeah, he gets wide out on that curb and it just takes him. That was so sudden. He's lucky to miss the wall on the inside there. There was nothing he could have done to save that. That happened so quickly. Wow, just a snap. He got out a little too far into the curb. That was, ironically enough, I was saying maybe they're not that slippery. I was wrong. Okay, if you get all 4 out on there, it's very slippery, as River Ruckus has just found out here. Man, what a tough break. However, this is just stint 3 of several stints. This championship is put together in a way that every round, this is 8 hours, I believe. Every round is split into several stints. Teams field a lineup of drivers, and each driver is assigned a stint to run. This is stint 3, so there were 2 other drivers before everyone running this race under the same livery, the same car, equal conditions as far as that goes. But of course the weather is dynamic and random, and so the weather will change and the conditions will change. And of course every driver has different skills. With so many stints, you have different levels of consistency between drivers. Anything can happen. There's nothing to do except to run your race, as surely these teams have learned over the last 2.5 races here. What do we have on track? That's Gonzaco, our leader. He's still got a minute to the car behind him, though. He does seem to be losing time. I think last I checked, it was 1:17 after those pit stops. And so Harlow, who's been going incredibly fast, is doing his best to catch up there. And again, just do what you can for your team, because maybe he catches him by the end of this stint. We're only 18 into 79 laps. And that sets up the next driver for stint 4 to do well. Clappers just behind him, though, and he's got the fastest lap. So if Clappers catches up to Harlow and decides, I don't want to work together, we could see a battle there. But I recommend working together, unless Harlow's overall pace is just too slow. He's firmly in the 130s, but has thrown a couple of 131s out there, while Clappers is just consistently 130, 130, 130, 130 on down his timing board here. So might be worth making a swap to work together, especially as Harlow, if you see the car coming behind you, is constantly coming closer and closer and closer. No need to fight yet. It's very early on. You have an opponent a minute ahead of you. That is most of a lap. It's a 1 minute 30-second lap around here. Clappers fastest in the first sector here. drops a purple, but I don't know that he'll be able to take a fully purple lap behind Harlow there. But Harlow's toe in that front straight definitely helping him get that purple sector there. His optimal time must be stellar. It's probably in the 29s. Maybe? Nah, not 28s. Surely. I wish we could see such things. If you are not familiar with this game, as a driver, you have a display on the bottom right there. For us, it's showing kind of a map of the track for each driver. We cannot control that. That is just something that is another quirk of the game while broadcasting or viewing, rather. But drivers can switch between certain information, and one of them is your sector split times. Shows you how long it's taking you to get through each sector, and it will show you at the bottom your optimal time. This optimal time is basically every one of your best sectors times combined into one, and that is what you strive for. You want to perfect each sector. You want to go just as fast as you did on your fastest time to reach that optimal time. And then of course the cycle starts over, because now you're like, well, can I go even faster? And you build another optimal time to go after. That is how we get quicker and quicker at these tracks. And Harlow's optimal time, purple again for Harlow through that straight towards Remus. I always want to say wolf, because the Remus logo is a wolf, and I guess Remus means wolf in Germanic languages. I don't know, guys. I'm Caribbean. That's a you problem. I don't know all your languages. But Remus corner. If I say wolf, forgive me. You know what I mean. What's this? Is this a battle? No, it's not. It is not. That is King Ears just in front of lapped traffic there. We're just behind lap traffic, rather. So blue flag zones are in effect. The blue flags are basically wherever you see a straight. So if you have a driver who's a lap ahead of you and you're getting the blue flags in the game, I thought it was Nuke in front of him. It's not Nuke. It's Shadow. No, who is in the white S7R Lexus? Who are you? Oh, it's Gonzaco, the race leader. What am I? I know my team, guys. I am an S7R team member. So this is a little bit embarrassing. But Gonzaco is actually ahead of King Ears. So no need for him to move over to let King Ears by. Now, King Ears has the right to unlap himself if he does catch up to Gonzaco. I don't know exactly how that rule works in IRO. In some championships, for example, let's say you need to unlap yourself, and unlapping yourself from a fast or slower driver who is ahead of you means potentially battling them. They may choose not to fight you because you're not really who they are battling. Of course, technically you are behind them, and obviously that's where they want to keep you. But if you're behind by a lap, you're not much of a threat yet. So they may choose not to fight you, but you do have to make your way past them. And in some championships, you have a certain amount of time to get a certain amount of distance away from that driver before you have to start heeding blue flags. Because, of course, once you pass this driver who is a lap ahead of you, the game will start throwing blue flags at you. And a blue flag means you need to move aside. There's a driver ahead of you, behind you, and you need to let them pass because you are not battling them. So, the rule is, hey, you don't have to listen to those blue flags right when you pass this driver, but if you are not able to get out of their way in a certain amount of time, you need to concede the position again. I don't know how IRO does it. Maybe my team can throw me a bone in the streaming chat and let me know what I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see if King Ears can make that pass. Gonzaco is doing, he's in the 30s, down to the mid-30s this last lap here, so something about those racing softs and the amount of fuel he's got. You saw him just dip into the wet there, trying to cool those softs off. They are wearing down on him, and heat, obviously, and friction are a big proponent in wearing down your tires, so he is purposefully running through the wet parts of the track in the straights just to cool those tires down and try to save them for a little bit longer and get faster. You can overheat your tires in this game. It is a mechanism that you may not see it without certain, special software, but you'll feel it. You'll feel it, especially on the softs. After 2 or 3 really hot laps where you've been absolutely pushing, they will get a little slimy on you. You can cool them down, take a cool lap, take a couple of cool laps, and bring those tires back to you. But if it's rained or is raining, cheat code, run them in the rain, cool them down almost immediately. Back to what I was saying though, Gonzaco in the mid-30s, and then I'm going to go away from these guys to see if there's any other action on track. King Ears running the same kind of laps, though he did just have a 32 and a 31, so maybe some consistency issues, but we'll see if he does catch and unlap himself from Gonzaco, the leader of the race here. Let's see, Snowman Finn in that Corvette. Love the Corvette. Such a good car in this category, the GR3 category, and sometimes the BOP really favors it. It's a straight line car. It's also excellent launch. I mean, the torque coming out of that V8. I think the only cars that really beat it on launch are maybe the Ferrari, the 458. Maybe the Viper. I think it even beats the Viper off the line. But anyway, Corvette, sick car. It's a great chassis, good brakes, especially for a straight line car. It's a great overall driver there with all that grunt, and like I said, a pretty good chassis up under it. Might get a little bit of understeer out of it, but not nearly as much as you do out of some of the other point and squirt type of vehicles in this category. Brohawk running really well, it looks like, since his pit stop and battle with River Ruckus. Of course, there are some laps we can't see. This is the last time we checked, but I don't have any evidence of drama from him. Azorian, who we saw get a free 8th position when River Ruckus had his off several laps ago, is here. Matter of fact, we're with River Ruckus now. He's 12.8 seconds behind Azorian, so he has definitely lost pace. Maybe lost some confidence, I don't know, but when he came back on track and was running fairly, up to pace for him, he was only 8 seconds back. So that has definitely changed here. And if we can, we'll come back and watch the moment that he lost that position. There he is, navigating the second to last corner, and you see he gets all 4 wheels on the curb there. I wonder if we can see a better angle of it. Just one more time. Let's try that again. What's the view I want? I think chase cam is the view I want here. There we go. Yep. So here we are, and look at that curb. Yep, all 4 tires off, no grip anywhere, and just catches the outside tires. Again, he's so lucky to miss that tire barrier there just inside of the final corner. Honestly, I say, if it was going to happen, that's the best way for it to happen. And ironically enough, here we are with him as he goes through exactly that corner. Where is the view I'm looking for? I think it's not available on a keyboard, but it is what it is. Perhaps we go through a lap with him. Why not? This is the first corner here at the Red Bull Ring, also known as Niki Lauda Curva. And then you've got this long straight. I mean, obviously it's not straight, but it is flat out. It's long straight towards one of the most difficult corners on the track here. This is Remus. It is a hairpin. Watch that curb on the inside. There's a sausage curb there you don't want to touch. And then very careful and a light touch on the exit there because you will spin it. Another fairly long straight here towards Schloss Gold, long enough to get a slipstream and maybe make a dive into the corner. It is a downhill braking zone though. You need to brake sooner than you think, and it is also a hairpin, so that exit comes up very quickly on you. I think there are no easy corners at Red Bull Ring. This might be one of the easiest here. This is Rouch, and then the left-hander behind it is Verth, but even then on the exit of these corners, especially this one, you need to be careful. Very patient through Verth is how you need to think about it. And then you're going to come towards the last corners here, Rheims being the first one, the one just before we saw River Ruckus's big off. Right now, he's very careful around that curve, as you can see. And then the final corner, Red Bull Mobile corner. And that is a lap around the Red Bull Ring in its current configuration. River Ruckus getting blue flags here for that Aston Martin behind him. And I think that, yes, that is Chappers in second place. So we'll get to see the blue flag mechanism come to play sooner than later. Chappers is down into the 29s now. Just dropped the fastest lap of 29.6. He's been in them for a while. I just hadn't noticed. So Chappers going quick as heck. Gonzaco, our leader, has yet to see the 29s. Got close to 2 laps ago here with a 30.82, and there he goes. He's got a 29.7 that lap around. Chappers is absolutely flying around here and doing his best to catch up to the S7R driver for RTR Racing. Is it RTR Racing? I don't know what RTR stands for. The R, the final R could already be Racing. Harlow in third, not too far from Chappers. I said that he was not too, getting closer, I believe, after the pit stops. He goes purple in the second sector, so definitely on a blazer. He's a little bit laggy for me, so hard to tell if he's actually going off track there. I don't think he did. I see no penalty for him, and doesn't seem to have affected his speed here. He's still just hovering between 2.1, 2.3 seconds behind Harlow. Let's see what he does this lap. He's also running 29s, goes even faster, personal best of 29.6. So yeah, Harlow wants it. Chappers wants it. Gonzaco still very safe for the moment. We're only 27 of 79 laps though. He's got to find some speed, and maybe he's got speed over these others on a different tire compound. We see fuel is getting low for a lot of these drivers, so we should start to see pit stops soon, especially as these softs wear down as well. They're going to stop being fast, but the driver is still going faster and faster on them right now, so they've not lost their life. Of course, a lot of that is due to the lighter weight of the car with the fuel running low. Chappers not very low on fuel though, going much quicker than Gonzaco. That's not surprising though. That Aston Martin is so quick in a straight line, and I mean Red Bull is nothing but straights with a couple of in between. So this is a car for the Aston Martin, and Chappers is showing that right now. Harlow in the Corvette, like I said, straight line car, pretty good in a straight line, also pretty good in the corners. He's doing well in that as well. He's up there in that top 3, following Chappers, trying to ride his coattails up to first place there. He's lost a little bit of time to him in this last lap. He's 3 seconds back now, so he's lost about 8/10 to Chappers. That might be, I don't know what it could be due to. We missed what happened there, but I'm sure he can do something to catch back up. Sorry about that, we're back. Where's Shadow? Okay, 11.5 seconds behind King Ears, so not really in a battle with anyone. That car ahead is Chappers in second there, so he's just lap traffic at this point. Who is stalking who? Brohawk, 9.5 seconds behind Snowman. Hopefully we can remember that number and keep an eye on that battle and see how that's going there. River Ruckus, of course, we saw was getting those blue flags for Harlow, who's behind him. But he's not going to have to let him pass just yet. Nuke is getting blue flagged right now for, who is that? It's Shadow Chef. Got it. So S7R teammates, that's what I thought. I was like, isn't Shadow Chef in the blue Lexus? So S7R teammates here, Nuke will probably have absolutely no problem letting Shadow Chef by in the next blue flag zone, which should be right here, short straight here. And yes, so sure enough, he jumps off of the racing line to give him a chance there. Note that for Nuke, that section... Actually, I was going to say something that's untrue. So, I'm going to skip that. Let's go back here. We're going through the lineup. Halex in 11th. Plenty of fuel in that car. ATB 614. Plenty of fuel in his car. If you recall, he and the only one Zico both pitted very late to get off of the intermediate tires onto the softs here. The only one Zico is in the 29, so several 29s in a row here. So going very quickly at the back there, but he's got so much time to make up. 22.6 seconds on ATB 614, and gosh, I wonder if I know they came in at the same time, but of course one could have been in the stall while the other was just coming into the pit lane, which I believe is pretty long here. But I wish I'd paid attention to their delta when they got out, because 22.5 seconds seems like quite a bit, and I wonder if Zico had a moment somewhere that we missed. ATB hasn't been quite as fast. That's why I ask, because how can the gap be so big between drivers who have a real disparity in pace? ATB has just hit a 31. He's done 33. He's done a 30, but mostly has done 32s. That 30 was a brilliant lap by him. Don't know if I don't know if that's a him. I don't know if they can recreate that, but if you can, go for it. Find that consistency. You can see that there's still a little bit of wet outside of the dry line. Some of the curbs are still wet. Let's see with Halex here if we can see if that rain meter will jump up as he hits the curbs. I want to see what's wet and what's dry. Might touch a curb here. Yes, sure enough, it is wet out there. So drivers still need to be careful in some of the corners. A little bit of wet on the outside curb of Red Bull Mobile corner. So drivers still needing to tiptoe a little bit. Some will be more comfortable following a dry line than others. That right there was very dry. Those curbs coming out of Verth there for the only one Zico. So not every curb is wet, it looks like. Chappers in. Not the first one to pull the cork this time. Last time it was Harlow coming off the inters onto the softs. Now Chappers will get off of the softs, and we'll see what tire compound he has, or he takes. Like I said, every compound is to play hard, medium, soft, inters, full wets. However, drivers must run the mediums at least once per stint. It could just be one lap, you know, jump on the mediums, pit, take another set of softs. But you need to run them. And some drivers might choose to run the hards for a bit, see if they can get a long stint. We've got racing softs back on Chapper's car, so he's sticking to the soft right now. He'll probably take the medium at some point, though, once those softs wear out there. This is Shadow Chef running alone. That car behind him is lap traffic. That is Nuke back there getting a tow from his teammate to try and go just that much quicker if possible here. I am so sorry. I'm going to silence my phone. My apologies for the disturbance there. Snowman Finn is actually who would be in a fight with Shadow Chef. He's 5.8 seconds back, though, so he's got a while to go in that big V8 Corvette. Brohawk's been running along great. One of my favorite cars. This is the BMW M6. Like most of the GR3 cars in this game, a little long in the tooth. BMW stopped racing this years ago and currently race M4s in the GT3 category. Gonzaco into the pits, by the way, with 1% fuel left. Talk about running it to the end there. Ooh. Brohawk, was that? Or was it lag? I don't know, Brohawk taking many, many liberties with these curves. I think they are very forgiving at some parts of this track, so what do I know? But I love this M6 twin turbo V8 race car. It actually still sounds fairly good. You get some of that V8 grunt despite the turbo stealing all that juicy exhaust sound there. Kind of sounds like a mean vacuum. You know what I mean? Like if you had like just like a real of a Dyson. That is what the M6 sounds like. But good car, fairly decent speed, decent handling. There are times when the BOP, like other cars, don't favor it. I think it had kind of a renaissance not too long ago, though the BOP has changed again, so I don't know how it's faring now. But it's a fun car to drive. It's fun. I remember there was a time, though, when those turbos would kill you. They came on hard when they came on, and if you weren't careful in the corners, you were a sitting duck, and that kind of nuked the car a bit because you had to wait so long to get on the throttle, and it didn't quite have the grunt, the straight line grunt to make up for it, right? So a great car to drive overall. Now we see a couple of them on track, Brohawk and Azorian, who I think is getting closer, 8.5 seconds for Azorian. He's been firmly in the 29s for quite a bit here, and sure enough, Brohawk's still doing 30s. So Azorian is getting closer, both in equal machinery, both with racing softs. If anything, Brohawk's car a little lighter because he looks very low on fuel. He's still going to go out probably another lap. Meanwhile, Azorian has just under a quarter tank of fuel, still going faster with the slightly heavier car there. Back to River Ruckus. He's knocked down a little bit of that gap to Azorian. I think last time we checked it was like in the 22s. It's a 21.7 second gap now. Not doing too badly for himself, I think. Jump back to Nuke. He's 47.8 seconds behind River Ruckus. So, long time. I haven't even been paying attention to some of these much larger gaps. It's just hard to keep all the numbers in your head, and when the gap is, 18 plus seconds, it starts to lose meaning to check on it anyway. But once it gets sub 10, I start looking around like, are you chasing? What's going on? What's happening? Well, drivers are all pretty separate on track here, separated. We will see some people pit. We've seen some people with low fuel who will want to pit. Everyone took the softs around the same time, though. So, some might decide, hey, yeah, I'm going to pit even though I'm not out of fuel, but I don't want the other drivers around me going faster with fresh softs while I'm still on these worn ones. Or they may decide the car is light enough, I can keep the pace with what I've got. I'm going to do that. So Brohawk in the pits now. Going to be the next one to break the cork. Break the seal. You break the seal, you pop the cork, right? Yeah, you pop the cork, you break the seal. He's gonna do both. He's gonna pop and break the cork and the seal. In that order. Oh man, that fueling must feel like it was taking forever, but he's out. He's made it out of the pits. No traffic around, so get on your horse, baby, and run some fast laps. He hasn't had traffic really as he's been driving through, so I guess that's what he's already been doing, but keep doing it. listening to the amazing sounds of that Aston. Ooh, so good. So good. We love it. You know what else sounds great? The vets. Who's in a vet? Let me see. Go back. Nope, not you. That's what it was. Snowman. Ugh, this is another reason I love the Corvette. Can you tell I'm a fan? Can you tell I'm a fan? Because, man, when I tell you the way she sounds, she's so angry. She's so, ooh, she's angry. She's so mad. I love it. Love it. Who else? Haven't seen any other cars that I really love the sound of, to be honest with you. Everyone else has been you know. It's like, okay, cool. You're cool, you're cool, you're cool. You're kind of cool. But the vet just does it for me. Now, who else is going to pit? No one else so far. We've seen with the fuel situation, you know, everyone's kind of on a different strategy here. Everyone's kind of on a different pit schedule, which I love, of course, because it makes the racing interesting. You want to see over the course of a stint, and surely over the course of several stints, who had it right, who got it right, who got the right strat, who was able to overcome unforeseen circumstances the best. Just you know, everything. I don't know if it rained in the earlier stints. I'll be honest with you, I was not quite up for watching anything. It was early for me, but I don't know if there was rain earlier in the race, but these drivers, sure enough, they when they take their formation lap, they have to they take one formation lap and then they get in the pits. And in the pits, you choose your tires, you choose your fuel, and you go when it's your turn to go, basically. So these drivers would have had to take the intermediate tire, of course, in the pits. Apparently there was no rain in stint 1, but there was in stint 2. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, chat. My apologies for not being in here. I should have been watching you guys. You are all my friends, of course. Hello. Hello. I've been enjoying watching Brohawk run. Let me go back. I mean, he's outside of that first battle, he's been having a pretty quiet race, and in that battle, definitely held his own. So, shout out to DJ Brohawk. I'm into it. Harlow in the pits. Love his team's uniforms. It's definitely giving me late 80s, early 90s vibes, and as a ripe 39-year-old, this is what we wore when I was a kid. This is what we wore. Just really colorful windbreaker tracksuits. It was an era. Let's check with everyone else. See how everyone's doing. Shadow Chef in the pits. Snowman will stay out. Snowman will stay out. He was over 5 seconds back though, so not sure if there's much for him to gain staying out. It's just different strategies playing out, like I said. So we need a status on Mr. Zulu. Hey Nolander, how are you? I'm doing great, and I hope you are too. Zulu's last, right? Or second to last? I don't have a Zulu. I have a Zico. I have a Zico. Shadow Chef in the pits. We're starting to see it, guys. Folks coming in. Who doesn't look like they need to go in? Well, Brohawk let's start from the beginning. We saw Gonzaco come in. We know he came in. We saw Chappers. We haven't seen King Ears come in. He's got a little fuel left. Ooh, and a half-second penalty. I'm sure that was not part of his strategy, but such is life. If I recall correctly, where the penalty is, it doesn't hurt you too badly. It's a, as long as it's a short penalty. It puts you back on the throttle, downhill. You're headed towards slow corner, a slow corner anyway, not the next corner, but the last corner on the track, certainly. So if anyone gets past you, there's still a chance that you could stay with them and maybe just get in their toe for the front straight and the turn 2 straight. But obviously, regardless, you don't want a penalty. You don't want anything that slows you down. Harlow also carrying a penalty, and he has pitted, racing softs at almost a full tank of fuel, so he is fresh and ready to go for a long one here. 40 laps left, by the way, so we're just about at the halfway mark. We're on lap 39, except Gonzaco, who is on lap 40, but everyone else lap 39 there. I went to Snowman. He is not pitted. Plenty of fuel left for him, and I do wonder if he'll just run it out to the end. So far, that's King Ears and Snowman that we know who have not pitted. Azorian hasn't pitted, but clearly he's going to be coming in soon. I realize now that you guys cannot see their fuel. Only I can. I have the power. So it's not clear to you, but he's very low on fuel, so he'll be jumping in here. River Ruckus got a bit left. Just turned red on him, so he's got a few more laps before he pits and changes for fresh softs. Shadow Chef has pitted. He is fueled up. He's ready to go. Brohawk did pit, but not as much fuel as everyone else, so that's very interesting. Most people who have fueled up have taken most of a tank of gas. Brohawk came out with a little less than half a tank. It is raining again, so maybe that's what Brohawk knows. Maybe he saw something on the radar. I don't know. Maybe that's what those who are staying out have seen, is some rain on the radar. Now, unfortunately, we can't see the radar, so we can't see how heavy that rain is. But drivers have access to the radar, and that shows the weather in the area. Let's see, Nuke has not pitted. He's stayed out. Halex has not pitted. ATB 614 hasn't, and neither has Zico. So a lot of people have not pitted. Here's Zico getting a little bit of a tow from River Ruckus. Not a little bit, a lot of a tow. He's right on his bumper there. River Ruckus, little mistake into the turn there, though, and he loses the position to Zico. It's not really a fight for position. River Ruckus is a lap ahead of Zico here, but they are certainly going back and forth. I'm sorry, Zico's on lap 38, while River Ruckus, if I recall correctly, is on the lead lap. Oh, I can't find him. I lost him. 7th place. There he is. So not a fight for position, but certainly a fight for this blue flag situation here. I think, you know what, I asked a question about how the blue flags work in this league, and you guys might have answered me in chat, and I just missed it. So if someone wants to copy pasta an explanation if it was put in, great. If not, I'm asking for one now. We just saw Zico unlap himself from River Ruckus, but he's getting blue flags. You see at the top of the screen there, it says blue flag, give way to faster cars. If he can run away from River Ruckus, if he gets far enough away, that blue flag message will disappear for him. But what is the official IRO rule around blue flags? Star Trek reference. I'm not a Trekkie. I'm not a Trekkie. I love Star Wars. I never got into Trek. That's on me. That's on me. Thank you, Splurge. So drivers get 3 laps to disappear. That's pretty generous, and that's good. So Zico, if you can stay out in front of them and well, disappear, I suppose, in 3 laps, you got this. So Keep it up. Let's check in with our leader here. The lead has dropped by quite a bit, but that's because Clapper still owes us a pit stop here. Maybe not soon. Those racing softs don't look too bad. He's got good fuel in the car, but he certainly pitted. No, you know what? He did pit, but he took less fuel in the car than Gonzaco. Gonzaco probably looking to run it out a little bit longer than him. Azorian is finally in. We saw he was getting low on fuel, so he's going to be in 6th place to take his pit stop. But Gonzaco no longer a full lap ahead of these drivers. Actually, he is. This timing does not make sense. Here is Chappers coming into the last couple of corners. Gonzaco, meanwhile, is already... Oh, you know what? He crossed the line and I had missed it. Pardon me. So he's on lap 43. Clapper's on lap 42. That makes sense. 35 seconds is the gap. But Gonzaco no longer a full lap ahead of everyone, or almost a full lap. But he took longer in the pits fueling, so he can go longer out on track. Will the softs last long enough for that to make sense? I'm trying to look here. I'm on PS4, so I've only got 1080p. I want to see if it's still raining. I don't see that it is. Looks like it was just a quick shower. The dry line stayed dry. King Ears is in now. And I doubt he would pit for inters. I forgot. Cockpit view can tell you if it's raining, and I don't see very many raindrops. The wiper is still going though. The windshield wiper typically indicates it is raining. And you know what? As Harlow runs on the racing line now, you can see that rain meter is up. It is showing that it's a bit wet. Will it get wetter? And will someone find out the hard way? Oh! Harlow almost does. Wow, coming out of Remus again. That corner is difficult to manage in the dry with soft tires on full downforce. It is just a difficult corner to navigate. And Harlow just almost had a moment in it. This corner right here, Schlossberg, definitely one I would worry about in the wet with that downhill braking zone. Harlow makes it just fine though. What a moment there. I thought we were going to see somebody go around. I really did. We're going to keep watching that racing line to see if it continues to get wetter. Right now it's below the, there's 2 tick marks there, so it's below the 1/3 mark, which typically is still okay for slick tires. If it gets much higher than that, you're going to want to switch to the intermediate. If it gets crazy, like above that 2nd tick, 2/3 or more, take the full wet. It's not often that you have to take the full wet tire. Full wet races can be a ton of fun though. They really can. Let me see. Who's Nuke still staying out very, very long. He's gonna run that fuel tank out, and of course the longer you stay out, the more recon you can get on this weather. Is it gonna get wetter? No one's dipping in for any tires yet. ATB also owes a pit stop. He's got plenty of fuel though, so he'll know for sure. Zico in with 0% fuel. I wonder if he ran out. Did you run out of fuel? Let's replay his last few seconds here. See what that speed is doing. I know. Seems okay coming into the pit. So, talk about running it down to the wire, though. Like, wow. I had a race last night. A 45-minute race, and I ran out of fuel in the final corner. I don't want to talk about it, actually. I don't even know why I brought it up. Next! Next up, is it getting wetter? It's not getting wetter, guys. I think this is it. I wish I could... All I see is the map for every driver. Sometimes you'll see... Sorry, I'm going through this quickly. I'm looking at the bottom right-hand corner, which you guys can see. Just want to see if anyone's showing radar. Nobody is showing radar. Sometimes different drivers will have different things. Again, just a quirk of the game. We cannot control what shows up, but it'd be nice to be able to see the radar. Drivers can see, if they zoom out enough, you can see weather patterns for the area. And if you zoom out and you see there's a big old line of blue headed your way, that means rain is coming. And you can try to calculate, well, when will it get here? When do I need to pit for these tires? I think we're okay. Gonzaco, faster in the first sector. Purple for him. Chapper still owns the fastest lap with a 28.8, which he could still best. Nah, he's running 29s consistently. I don't think he's going to dip that deeply into the 28s. The car's still getting lighter, though. The softs are not completely dead. Never know. One banger of a lap, a lucky toe from some traffic, and you got it. Purple in the first sector by 1,000th of a second. So he's 1,000th of a second better than Gonzaco in Sector 1 that time around here. Gonzaco doing a good job of staying ahead, but that gap is coming down. It's coming down slowly, but it's coming down. Last we checked, it was like 36 seconds between these two. It's now in the low 34s. Still a lot to catch up with, but it's not 2 seconds a lap by any means, because the last time we checked was several laps ago. So I don't know if we'll see Chappers catch, outright catch Gonzaco before the end of this stint. We're we have a little over 30 laps left, 32 laps left. Anything could happen. But Gonzaco seems to have the pace to at least keep him at bay for a little bit. Hey Dane, thank you for watching. We definitely appreciate you. Definitely. Is the gap to first and second that small after 5 hours? Yeah. Yeah. It was bigger. No longer. Chappers. Response with another purple first sector. I wonder what it is that they're losing in the other sectors. Granted, Sector 1 ain't nothing but a straight. So, quite frankly, if you've got a slipstream, which it looks like Chapper does, it's not hard to beat your time there, time and time again. And sure enough, he's very close to DJ Brohawk there, and just ahead of him, I believe, is Snowman. So, not exactly rocket science how Chappers keeps going fast in that sector, but not fastest in all the other ones. Of course, the curves here, like that double left-hander being in the slipstream, hurts you a little bit. You've got, less downforce on your front wing there and rear wing, so you're going to go a little bit slower through there. Brohawk pulls over to let him by. We are in a blue flag zone, so he's gonna go. Snowman gets to stay out a little bit longer. He's a little bit further away here. We're gonna watch Chappers chase him down on chase cam, and I'll keep an eye out for spinning triangles away in other parts of the track, of course. Definitely getting closer, so Snowman will want to let him by, probably in one of the next couple of straights here. I believe just after the double left-hander here is one such opportunity, and then certainly the front straight after it is another. It doesn't seem like Chappers is close enough here to force him over, so maybe in the front straight, I don't know. That Corvette's good in the brakes. Comes out of the corners fast. The V12 Aston, of course, no slouch, and Chappers clearly, as the driver, not doing too bad. But he picks up a half-second penalty. He'll have to serve that at the end of this lap here. So even if he does get around Snowman, it's ultimately not going to matter. He likely will have to give that position back. Well, it's not a position, really. It's track position, but not a position in the race. We got some quiet racing, though. Snowman and Shadow Chef have never been too far from one another. And Shadow Chef is gonna have to slow down here to let this traffic by. This is it's not Harlow. Is it King Ears? No, the King Ears is in the thingy. He's in the thingy. It doesn't matter. Let's stick with Shadow Chef because he's gonna have to let this driver by. And Snowman is not too far behind him, just 3 seconds behind him. In fact, if we go into Snowman's view, you can see Shadow Chef just ahead there, just navigating the last couple corners. There he is, going through Red Bull right now. So he's not far away. So in my mind, I'm watching to see, okay, so when are you going to slow down? How much are you going to slow down? I've got a tow. I've got a free ride up these straights. I would love for you to let off the throttle so I can get that much closer. Please. Well, Shadow Chef just really gave himself a lot of breathing room in the last couple sectors there. I think a mistake by who is that behind him? I can't remember who's in that car. It can't be someone behind him. If he's getting blue flags for them. It's not Chappers. Who is in that M6? What am I missing? No, it's not ProHawk. Guys, I feel so slow right now. What's happening? Halex into the pits. Gotta finally get off those softs. It's ATB! Gosh, I was just so lost. So ATB was actually getting those blue flags. So Shadow Chef? Nah, that was interesting. Because I could have sworn he was getting blue flags when I looked at him. He is! He is getting a blue flag. That must be some sort of glitch. Because... okay, well that's Chappers behind him. Okay. He's so far behind, I just didn't think that it was a thing. Okay. It's a thing. But he's not going to have to slow down anytime soon. So, obviously, Snowman is just going to want to try his best to stick to Chapper's coattails. And so far, not doing that great. Snowman, you got to... so what you got to do is you stick your hand out and you just grab his diffuser. Just grab his diffuser. Hold on to that. And boom, you're going just as fast as him. You're welcome. What's this? Not a battle. That is River Ruckus looking to pass Zico. So Zico will be getting blue flags. And it makes sense. He's not too far ahead of the person he's getting blue flags from. Has it been 3 laps? I mean, I think it's been 3 laps, but to be fair, he seems far enough away in a lot of the corners, right? I think they might be accordioning, and unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see a split time between the two of these drivers. But look, he's not in River's way that I can see. Maybe in some corners, River gets closer, but right now, I think they are they're very evenly matched. I will say that. This game is Gran Turismo 7 on PlayStation. How do you grab the diffuser when it's on the bottom of the car? Finalized, please. Okay, just I don't want to explain how to do the thing. I just want to give the suggestion. Okay, I'm not concerned with the feasibility and the literal physics of a thing. Okay, just you just gotta figure it out. Just grab that diffuser. Get low. It is under the car. Get low. And hopefully it's not blown. I mean, some of these cars have side exit exhaust, but if you got a blown diffuser, it's gonna get pretty hot. I'm just saying. So wear the right gear. I did not mean wing. I did mean diffuser. I did. Zico? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Zico's pulled out a huge gap on River there. ATB, who has been running in not last basically this whole stint, is in finally. Gonna change those softs out, gonna take some fuel, and 29 laps left. I don't think he can run to the end of the race on any compound. He's taking softs. The end of the stint, not the race. I don't think I've seen anyone take the mediums yet. And my theories are either they will take them for their final stint of the stint, or maybe they had them on for the parade lap, the formation lap. I wasn't paying attention to the formation lap, but is that allowed? Does that count as your one lap to run the mediums? I have the rules. Let me see. That seems like a very specific rule to look for, though. So if someone just knows the answer, let me know, please. Because it was wet at the start, mediums are not required now. Oh. Well. So softs, and softs. Got it. Well, I would say that's not as fun, but we've been seeing some pretty good racing here. Chappers does get ahead of Shadow Chef. He lets him by. So now he's got a nice little tow for himself. Shadow Chef is in the top 5. So while I'm not seeing him really fighting or battling anyone, that branch of S7R is still in this thing, and he's going to want to gain any advantage that he can, of course. Harlow's running all by himself. I don't know if he really went super wide in turn 1 there. I think that was just a... oh, he did. I thought that might have been lag, but he did just pick up a half-second penalty there. Luckily, the penalties seem to be pretty lenient. The settings are pretty lenient. Half a second, like I said, doesn't kill you around here. It really doesn't. It's an annoyance for sure. You certainly don't want to pick up multiple half-second penalties, but... they are generally almost benign, especially knowing that it's so easy for others to pick them up as well. You may not be as worried about picking them up because your opponents will too. That is the superpower of some, though, is that they can be perfect around here and not pick up any penalties whatsoever, and that does matter. And as we speak, Shadow Chef picks one up. You know what? I want to... Let's see if we can pinpoint the moment this happens here. Chase cam me. I always forget which button is chase cam. Yeah, all 4 off there, but it might have been earlier in there because he was very far off before turn-in as well. And I don't know the what's the word I'm looking for? The track limits around here well enough to know which one of those was the one that caused the penalty. Because if it was both, he'd have a second. but he's only got half a second, so it had to just be one of them. Brohawk, half a second. What? Is it me? Am I the problem? Is it like as soon as I mention penalties, everyone's like, ooh, me too, I want one. I mean, I guess they're cool or whatever. Ooh, you're such a bad boy, you get penalties. You're such a bad boy. Chappers continues to chip away at Gonzaco's lead. S7R watches on, not quite in horror, but, you know, anxiously chewing at our nails here. Is Chapper still on the fastest lap? Yeah, that 28.8. That reigns supreme. Though in this last stint, which he will be pitting very soon here, after eating his half-second penalty, probably, because he's very low on fuel. I don't think he can go another lap, but he might be able to pull that off again. He won't have to fully fuel the car up, of course. So, might not do too bad on this last stint as far as getting fastest lap goes. And listen, fastest lap might not matter. It might not. It might not. But like, there's something to it. You know, you do get a point for fastest lap in the 8-hour races. You get 1 point, so that matters too. Every point matters in a championship. But even if it didn't, the bragging rights of being able to say, yeah, none of y'all figured that out, huh? And there he is, as predicted, into the pits. I don't think he's hit any limits there. If you touch the pit lane line, if pit limits are on, it's a 3-second penalty. It's ugly. It is ugly. And you don't want that to happen to you. That happened to me in my race last night too, actually. Wow, everything reminds me of her. Anyway, Chapper's in. This might be his last stint. I think the tires have been lasting that long. He's certainly taking enough fuel to potentially run all those laps. We'll see. One thing I've forgotten to take notes on is how long the tires are lasting. I don't even remember what lap he pitted on, so I'm not sure how long those softs last, but they seem to give him a decent amount of time. They give him some pretty good longevity. Snowman is now 1.9 seconds behind Shadow Chef, so definitely gained some advantage there, a huge advantage somewhere, because he was 3 seconds back not too long ago, so a second gain on his opponent ahead. Shadow Chef does have a little less life in his tires, while Snowman, it's not a ton more tread, but clearly visually obvious, and they've got about the same amount of fuel in the car, so Snowman, I think, legitimately catching up here with no real advantage that would just hand it. Alright, now I told you all that I have a cold, so I'm gonna rest my voice for just a second while we don't have any action on screen. Let you listen to these amazing cars, but if something happens and I come back yelling, don't be scared, okay? Put your volume down. No, I cannot, Dane. You married her, so you must love it, nurture it, and listen. Ooh, Hallex with a fantastic exit out of turn 1 there. Yeah, getting blue flags, but I think perhaps unlapping themselves. Who is that in the blue and white BMW? I can't remember, but let's see if we can find out. It's a Zorian. The Zorian in 7th position there. So he's running he just did a 130. 130.7. But before that, he was running 129. He just had a bad lap. Lost a second there. But he's doing okay. And Hallex, who is getting that blue flag, just went purple. So I think Hallex unlapping himself here and trying to do exactly what Zico needed to do, which was to run away from the car ahead of him. Speaking of Zico, he's running still in 12th. And actually, I think he was last, but he's 16 seconds ahead of ATB. ATB had a recent pit stop, of course, but so did Zico. Several laps before him, though. I mean, you can tell his tires are older, so I'm pretty sure that was a positional swap there. I think Zico was last for a bit. Show me the gap. Okay, the gap between Gonzaco and Chappers now back to over a minute. Gonzaco does need tires. Not soon, but soon. They're less than 50% life on the fronts of those softs there, which if you know how to drive your car, that's fine. But of course, it's not fast, especially in some of those sweeping corners, the last couple of corners, these hairpins. You require a lot of front braking. Of course, you can't go very fast through them, so understeer is not a huge issue. Well, let me rephrase. It is a huge issue, but not necessarily due to lack of grip in the front of the car, but mostly because you may not brake enough, right? You're just simply going too fast because you didn't have the front end grip to brake as much as you wanted. Chappers, another penalty. I did not do this one. I didn't cause it. I wasn't there. Chappers did that all by himself. And so it is proven that I am innocent. Eats it, moves on. It is what it is. Let's keep driving. Harlow, though, sees that. Harlow's 2.7 back, 7 seconds back. Harlow does need tires soon. Though his tires are almost in the same boat as Gonzaco's, just a little over 50%, it looks like, I think. Left front, maybe a little worse for the wear compared to the right. But that makes sense. It's a very, very clockwise track. Lots and lots of right-hand turns. So you do lean on the lefts a little bit more than you lean on the other side tires. In fact, the only left-hand turns on this track are ranked and Verth. Like they're it's like Red Bull was like, all right, give him a couple lefts, okay, NASCAR, yee, and right for the rest of the time. So lefts take not as much as a beating as you would think, but a little bit more than that. It's just what it is. It's cool.
Top 3 to finish from here. Any of them due for a pit stop? Yes, I believe both Gonzaco.
I also didn't do this one. Gonzaco needs a pit stop, and so will Harlow. So they will likely not finish the stint from here. Over 10 laps left. Now, I'm not saying the softs can't give them another 10 laps. I think if the gaps to the cars behind you are high enough, they have the fuel to do it. So something tells me they might do it. Again, Gonzaco has a minute between himself and Chappers. I don't care how much those fronts die. As long as he keeps it on track, he's going to be able to finish the stint ahead of Chappers. Though Chappers will gain a lot of time on him in that time. So, but he's just got a lot of fuel in the car. I really don't see him pitting for tires. Same for Harlow rather. You know what? It's Harlock. I don't know why I didn't notice that K this whole time. I'm probably still going to call him Harlow. But Harlock has 24 seconds to King Ears behind him. So he's fairly safe as well. Now, I don't know. With like 16 laps to go here, he might feel like that gap is closing too quickly. King Ears... Oh, I lied. In my mind, King Ears had fresh softs. They're not that fresh. So King Ears gonna stay out as well, likely. He's got enough fuel in the car. He's got a little more rubber than Harlock, but not enough that Harlock really needs to worry. So I take it all back. That is Gonzaco, the leader, ahead of him. King Ears... somebody is getting blue flags. I saw the flagger waving them. I think that is the car ahead of them, though. But every few corners, you can see a flagger at a station waving a blue flag. I think that's the car ahead of Gonzaco. Not anything we need to worry about here. King Ears, though. King Ears probably about to unlap himself. I mean, he's getting close, and he's getting close quickly. He's running 29s, even with those worn softs, and Gonzaco is still in the 130s here. Just ran another 130. King Ears with I'm sorry, not King Ears. Yes, King Ears. Sorry, but why is my thing not going to him? Thank you. King Ears still running 29, so he might unlap himself here. I think I just saw Gonzaco flash him his emergency flashers, maybe saying I'm going to let you go, but King Ears takes it. Yes, he's going to get the inside easily. So Gonzaco giving him that position, track position. Again, this is not a position for, not a battle position. King Ears flashes him. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And that is done. Real gentlemanly driving here between the two of them. We can watch it back because why not? There's not a lot of other action going on screen here. Oh, I can't get far back enough. But, Gonzaco making it clear he's going to stay to the outside there. Breaks a little bit early, lets King Ears through, and does his best not to lose him, not to lose too much time there, because there's no real reason for them to fight. They're in the same car, should have similar performance, but as we can see, King Ears really has a pace advantage over Gonzaco here. It could be the tires, but whatever it is, he's just unlapped himself and has 3 laps to get away. Cupcake! What up, guy? I'm gonna try my best to watch your final stint here. You'll be taking us to the end. So far, it's been pretty good. Snowman, I don't know who that is right behind him, but that's got to be a car that he has lapped. I believe that's Halleck's actually. So he's not going to be getting any blue flags about it anytime soon. But he's in 5th. Azorian has gotten ahead of DJ Brohawk, and he's 35 seconds ahead. And I think that's because Brohawk pitted. He did. Brohawk took a pit stop. Azorian did not. And so he got that position. Just went for a little ride on that turn 1 sausage. That corner is so hard. What is up with that sausage? Like, why is that there? It's awful. Anyway, I'm so triggered. That gave me PTSD. Turn 1 Red Bull Ring will humble you. But Azorian, he survives it. He's just behind Shadow Chef, getting a free ride. Some nice slipstream there for him. Maybe he can save some fuel if he feels like he needs to with these 14 laps left. Or at least just gain some free speed through the straights here. But he did get ahead of DJ Brohawk. He's got fuel likely to make it to the end, so Brohawk with a 1 second penalty. He did a bad. He did a real bad. Can we see it? See if we can go back far enough. Oh, he's already got it. He's already got it by the time we see him. But not good. Not good. He was coming into turn 1 there, so likely picked it up in the last couple corners. Easy to go out wide in both. Once you mess up the first one, it's not hard to mess up the second one, and if you pick up a half second each time, you get a full second. You did a bad. This is Halex chasing down Snowman, and he's keeping up with him. He's keeping up with him on those racing softs. Snowman is, what, in 5th place? Yep, Snowman's in 5th. Here comes the move. Halex deep on the brakes into Remus. Ooh, is it too deep? No, it's not. He made it stick, and now he is ahead. Wow, that wasn't bad at all. It felt like it was a lunge from way back. Now, of course, he's going to get those blue flags, and he's got to get out of the way before he has to concede the position again. See that Tim Hortons sticker or decal on his car there. Donuts. Let's watch that back again. Let's see the setup. Let's see it all. This is them coming out of the final corner there. The first corner, and Halex just right in his slipstream, right up under his wing here. And as they come to the braking zone, he pops out. Boom. Later on the brakes, so much later. Wow, talk about confidence. I didn't know the Aston could brake like that. And sure enough, he's gotten past that. Makes me wonder if maybe, do you think Snowman kind of gave it to him? Because, I mean, wow. In comparison, he was just, the braking point was wild. In comparison. Now, I think it was right at the start of that curb on the left-hand side, which is what I like to use as my reference. It's not where I brake, but it's kind of my reference of like, hey, you need to start thinking about wowing this thing down. Because, again, Remus, much like turn 1, Nicky Lauda corner will absolutely humble you. You think you're fast. You think you're fast till you get to Red Bull Ring. And then it's like, you've never driven a race car before in your life. Tires and fuel. Fuel is good. Tires are down to maybe a quarter life on both fronts, and the rears are down to 50%. So Choppers can absolutely gain more time. He has been. Last we checked, it was like a minute and 1 second or something like that, and now it's down to 52 seconds, 53. I don't know why the time keeps disappearing, but yeah. So Choppers can absolutely gain more time. He's got the fresh tires, fresher softs, much fresher. He's maybe taking a fifth off the top there of these softs on the fronts at least. So he's going to continue to go faster. He's running 28s right now. Gonzaco is still running 30s and is only going to get slower from what I can tell here. So he's going to lose time, but he's only got 10 laps. He just has to hold on for 10 laps, and then it's the last S7R driver stint problem, or stint driver's problem. I didn't pull up who's driving what stint, and I probably should have done that, because in this moment, I don't really know how to find that. I know where you can sign up, but I don't know if I know who's driving which stint. So I don't know who's going to take over for Gonzaco, but, you know, Gonzaco's done a great job trying to maintain their gap. They started this stint with over a minute gap. It was like a minute 17 or something. I wish I could remember exactly, but to have not lost much out of that, you know, maybe 30 seconds, maybe a little more, is pretty good. He stayed out front. It's his stint to take home, and that's all you got to do. Do your job, keep the car on track, and pass the baton. Raw Talent Racing. That's what RTR stands for. Got it. I like the choice of backwards and upside down letters. It's kind of cool. You know, I can still read it. But I don't know that I've ever seen a team logo like that. Xander, how do I say his name? Give it to me phonetically. I don't know that I've ever been to a party with the Gons. So I don't know that I've ever actually heard his name said out loud. Steak, you're embarrassing me. Harlock! That is, that's Zico behind, so Harlock does not have to move out of the way, but Zico, you know, Zico's been quick. Zico has been quick way back there. I'm not gonna lie, his times, you know, he's been in the 130s, he's been in the 129s with the faster guys. Like, I never saw him dip into the 128s, even in that first soft stint like some did. But Zico has been running quickly at the back here, and here he is literally harassing our third place driver, Harlock, who's been running great for this entire race. And I wonder if he's gonna make a pass on him. Harlock's a little laggy for me, but he must not be for Zico, because Zico is very trusting here. I mean, his bumper is on his bumper. He is right up under his wing, toes touching the diffuser. Like, he's in there. And for me, I'd be trying to give him room. I'm not sure where you're gonna be at any given moment on this track here, so I'm gonna give you a little bit of room. Zico isn't worried about any of that whatsoever. I want to see him move now, but I don't want to stay stuck here. .6 seconds between first and second now, so the time is coming down quicker, which is to be expected. Those tires on the Gonza's car are, I keep saying Gonzaco, it's Goncazo. Dyslexia strikes again. It strikes, and it strikes hard. I'm gonna call them the Gons. It's just it. It's the new name. Harlock, are you in trouble? I mean, not in real trouble, right? Let's say Zico passes. It doesn't cost Harlock any positions. He'll be good to go. So, you could let him go if it seems like he's really, really pressed about it. So far, haven't seen Zeke make any moves that would cause any slowdowns or anything like that. So I think we're okay there. It's interesting. I think Zico's just keeping up. We'll come back to that a little bit later here. King Ears has been running well. He did unlap himself just a few laps ago that we saw there against Snowman. Snowman letting him through, and that seemed like the right move because they're very far away from each other here. That is Snow, not right behind him, but I think the car behind that. So he's definitely gained a lot of time here. Doing great for ERA there. Actually, is he racing? I think he is officially under the Race Asylum banner, actually. Which I think is E. Alright. Anyway. You can see those driver names there on the A pillar. I can't read them well. Can I zoom? This thing's trying to zoom me in, but it's not doing great. So we'll get out of this view here. Anyway, long story short, Kinger's been running really well. I think he's been like 4th place the entire stint. The front of the pack hasn't changed much. I think that, honestly, part of what's so impressive about this league and this caliber of drivers is that we have run 72 clean laps. We saw one driver go off track. One. And it was wet. So, you know, can't even really count it. Not his fault that the water came for him. And it came for him hard. Pause. But aside from that, we've had a lot of clean running. It's been great. I'm gonna stop talking about it before y'all say I curse somebody. Everyone, keep it cute. Keep it cute, guys. River Ruckus is not quite recovered from his off. He hasn't regained any positions, though. He is now only 7.3 seconds behind Brohawk. After his spin, he was very, very far off, but he has skipped a pit stop and so is able to make it to the end without pitting and has been able to catch up to Brohawk enough to make it a sub 10-second gap, which I'm sure his teammates will be happy about. He's still got to take it home. Still got 7 more laps. He will probably lose time to Brohawk just because his tires are a little more worn, but the times have been not too shabby. He just did a 31.4, which is a second slower than he was doing before. Maybe he had a moment on track, but before that, did two mid-30s, a 31 flat, another mid-30. It's not doing too bad. Brohawk, yellow flag. That is Zico. That's Zico. Can we catch it? What happened to you, Zeke? He was running behind Snowman, but no more. Here he's not Snowman, I'm sorry. He was running behind, oh man. Yeah. I think the back end just got light on him there. Hold on. Let's play it again from another angle, because that was curious. Okay, I think it was on throttle oversteer, just in the curb there. I typically don't see people slide on that curb. You know what? One more time. I just needed, like, was it wet? I didn't look at the rain meter, but I don't think it should be wet out there. It's not. It's not. Just on throttle oversteer. Maybe the rear end of the car, a little bit light. Drivers are allowed to change their downforce settings. Red Bull Ring has lots and lots of straight, so I imagine you might take some of that rear wing out. If you take it out and then you're firmly in someone's slipstream, you know, you've got just less air coming over both the front wing, the front splitter, and the rear wing, and it's not impossible for you to swap ends like that. So maybe that was part of it, you know, on the throttle, on that curb, plus a light rear wing, and it just turned him around. So he's made lots of progress. Unfortunately, much of that is lost now. I'm trying to see his gap to Nuke, and I can't. 13 seconds behind his ATB, so he didn't lose that position. Can I fix this? I can't fix it. We got a glitch not showing the gap to Nuke, and that is what it is, but definitely heartbreak there for Zico, of course, as we run our closing laps of the stint. And he's also, I think he had rear wing damage. Let me go back to him. Because I can't remember if damage is, it's heavy. It would have gone away by now. So rear wing damage for him, which in this game, I believe could mean either you've got less wing or more wing. I don't think it's always less wing. I can't remember though in this moment. Unfortunately, you can't tell. There's nothing that tells you you have less downforce now or you have more downforce. If it's less, he might be okay, you know, in straights. So want to be careful in corners like this and Verth and Rint where it is very easy to lose the rear end. And of course, those last couple of corners. But if it's more downforce, it's just going to induce drag and he'll be slower in the straights. And, you know, you absolutely don't want that. Ideally, you have no damage, but here we are. Either way, Harlock no longer has a Mercedes breathing down his neck. Because, I mean, like, look. Look at the snout on this thing, okay? You're driving, you're trying to mind your business, and this big old is, like, coming up behind you, sucking up all the air. So, you know, lucky for Harlock, he no longer has to deal with that anymore. Now he gets to just drive away into the sunset in his beautiful sounding Corvette. And we love that for him. Chappers! Ooh, he's taking more time out of the Gons. Stig. Out of the Gons, it's a 40.5 second gap now. He's not going to catch him, obviously. We've got 2 laps left in the stint here. We're on lap 77 for the Gons, and those softs are screaming for help. Please take us off. And he refuses. He's only got a couple more laps to go. They're gonna have to hold on a little bit longer, and then we'll turn him into Michelin for analysis. The Mercedes is one of the most evil looks GT3 in real life for me at the moment. I love the AMG GT3. When they dropped that race car, I was like, that's the best looking one on the grid. Period. And I stand by that. And I think this was in a time where we had the, I think we had the 458 GT3, which was, just a stunner as well. Absolutely. I missed that car so much. The sounds it made. I mean, if you ever have the pleasure of going to maybe a vintage racing event or something where a Ferrari 458 GT3 is running, just listen. Take your ear protection off. I don't care, you'll be fine. Take that off and just listen to it wail. I'll never forget my first time hearing it in person. I pulled up to Laguna Seca for an ALMS race. Yes, ALMS days. What an era. Anyway, actually, you know what? I said GT3. I meant the GTLM car. Skip the GT3. It sounds good, but it's not like the GTLM. But anyway, I come up. I'm a little bit late. They're just starting their first lap. And for some reason, the 458 was in dead last. They must have taken a penalty or something like that, or something. But, you know, I pull up right as the cars have taken off down the front straight. And then it just wailed by itself. Ugh. I was addicted from then on. I think the only... the Gons is in. So, he will not lose the position, I don't think. But he'll lose a lot of time to Chappers, and maybe he just can't make it this last lap. I'm so confused, because there's no reason. Oh, you know what? It's the last lap. I'm sorry. They're supposed to pit for the next stint. Ignore me. I know the rules. Man, I was scared. I thought he was coming in for a splash or something. Gons. Patsy, you've got to read the rule book. I almost forgot. So, Chappers is going to come in. This is procedural, guys. They come in, they pause the time that they came into the pits is recorded at the time gap, and then that helps inform when the next stint gets to go, which we should be swapping over to shortly here, where we will give it up to my boy Cupcake to finish it out. I am still, wow, my heart. Harlock coming in now with his team again, serving 90s realness. Okay, it's giving Whitney Houston singing the Star Spangled Banner. King Ears also gonna jump in here. Look at these guys running it almost down to the fumes. Azorian sits in 5th place. You know, Azorian has quietly, but like decisively, had an excellent stint. I'm pretty sure he started this thing in 9th place, because I remember watching DJ Brohawk and River battling it out for 7th. They were 7th and 8th. Azorian was behind them. He now gets to come in into 5th, and he can tell his team, I gained us 3 positions, take this thing home. Snowman will come in into 6th place to finish out his stint. Also should be proud of what he's been able to do. Back to the conversation about GTLMs and the good sounding ones. The only GTLM that sounded better was the Porsches. The 911s, especially when they straight piped them. Oh, man. Flat 6 whale. Anyway, the 458 got retired. They gave us the 488, which was very, very stunning and beautiful in GTLM, guys. But the turbos just sucked all the fun out of the noise. It was like, I remember the first time I saw it, I think it was at Daytona or something, and it drove by, and I was like, that's it? That's all you're gonna give us? It's quite disappointed. Beautiful car, though. Beautiful car. Brohawk is in. Shadow Chef is in, actually. Brohawk is in. River Ruckus. Halex is 27 seconds away. Actually, nope, he's right there. Nuke is about to start navigating the double left.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're at. This is your boy Cupcake, and we are coming at you live from Red Bull Ring for the final stint of this 8-hour endurance race. So, right now, we're just going through the cars as they are getting fueled up, getting tires, whatever they need to do. So far, we do have 10 cars out on track. So for people that are just tuning in, I am going to go over the grid. So in first place, we've got S7R's a Prima Monster with a 41.3, 41.4 second gap ahead of P2, who is RTR's Italia. Italia kind of in no man's land at the moment, 40, well, I already said the gap there to P1, so we're going to say 26 and a half seconds ahead of P3, who is ERA Evo. Evo currently about 18 seconds ahead of P4 of Grid Life Racing's SV Paymay. And then Paymay is 40 seconds ahead of P5, who is, let's take a look here. Can't quite figure out who that team is. I am so sorry. But it is Jai Lee. I am so sorry if I pronounced that wrong. P6 is 2 seconds back from P5. That is ORT's Sir Fonseca. P7 here. is FGR Kaz is about 6 seconds behind P6, but 23.5 seconds ahead of P8, who is GT Slider Rules 3. And then P9, who is 13 seconds back from P8, is going to be Giannis Racing. 10th place is going to be our lab, Mr. SBS, with Loose Moose Racing. And he's kind of in his own little world at the moment. 27 seconds back from P9, 33 seconds ahead of S7R Turbo. And looks like P12 is just now fueling up. That is going to be FGR Maddie with the Project Platypus Mercedes. P13 is going to be Dens. They are just now fueling up as well. So that is your grid or current lineup going into this final stint. So Prima Monster already setting the fastest lap. Looks to be a 129.298. And if memory serves me well, that is not the fastest lap of the race so far. I do believe it's in like the 128s. So yeah, that is what we've had. This race has been kind of funky. I mean, with the way that it's been raining kind of off and on, it's really been throwing a wrench to a lot of these guys' plans as far as pit strategy goes. So it's been really interesting to see kind of how strategies have been adjusted, how some team strategies have worked out, and some that have went terribly wrong. So let's take a look. I'm trying to see if we have any battles here, and I am going to be looking at the comment section from time to time. We've got Streeter Tom. How are we doing? Well, I'm doing good. ERA Nick wants to hear a certain impression. We'll get to that here in a sec. ORT, so not really a whole lot of battles here. I could see maybe a battle for P5 later on, because P5 and P7, I mean, they're separated by about, I'd say 9 seconds, 8.5, 9 seconds. It's amazing. It's gonna be great. Gonna have a battle for P5, I believe. So there we go. Nick, I hope you're happy. But, yeah, everything's pretty much calm for the most part. I mean, we do have some blue flags. That look to be P4's Hey May getting around Project Platypus. And yeah, so kind of curious though, because I know Prima's got about a 41-second gap, and it's kind of stayed there. Italia's trying to gain on P1 of Prima Monster, and I don't know, not really making a whole lot of progress. RA Gov, Hansa, hi guys. Tatiana, yeah, I didn't hear it either. It kind of caught me off guard. So once you just kind of muted all of a sudden, I was like, oh, guess I'll go. So what have you guys thought about the race so far? I mean, from what I've seen, from what I gathered, it's been pretty exciting. Definitely drama-filled. I'm just keeping an eye on P5 through 7 because, well, we're at just under 4 seconds of a gap, or 8, I'm sorry. kid. Yeah, tariffs on digital race cars, maybe next update. Yeah, I'm not bringing politics into it. This was all just kind of in fun, in just having fun, just kind of an inside joke kind of thing. We do seem to have some blue flags. But what's interesting to me is I'm looking at the fuel levels of P5, 6, and 7. And P6's ORT Sir Fonseca has way more fuel than Jai Li and FGR Kaz. Now, he did get a penalty, so that is going to hurt him just a little, but not too terribly much. I mean, he did lose about a second and a half to FGR Kaz. That gap is now at 2 seconds. And the gap has grown between him and P5. It is now at 5 seconds. And that's without him serving a penalty. So we're going to see a battle here between 6th and 7th. We're going to keep eyes on this. I want to maybe just watch this until Surf serves his penalty. So we're going to go... we'll do put KM. We'll go to FGR Kaz's view. Because it looks like Kaz has been gaining on Surf as well. It was about 2.1 seconds there, right at the beginning of lap 8, and it just went down to 1.5 seconds. So heading into these sets of tricky turns. Ooh, getting a little loose there. Into the green. Into the rumble strip. Alright, Surf is going to serve his penalty, and we do have a battle going on. So we're going to... There we go. We're going to go to ORT's view. Trying to see if I could get some sort of hood cam or something we can use. Actually, you know what? We'll just leave it here. A higher place saying, put the pressure on after this pen. Yeah, that is exactly what Kaz is doing. I mean, 0.6 of a second back, still gaining on ORT's Surf. So Kaz doing a really good job, just kind of putting the pressure on him, hoping that maybe Surf makes a mistake. So, let's look. We're going to go into hood cam. There we go. We'll get a view there of the back, and that is all Surf is seeing. He is seeing that gorgeous looking S7R car, getting right up close and personal with him. Look at that beautiful Lexus. So right now it is staying at about half a second. And looking at the times, I mean, Surf obviously had to run a 131 due to that half-second penalty. Hey, JSET. GG, stint 3 drivers, tricky conditions at the start, ATB. Yeah. It's crazy how this race has been so far. One stint starts out dry, next stint starts out wet. And it's like vice versa, and it's... Whew, something else, let me tell you. So, ORT Surf ran a 129.831. Meanwhile, Kaz has a penalty. So Kaz definitely needs to make some kind of move here to have any chance of either staying with Surf or staying ahead. Because that is going to put them back a little. Not much, but a little. So Cash trying to look some kind of way to get past them. ORT Surf doing a really good job defending the lines. Making sure that Kaz does not get a proper run at him. And Surf got her done. Went from about 2 to 3 tenths of a second now to pretty decent 8 tenths of a second back. So, I mean, looking at the lap times, they are running fairly similar laps. Looks like Kaz is just a bit quicker than ORT's Surf. Surf, meanwhile, was running 30s and 31s, one due to a half-second penalty, but has dropped now to 129.8. And Kaz has been running anywhere from 129.4 to 129.8. And is currently purple. Shoo! Captain Chaos, that's a very small penalty. It is. But, I mean, this is Red Bull Ring. I mean, it's a fairly short track in a sense. And, you know, we were just comparing lap times and stuff. And, I mean, Kaz has been a little bit more consistent, been a little bit quicker. So it's, I mean, I don't know. Half a second, that can either win you a race or cost you a race. Or cost you a position. So I never really glance over the half-second penalties. Because they could quickly add up, especially at a track like this. And there we go. Kaz with another half-second penalty. So let's see if we got any other developments going on here, because I know P1 and P2, yeah, they're still separated by about 41 seconds. P3 and 4, which is ERA Evo, and Grid Life Racing's SV Payme, still separated by 20. And then 5th place of Jai Ellie. If somebody could tell me if I'm pronouncing that right, that'd be great. Because I'm probably not. But still has a 4.6 second gap to P6, which is RT Surf. And then we got FDR Kaz with a half-second penalty. So, not really seeing any kind of development. Going to Kaz, just served that half-second penalty, and that gap has now been opened up to about 1 second. We are still early in the race, though. I mean, we're racing to the finish line this stint. This is the very last stint of the race. So, we're on lap 13 out of 78. I mean, still have plenty of time. For things to happen, weather to hit, heavy rains, light rain, tornadoes, you name it, it might happen in stint 4. FGR Kaz doing a really good job in stint 1. I mean, keeps setting purples, gained about 4 tenths of a second onto ORT's Surf. So that definitely, that sector 1 seems to be like Kaz's bread and butter. Because Kaz is right on Surf's tail yet again. And we'll just check here to make sure that, yep, Surf has not gotten any kind of penalties. RTR Tom Fear Valkyries had to take out a loan to pay off his penalty fines. Yeah. Yeah, oh, here we go. Right, look at that, side by side, going into turn 1, FGR Kaz getting in front of ORT's Surf for P6. What a move. See if we can get a proper replay of that. Nope. Alright, looks like it didn't clip it. What a shame, but Kaz making a brilliant move. Got a run on Surf at that last turn. Was able to get side by side going into turn 1 and got the job done. So that's going to leave Kaz with about 7/10 of a second gap to ORT Surf. So while they've been fighting, Jai Ellie has been just kind of chilling P5. I mean, 4.8 seconds ahead of FGR Kaz. Meanwhile, the top 3 still separated. I mean, ERA Evo's about a minute 7 back for Prima Monster. I mean, Italia is 40 seconds back with a half-second penalty. So, right now, what Prima Monster has to do is just kind of go with the flow. I mean, you don't want to get too aggressive. You don't want to sit there and go, oh, I need to set these fastest laps, or I need to set the fastest lap. Like, at this point, yeah, okay, we got 62 laps remaining. But you've got a 40-second lead over P2. So you don't want to get too crazy with how you drive. But yeah, Prima Monster, S7R, doing a really good job this race. And we got some blue flags. That looks to be, I believe, from P11 or P12. Looks to be P12. So who is that in the GTR? I think that might be... No. Okay, yeah, P9, Yanis. And Yanis is only 3.5 seconds back from P8. Those GT's slide rules. So we get a whole lot of blue flags showing here between quite a few drivers. So let's see if I could go on to hood cam. Yep, there we go. S7R's Prima Monster getting around GT's slide rules with no issue. And then I believe who is in front of Prima Monster is going to be P4, which is Grid Life Racing. Yep, that is them. Prima Monster getting a little bit loose there coming out of the final turn. But nothing bad. It's all good. Looks like we got some banter going on between Ray and Nolander in the chats. That's cool. Now let's go and turn our attention back to P6, P7. Okay, so Kaz opening up an even bigger gap to ORT Surf, who, well, it's now separated by 2.4 seconds. But what's interesting to me is ORT Surf, like I said earlier in the race, has way more fuel. To be precise, about a quarter tank more. I mean, it's definitely interesting, the kind of strategy people are running. Because P5 does have more than P6 in terms of fuel. Not as much as like ORT Surf, but still, just a little bit more. Payme still dealing with that blue flag situation. Ran a personal best of 129.1 just a few laps ago. Very consistent laps, so that is some good stuff. Welcome back, Ian. Evo. Oh. Interesting. So, the gap has went down about a second between P3 and P4. Used to be about 20, maybe 21 seconds. And it's now down to 19. And meanwhile, P2's still doing their own thing in their own little world. And we got wipers. So I think we do have rain coming in. Yep, wipers are definitely on. So this is when it's going to get spicy, ladies and gentlemen. So with that being said, yeah, everybody's running on softs. Alrighty. Car's saying that C7 is doing better than I thought it would. These C7s are pretty good cars. I mean, it's... Oh, we got someone in the pit. Payme. Payme is in the pits. Let's see what's going to happen. As you can tell by the screen, it is raining pretty good. This looks like that Ohio rainfall we've been getting. So I imagine maybe put some fuel in, switch to intermediates, and roll on. Oh, yep, intermediates, alright. P2 is going in, I imagine, changing to intermediates as well. Because I'm looking at a bar here that tells us how much rain is on the track. And you've got pretty much 3 bars. And we're already past the first one, so it is a good little downpour. Let's see if I can get a shot of the cockpit. Maybe show you guys kind of the conditions that we have going on here. We'll go to... yep, alright, it's been called wet race. So, in case you didn't know, if there was no rain in the forecast, drivers here were expected to run a set of mediums for a certain amount of laps. I do believe it was 5. So, with it being a wet race now, that rule has went away. But as you could tell, I mean, we're starting to get some sort of line. Ooh, surf. Eee. Whew. And that rain's starting to take its toll. Oh, 1 lap of mediums. I'm sorry, Ray. Yeah, so 1 lap. So, surf nearly went surfing into the sand. And I mean, as you could tell, look at how the car is behaving. I didn't want to turn, understeering. I imagine he's probably going to be pitting for intermediates. Let's take a look here. Oh, no. No, okay. Interesting. But that P2 pitting has now put Evo into second place, but not for long. Oh, whew. Sheesh, this rain is wreaking havoc. No, Lander, no need to be sorry, Cupcake. Just get it right. I will be honest with you, I've spent the last 5-6 hours in an ERA chat doing Donald Trump impressions. So, my mind's a little bit in the gutter. Thanks, Nick. Prima Monster still running with soft tires. which is amazing to me because this bar is about halfway, so I mean, he's got to be having a hard time coming to terms, I mean, with soft tires on this very wet track. But Monsta's getting the job done, it seems like. I don't have the weather radar pulled up, so I don't know if maybe it was just a passing shower. So you might be trying to just tough it out. That's what it seems to me like it is. Just judging by, like, the windshield wipers. Yeah, they're not even moving. So, must have been a quick little downpour. And, yeah, this... Interesting. So Italia, Evo, May have pit for intermediates Jai Ellie, as well as Kaz and ORT Surf. They're still staying out on softs. And I believe, yeah, Yanis has stayed on soft. GT Sliders has come in. R-Lap came in. Turbo came in. Maddie did not. And Dens came in. Okay. No Lander wants to hear the commentary done in the best trot voice. No Lander, I could do Forrest Gump. I can too. If I find something worthy, I'll probably bust out the impression. My throat's getting a little bit sore from it. Okay, so we got Evo. That looks to be... Who is that? I think that's Turbo. Yeah, that is Turbo. P11. Get ready to get lapped by Evo. So... You got Prima Monster, who was just past Turbo. Turbo trying to unlap himself. What? Alright. Okay, cool. Let's go to P3. Let's go to, like, maybe Hood Cam. Yeah, we'll do that. So we've got Evo going to the inside of Turbo. Getting past him. Turbo not really wanting to give up the position to Prima Monster. Does not want to get lapped again. So, I don't know if maybe it's team orders or what, but a little bit interesting. Alright, so let's cut to Monster. Monster trying to get around Turbo. What is Turbo gonna do? That blue flag has been waving for a hot minute now. I can tell that the track is starting to dry up pretty quick, it seems like. I wonder if Turbo is on intermediates. Okay, yep, that explains it. So we are on lap 21 here, at least for Turbo. I believe Prima Monster is probably on lap 24, 25. Yep, 24. Ooh, what happened there? It's going around the curve, and I wonder... Let's see... Oh, wait a minute. Huh. Still trying to get over that. I try to figure out these keys for the replay. Do have a yellow flag. Wonder who that is. I know we are coming up to them pretty quick. almost to me looks like it might be Dens with the Race Asylum team. Could be wrong. Boy, I was wrong. Alright, so it is S7R's Surf. Surf having a little bit of an oopsie there. Has rear bumper damage and right rear wheel damage. So definitely not good. And I'm not sure what happened, but there's now a 44-second gap separating Surf and FGR Kaz. Actually, I know what happened. Looked like Surf just kind of went in to get fuel. No, Lander, we get a chance, we'll have to do one together. That would be some entertainment, not gonna lie. So FGR Kaz, just kind of chilling right now. I mean, him and Surf were duking it out for quite a while in a battle for P6. So after that was all said and done, looked like Kaz has gained about a second and a half to P5's Jai Ellie. Evo is in the pits right now, and Paymay has passed him for third. Looked to be just a simple tire change, so we're going to see a battle here between Grid Life's Paymay and ERA Evo. And boy, was I wrong. I thought Evo was going to come out a lot closer to Paymay, but the gap there is 5.6 seconds. But Paymay is going to have no choice but to pit pretty soon. This track is drying up relatively quick, and Paymay's still on the intermediate tires, whereas Evo just pit and put a fresh set of soft tires on. So I look for that gap to either close real quick, or Paymay go into the pits, change tires, and Evo retakes third. Got a nice little gaggle of cars here going on. Italia just lapped Dens and is going after, I believe, Turbo. Or that might be Surf. So Surf back in the 10th position. Okay, with fresh tires on, so you just pit. And now has Italia hot on his heels. And I'm trying to see if they are going to allow Italia to get by. There's really no point in trying to fight. Because, I mean, yeah, you're 3.7 seconds back from P9, who's GT slide rules. Oh, he had a penalty. All right. Yep, so that just made things easier. And that's going to put Surf back even more for P9. Went from 3.5 seconds to 7.5 seconds to P9's GT slide rules. Italia is in the pit. I assume going to put a fresh set of softs on and maybe get a splash of fuel. Now, curious to see what Paymay is going to do. Is Paymay going to pit? Is he not going to? We'll find out here shortly. Alright, Italia just now coming out of the pits with a fresh set of softs on. That's going to give Primo Monster even more of a cushion. I mean, it was a minute 19. Or it might even still be a minute 19. Alright, Paymay going into the pits. That is going to allow Evo to get past Paymay and reclaim third. So yeah, Primo Monster now has a minute 19 second gap ahead of Italia 458 with RTR Racing. Whew. Hansa 4-second penalty is a big ouch. It is, man. Like, this track, last thing you want to do is get a penalty. And the last thing you definitely want to do when you're a viewer is turn it into a drinking game. Because I guarantee you, 15 minutes into stint 1, you're on the floor. Because I have seen penalty after penalty after penalty. There's a reason why this track is called Penalty Ring. I'm pretty sure if you were to sneeze on the curb, you get a second penalty. So Evo still back to 20 seconds ahead of P4's Paymay. Paymay only 5 seconds ahead of Jai, but Jai's gonna have to pit. Looks like he has yet to pit so far in this race. As well as Kaz, actually. Oh, wow. Holy smokes. Okay. So Kaz and Jai are going to have to pit relatively soon. Hanzo, with this weather, I'd rather call it wet bull ring. I'd rather call it Ohio bull ring. The way it rains, and then it's like sunny or dry, and it rains again. Like, it's crazy. Alright, our labs in the pits here. Gonna get some fuel, get some soft tires on, and just send it. 3 minutes and 34 seconds back from P1's Prima Monster. FGR Kaz going into the pits as well. Now, if you look at a lot of these times, this is what rain will do to you during a race, especially if it was to catch you off guard. I mean, we're on board with FGR Kaz right now. Look at those times. He was running consistent 29s, maybe a 30 here and there. But with that rain and with the track getting wet, look at the lap times. 35, 44, 35, 36, 31, 30, 34. Like, it's crazy. I mean, I feel for the drivers, but this is entertaining for us viewers and commentators. Gives us something to talk about during these races. It's great. And I mean, look at P1's Prima Monster. Look at that. 41, 38, 35, 39, 32. And then it goes to 31s and 32s. Prima Monster is going to have to pit fairly soon, though. He has yet to pit at all during this race, and we're on lap 30 out of 78. Italia had just pitted not too long ago. Yeah, looked to be about a couple laps ago. And same with ERA's Evo. But really, I mean, Evo, Paymay, Italia, they're not really gaining on each other. They're every bit anywhere from 20 to 25 seconds of separation between each other, it looks like. Now, Jai still needs to pit and is only 7.5 seconds back from P4, who's Grid Live's Paymay. But FGR Kaz had just pit, put a fresh set of softs on. Look at that dry line. As well as just under half a tank of fuel. And then Giannis is going to have to pit pretty soon. GT slide rules. Still got a little bit of a ways to go. ORT Surf just pit not too long ago. And they're 1.7 seconds ahead of our lab. He was in P10 with Loose Moose Racing. Whew. Then we got Turbo still in their own little world, as well as Maddie and Dens. Dens getting a blue flag. We got Paymay approaching him. And I imagine Dens is probably going to let him go. I mean, Paymay's seriously gaining on him. So we're just going to have a look here, make sure It all gets done, and yep, Dens goes wide, allows Paymay to pass. So, very, very good sportsmanship on Dens's part there. Doesn't want to get into any kind of trouble, doesn't want to cause a collision. So, good on you, Dens. So let's focus on Paymay. Yep, Jai is in the pits, and that looks to be Yanis, I do believe. Yep, that is Yanis with a blue flag. So we're going last minute racing. What is he gonna do? Alright, so there we go. Just lets off on the throttle. Allows Paymay to get by. So good on Giannis as well. Very, very clean. So who was it that just pitted? It was Jai. So Jai is still running P5 instead of being 7 seconds back for Paymay. It's now 47, and there's 4.6 seconds separating him and P6 of FGR Kaz. Fremont Monster still hasn't pit. We're on lap 32. Really stretching the tires and the fuel. Let's see, are they going to come in this lap? No. Okay. And still a minute 15-second gap. Wow, to P2, which is Italia. But Italia has opened up another 3 seconds to ERA Evo, who's still sitting in the podium spot. So ERA doing a really good job there, trying to hold podium position. Still has a 21-second gap on Grid Life's SV Paymay. It's not a whole lot of action going on here at the moment. I will say that looking at the liveries, still top notch for everybody. FGR Kaz with a half-second penalty and is going to serve it. Giannis. I tell you what, Kaz has had the worst luck when it comes to penalties this stint. I mean, I feel for the guy. Somebody in the chat mentioned something about, I think it was one of the RTR guys. One driver had to take out a load to pay the penalty fines. And I think Kaz might be right behind him. I mean, this track is brutal. Very brutal. So lap 32 is what Kaz is on. Lap 34 is what Prima Monster is on. And I think they're going to have to pit either this lap or next lap. There's no doubt about it. And Italia looked like so far has the fastest lap. That's a 128.979. That is the fastest lap of the stint. You're welcome, Nick. Or you owe me, Nick, I should say. So I know I've got some viewers in this stream here. I think quite a few are in Split 2. And after watching this race, how are you guys feeling for next week's race? I mean, does the weather kind of worry you a little bit? Are you looking forward to it? Like, how are y'all feeling? Prima's still not going in. Good lord. RTR, Hakam Power saying, let's go, boys. Yeah, RTR has done a fantastic job all race long. I mean, they are running P2 at the moment. So, wonderful job on RTR's part of really maintaining P2, maintaining a podium position so far, and especially this late into the race. We're about just under halfway till the race is finished. Prima Monster, lap 35, just has a smidgen of fuel left. Jai still sitting fairly comfortable in P5, 3.5 seconds at 3.3 ahead of P6, who has yet another half-second penalty. Splurge saying, if I were split 2, I'd be praying that Austria's weather improves. Yeah. Definitely. I know I raced Group 4 at this track a little bit ago. I'd say about 2 weeks ago. And the amount of times it would rain and then stop. And then rain, then stop was just crazy. Borderline annoying. And what do we got there? Alright, Giannis and Project Platypus. I do believe that is P12. Yep. Alright. Yep, that is P12. That is FGR Maddie getting the blue flag. That looks to... Well, that is Giannis. So Giannis coming up on Project Platypus. So hopefully nothing happens there. Zach saying hashtag Giannis. Giannis has been doing pretty good, actually. They're going to need to pit pretty soon. But, I mean, running pretty consistent. I mean, 32s, 33s. Had a 34 in there, but... I mean, what do you do? So, Giannis doing a good job keeping it nice, consistent, clean. But they are going to need to pit pretty soon. Speaking of pit, let's go to Prima Monster. Still hasn't... Oh, wait. All right. After 36 laps, Prima Monster is in the pit. So I assume Prima Monster is going to go in, fill her up, fresh set of softs, and yeah. ATB saying no, split 2 gets more rain. Nope, we don't want it. You can have it. Actually, I shouldn't be saying anything. I'm not racing in this one, I don't think. Or at least at Red Bull. No, not all the rain. Even though that would be interesting if we went to kind of a heavy rain situation. Like, I want to see pink on the radar. I want to see pink, freaking downpour. You can't see 5 feet ahead of you. I mean, we'll go to view here with Prima Monster. Like, if you look over to the right, there'll be a big old tornado that you gotta run from. Like, give me that kind of weather. I think that would spice things up quite considerably. Because, I mean, honestly, I've never really raced in those kinds of conditions. I think I can only recall one, but even then, it wasn't really that bad of a storm in a sense. It was like just a little boop, downpour, gone, 2 minutes, and the track was dry. Like, it was weird. Prima pitting, and okay, so with over 3/4 of tank of fuel. So that minute 18 gap that Prima had has now dropped down to 20.7, but honestly, with the pit strategy that they're running, there's really not a lot to worry about for Prima Monster. Ray saying, let me fix that for you. Nope. Nope, don't you dare, Ray. Don't do it. ERA Evo has caught up to Italia by a couple of seconds. Nothing too major. Cars, buddy. Don't side with her. Payday with a 51-second gap to P5 of Jai. And then Taurus Finale RO8 all across the board. You know what? Fine. Do that and then get me out of Academy. How about that? So Kaz, even though they've got all those penalties, has gained on Jai. Gap is now down to less than 2 seconds. So, yeah, I mean, running consistent 29s and 30s. Jai, let's take a look at the lap times there. 29s, mainly 30s. So, I mean, last lap, Jai ran a 120. Well, actually, we're not going to use that. They're getting ready to cross the finish line. So, all right, 129.5, 129.1. So, yeesh. Kaz running every bit 0.8 of a second faster than Jai. Right. Oh, that's sweet. But I know you're saying that because you're going to set everything to RO8. Can't fool me. So Kaz now 1.6 seconds back from Jai. We're going to have a battle for P5 here. Actually in a minute, I would say. With the kind of pace that Kaz is running, as long as he can not get these half-second penalties, I'd imagine he'll be able to catch Jai within the next 2 or 3 laps, maybe. And Kaz still gaining just a little on Jai. It's now at 1.2 seconds. Cars RO8 would be interesting at the last Tours round. It would. Especially at a place like Suzuka, yeah. Alright, so last lap there, Kaz running a 129.4, meanwhile Jai running a 129.9, so definitely interesting. Jai having just slightly more fuel than Kaz. Kaz is clearly running much quicker. But alright, we are past the halfway point of this race, so we are going to go down the grid. So we have Prima Monster sitting in P1, 20 seconds ahead of P2, who is Italia with RTR Racing. RTR 18 seconds ahead, well, 18 and a half seconds ahead of P3's Evo, part of Esports Racing Asylum. And they are running 21.9 seconds ahead of P4, who is Grid Life's Paymay. Paymay, meanwhile, running 52 seconds ahead of P5, who is going to be Jai. And hold the phone, we're just under a second of a gap between P5 and P6. That's going to be Jai and Kaz. Jai getting a little bit loose there, going in actually out of turn 1. Kaz, meanwhile, is closing that gap. So we're gonna stay focused on these two drivers and see how this turns out. Our lab has moved up into 7th. Giannis did pit. So there's Kaz right on the heels of Jai. We're going to go into maybe, yep, there we go, cockpit view. And look at that Corvette in front of them and all of its white glory, white and blue glory. I love that paint scheme on that car. It is just gorgeous. So Kaz still gaining on Jai. 4/10 separate the two. Coming into the final 2 turns. And, ooh, Kaz setting a fastest lap of the stint so far. I just missed that. 128.9. So a blistering lap on Jai's end. Or not Jai, Kaz. Getting a little excited here between these two. So Kaz setting the fastest lap of 128.9. Kaz did set a 129.8, while Jai set a 129.6. So ran about 0.2 of a second faster than Kaz. Alright, so since that has kind of died down a little, we'll go through the rest of the grid real quick. So we have our lab in 7th position, about 1:06 back from Kaz. And then we got ORT Surf, who is 4.5 seconds back from our lab. Giannis in P9, about 39.3 seconds back from ORT Surf. P10, we do have GT Slider Rules. 7 seconds back for Giannis, but 5 seconds ahead of S7R's Turbo. And then we do have in P12 FGR Maddie with Project Platypus. And to round out the grid, we do have RA's Dens running in 13th position. So that is the current situation that we have going on between all the drivers, but this right here is what we are keeping an eye on, is a battle for P5 between Jai and Kaz, because this has been very interesting. It's Kaz setting the fastest lap of the race so far, but Jai doing a really good job just kind of holding down P5 at the moment. Kaz last lap ran a 129.4 and Jai ran a 129.1. Alright, so definitely tell that Jai is aware of the situation and is really starting to pick up the pace and try to put some sort of gap on Kaz. So we're now down to half a second, just under half a second, I should say. Again, for the umpteenth time. Coming out of the last turn there. Kaz getting a really good run, it seemed like, on Jai. in a 129.0. Going into turn 1. They both get just a little bit loose. We're going to go into cockpit view. So we are on board with Kaz. Kaz going to probably make a move on the outside. Ooh, Jai. Jai doing a really good job holding that inside line and defending their position, but that is going to allow Kaz to pretty much get the inside line going into this turn. Let's see what happens here. Oh, Kaz going to the inside, makes the move, gets it done, and is now in P5. Jai is not going to have it, though. They are battling. They are side by side, banging doors. This is awesome. Great racing. Great racing between these two, of Kaz and Jai. So Kaz is now up into P5, but I don't know if it's going to be for long, though. Now 4/10, so half a second separates Kaz and Jai. So let's go to Jai here. Gap's dropping down to 0.3. Now we're at 0.4, 0.5. Did he get a better run off turn 1 than Kaz? Kind of looks like it, but not much of a run. Coming into the turn, Kaz really holding the inside. Shoo! Alright, we're going to go into chase cam here. Let's see if we could get some kind of action. Maybe get some action shots. Ooh, Kaz slamming the door there on the inside. Getting up close and personal. We'll do a little bit of fancy camera work. Got some banter going on between Ray and some other members of Race Asylum. All right. Now this is a race. Tell you what, these boys are really putting on a show. This is lovely. I love it. .3 separating the two. Jai really going into the inside, and then we got 3/10 separating the two. All right, yeah. So, just took a minute there analyzing everything. We'll go up here to P1. Yeah, Prima's still holding down first. 20 seconds. Only has 30 laps left. 31. Natalia, Evo, Payme. Yeah, they're still holding down the fort. So, pretty much, I think this is the only kind of battle that we've got going on so far. Might have something going on there between GT Slide and Turbo. not really close enough to talk about just yet because we have these two people duking it out for 5th position. Man, oh man, oh man. Ooh, Kaz getting a little bit loose there on the curb. Any kind of penalties? Nope. Alright, good deal. Alright, so Kaz has now opened up 8/10 of a gap there to Jai. Let's go to Turbo and GT Slider. Here we go, ladies and gents. We have a battle between S7R Turbo and GT Slider rules with Apex Hunter Racing. So 5/10 of a second separate the two. We got Paymay right in the middle, trying to get around Sly. Sly gets awfully wide into the grass. That's, oh boy. So that allows Turbo to get by relatively with, I mean, no issues. But is that going to give GT Sliders a penalty? Surprisingly not. Wow, okay. The way these two guys are racing, going awfully deep in the corners, I would have thought penalty ring was going to hand something out to one of them. So Kaz has now opened up 1.1 seconds of a gap between himself and Jai. So Kaz is slowly opening up the gap there, holding down P5. Meanwhile, let's go to GT Sliders. That is now a 1 second gap. As far as tires and fuel, oh, Turbo's gonna have to pit way. He's gonna have to pit well before GT Slide. Jack Belfast saying no penalty. He was pushed out wide. I was kind of wondering that. I just know with Red Bull Ring, it's quite unforgiving. So we may have had a battle for 10th, but looking at the tires of fuel between Turbo and GT Sliders, there is a significant difference between the two. So while Turbo may have captured 10th, it will not be for long. Meanwhile, Prima, Italia, Evo, Paymay still holding down the fort. Kaz with a half-second penalty. What a shame. So that 1.3 second gap is going to drop down to, well, yeah, 0.7, 0.6. All right, so that was a blessing in disguise for Jai. So Jai now has yet another opportunity to retake 5th position. So now half a second separates P5 and P6. This has been absolutely glorious between the two cars. The way they've been battling, it's been hard, it's been clean. It's been wonderful to see. Kaz goes a little bit wide. Jai's right there now with Kaz. Just Look at that, man. That is crazy. All right, let's go to Jai's POV. Let's see if I can get some kind of view here. Look at the movements there. Jai's starting to get a little tired of this. Really wants P5. Ooh, Kaz breaking awfully early. And they're side by side yet again. Jai getting a much better run. Then Kaz is going to retake 5th. What's going to happen here? Jai with the inside line. And poof! Look at the battles. See if I get... Yeah, let's do some fancy camera work here. We're on board with Jai sitting in P5. Less than a tenth of a second separates him. And Kaz. What's going to happen here? They're going to hold the line pretty well. There is S7R's Kaz. Was running a P5. Jai got a much better run off of that final turn. And managed to get the inside line going into turn 1 to retake 5th position. Looking at Kaz here. Kaz not giving up. Not going to give up an inch there. I love the shake and bake on the back of the car, by the way. That is great. And the Me Cougar and all that. That's great. Ooh, getting a little bit loose there. Poof. Kaz really wanting that P5. Meanwhile, Jai is not having it. And there is a pretty good chunk that separates them fuel-wise. I mean, Jai clearly having quite a bit more fuel than FGR's Kaz. Speaking of fuel, SV Payme has just went into the pit. Looked like they were about out of fuel. Let's see. Reese, Bobby is picking up his 2 calls at will call. Ike is picking up his tickets at will call. Jeez. Alright. SV Payme coming out of the pits with a fresh set of softs and fuel. So this looks to be his last pit stop of the race. And that's going to put him a minute forward back from Evo, but Evo still has to pit, as well as Italia and maybe Monster? Interesting. So going back into this battle here for P5, now we have a second separating the two. And just to let people know in the chat, if you want to know how a certain racer's doing, let me know. I'll be more than happy to tell you. Got the old trusty iPad set up here, reading comments as I go along. I wonder how the whole thing with Turbo and oops, and sliders is going. Alright, so 5 seconds separates the two. So Turbo, slide rules. That's not going to last. It looks like Turbo's going to have to pit within the next few laps, I'd imagine. And Kaz is in the pits, so that's going to give Jai some breathing room. I don't know how much, but definitely going to help. At 7R, I want to go fast. I love that livery. Just looks so good. I have to criticize S7R though, because if you're going to make a livery like that, you need to make a Ricky Bobby livery and then a Cal Naughton livery. That way we could just set something up at a replay, and I can make like a Talladega Nights TikTok or a video. Like the one scene where Cal's like, Ricky Bobby's my best friend. They talk about Slingshot Engaged and all that. Like, it'd be amazing. So, S7R, if you're listening to this, come on. It would be amazing. Just saying. Alright, so Pepe is going to get past Turbo there. Alright, fairly clean, simple. That's what we like to see. Jai with a 38-second gap to Kaz. That's not going to last long, though, because Kaz now has to pit. At least in the next few laps or so. Because Kaz here has got a fresh set of tires or softs and about half a tank of fuel. So that'll be the last pit stop of the race, unless it rains. That would be something else to see. Last 10 laps, absolute downpour, shakes the field up. Wouldn't that be something? And then we'll go to slide rules. Alright, so we took 10th. Turbo did have to pit. Which is interesting to me. Because if you look, well, you guys can't see it, but I was saying how Turbo had to pit well before slide rules. Which was true, I mean, at least on the fuel side of things. Slide rules has plenty of fuel, but the tires are wearing a little bit. They're about a quarter worn. And with 25 laps to go, I mean, I'm not sure what they're thinking, if maybe they want to try and stretch this stint out all the way, or stretch the tires out, I should say, all the way to the end of this race or not. But, interesting. Jai has went into the pits, alright. Went to the pits, got fuel, got tires, and we have got another battle for the millionth time between 5th and 6th. It is great. So under a second gap separates these two. They are keeping me busy, folks. Trying to go through the rest of the grid, and I can't. These guys are just not playing nice. Fighting for positions. It's great. Italia in the pits. So, oh, yeah, Evo's going to have to pit here real soon. Actually, now. Yep, there he goes, into the pits. Catches a little bit of grass there, too. That was kind of a little sketchy. One second separating Jai and Kaz, 1.2, I should say. Jai's going to have just the slightest advantage on tires. Actually, I wouldn't even call it an advantage at this point. They're about the same between Jai and Kaz. Payme is still kind of doing his own thing. Evo is out of the pits as well as Italia. Italia is well out of the pits. Still 21 seconds separating between second and a third. So, still holding down the fort. Jai and Kaz still separated by about a second. ORT Serve still kind of in their own little world, as well as R-Lab, Giannis, Glide, Turbo, Maddie, and Dens. It's pretty much everybody's in their own little world except for Jai and Kaz. Prima, 20 laps to go, boy. Get on it. You've got a minute gap ahead of RTR's Italia. Taking a look here. Okay, so 11. All right. ERA's Evo. Still in P3. But that's not important right now, because we have P5 and P6 to worry about this time. Whew. What a race. What a race. Still 7/10 of a second separating 5th and 6th. R-Lab made the move there into 7th because ORT is in the pits. I just can't get enough of these guys, I'm telling you. What do y'all think of this battle going on for 5th? Oh, Kaz getting a little bit loose. Our lab set the fastest lap of the stint so far, 128.9. And yet again, Kaz setting a purple sector, sector 1. That is that dude's bread and butter, let me tell ya. Whew. So looking at the gap, we're now half a second back. I mean, it's been constant. Constant battle here the past several laps. I'd say upwards of 10 to 20 laps here between Kaz and Jai. Just cannot get enough of these two. Yeah, Kaz getting a much better run out of those turns than Jai. So what used to be a half second gap is now down to 2/10, 3/10. And now we're back up to 5/10. All right, 6/10. Yeah, we'll call it 6.6. Check on the lap count real quick. La Prima Monster, lap 60 out of 78. All right, wonderful. So 18 laps to go for those folks, or for Prima and S7R. And I'm not sure where the blue flag is coming from. That's a little odd. It must be the people up ahead. Jai holding down the fort. Kaz trying to attack. If I was a betting man, they're on their last pit stop. Or they had just done their last pit stop of the race, I should say. What a beautiful run out of that final turn. I mean, Kaz is hot on Jai's heels. I think it's time for a little bit of some fancy camera action, if you ask me. There we go. Been a hot minute. Alright, so can clearly outbrake Jai, getting a little bit of a better run out of that turn. What is Kaz going to do? Jai gonna defend the inside line. Ooh, little bit. Oof, oof. Gosh. Look at that Kaz with a beautiful overtake on Jai to take 5th. So well done to Kaz, managing to get past Kai and put the S7R team in 5th position with 18 laps to go. Alright, so now it's 6/10 separating Kaz and Jai. Let's go down the grid here real quick. We're just going to go down the bottom half of the field, make sure we're not missing anything. Giannis, 1.9 seconds ahead of ORT's Surf. GT Slide has a half-second penalty, but still 20 seconds ahead of Turbo. Now, if memory serves me correct, I believe the gap was previously like 32 seconds. So, yeah, tires are definitely starting to come into play. Because I know Turbo, he had got fresh set of tires on. GT Slide has yet to pit. Looks like they have enough fuel to last, but I think the tires are really starting to show its age. And that could very well end up costing the boys at Apex Hunter Racing a top 10 finish. But Maddie, Dens, still in their own little world. Prima Monsta still with 57-second lead on Italia with 15 laps to go. So, ooh, Italia with a 1-second penalty. Ugh. Then Evo, Paymay. Yeah, okay, everybody's still kind of doing their own thing. Kaz, meanwhile, while we were going through the grid, has now opened up the gap between himself and Jai to 1.7 seconds. River Ruckus Racing saying, go Giannis. Yeah, Giannis is still doing really well. 1.5 seconds ahead of ORT's Surf. GT Slide is now in the pit. What's going to happen here? We just getting tires? Yep. Alright, so nice simple tire change, and that is Gonna put him. Yep, put him back behind Turbo. 3, 4. 4.5 seconds back from S7R's Turbo. So the boys over at Apex Hunter Racing, they got their work cut out for them. They got roughly 14, 15 laps to make up 4.7 seconds between themselves and Turbo and try to secure a top 10 finish. Prima Monster with a half-second penalty, that's really nothing to worry about. Kaz with a half-second penalty. It has a 1.4 second gap between himself and Jai. Man, oh man, oh man. The truth sayer, run, Forrest, run. Yeah, Kaz has been doing great. But man, the penalties. I mean, this gap's gonna go from 1.4, 1.5 down to like 0.7, 0.8 of a second. River Ruckus Racing, the worst moment. Yeah. Definitely. Okay, so maybe that penalty didn't hurt as bad as I thought it would. Still, ooh, got just a little bit loose there out of the final turn. What was I saying? Giannis, yeah, Giannis is still doing well. We got a battle here for P9. 0.4 separates him and ORT's Surf. Giannis does have a half-second penalty. So, man, I'm gutted. Because that's essentially going to allow ORT's Surf to get past Giannis for P8. So let's go to Chase Cam. We're going to stay on board with ORT Surf. See maybe what happens here leading up to the penalty line. And yeah, man, that's going to allow ORT Surf to get past Giannis for P8. Meanwhile, Kaz Jai still duking it out. 0.7 seconds separating them two. ORT Surf now 1.3 seconds ahead of Giannis. So, talk about really not a good time to get a penalty this late in the race for Giannis, but for ORT, they've got to be pretty happy about that. And it looks like we do have P2 of Italia trying to get around ORT Surf. Prima, meanwhile, just started lap 67. Tell you what, the gap between second and third has stayed really consistent this stint. It's been interesting. And I mean, they are 55 seconds back from Prima Monster. I really don't see him catching up to P1, but honestly, after an 8-hour race and being in P2, I mean, they've got to be pretty happy about that so far. I mean, really, the only kind of threat that they have is ERA's Evo, who's running in third, and even then, they're 20 seconds back from Italia. And I mean, Italia has been putting in pretty fast lap times, if you ask me. I mean, just set a 128.8, say about 5 laps ago, 4 to 5. And it's, yeah, I mean, the boys have got to be pretty happy over at Raw Talent Racing. And I mean, so should S7R's Prima and ERA's Evo. I mean, both S7R and ERA should be pretty happy with how they're doing so far, given the drama that we have had and the rain, the weather, well, the same thing, but mainly the rain. Getting a podium here, I mean, has got to be a great feeling. I mean, P4, P5 and 6, there we go. Again, 7/10. Right on, right on, right on. And then I wonder... Alright, so Surf has now opened up 3.6 seconds on Giannis. But this right here has been the highlight of the stint so far. S7R's Kaz and Jai Ellie. I mean, these guys have been battling it out for most of the stint, actually. I mean, these boys do not know when to quit. And as you look at the timer up top, I mean, we've got 15 minutes left of the race. And I mean, Prima Monsta is on lap 69 out of 78, 9 more laps to go before the race is over. So for these two boys here in P5 and 6, I mean, it's now or never. Kaz either really needs to start pushing the car, open up a gap, or Jai really needs to go on the offensive and try to force a mistake from Kaz, or, I mean, just go after it. And Kaz, meanwhile, yeah, about 9/10 of a second ahead of Jai. We'll go ahead and do this. And for anybody that's watching, if you haven't liked and subscribed to IRO, International Racing Organization, please do so. Like the video, subscribe to it. We do races once a month, and it's all endurance racing. And it's just wonderful kinds of racing. The best racing you'll ever see. Like, it's been great. And if you're interested in joining IRO or want to race, hit us up. Hit us up. I mean, we have a Discord where you can chat with drivers, see if you can participate in events. We'd love to have you. I mean, we've done so far, this is round 3. Ooh, Kaz with a half-second penalty. This is round 3, so we've done 24 hours at Daytona. We've done 12 hours at Mount Panorama. And now we've got this event, 8 hours of Red Bull. And I believe the next race, and I will double check here, I am pretty sure it's going to be the 24 Hours of Nuremberg. We will take a look here real quick. I got the calendar. Yeah. So 24 hours in Nürburgring. After that, Monza 8 hours. So, like, we got some big races coming up. Especially 24-hour races. Those are brutal, both as a racer and a commentator. And I can tell you that from experience. Okay. Kaz. Buddy. You're 6/10 ahead of Jai with a half-second penalty. Jai could very well get past you this time. Yep, there goes Jai. Ooh, on the inside, what's gonna happen? Inside going into the final turn. Gonna push Kaz out just a little bit wide. Sheesh. Oh, yeah, you're pulling up the calendar. Love to see it. So Kaz with a very costly mistake getting a half-second penalty. Prima Monster still has to pit at the end of lap 71. So he's got about 6 laps to go. And something needs to happen here. Kaz getting around Jai to regain 5th position. Jai is not going to have it. Look at these two duke it out. Jai going on the inside. Pushing Kaz out a little wide is going to retake 5th position. JP, buddy, how you doing? I've been watching this battle for most of the race here. We're going to go chase cam. Look at that. Ooh, Jai making a mistake, allowing Kaz to go to the inside. Retake 5th. What is Kaz going to do? Going to defend the inside line. Looks to be... Ooh, look at that. They are bumping, folks. They are trading paint. Yeah, you can definitely tell that they know the end of the race is coming up. And they're doing everything they can. Kaz doing everything he can do to keep 5th. Jai doing everything they can do to pass Kaz. Prima Monster on lap 72. So, okay, cool. Look at this, though. This is crazy. You could tell just how hard these two are starting to race each other. I mean, trading paint. Just beating and banging on each other. Like, this is just old school freaking door-to-door racing. Talk about a show. Prima Monster on lap 73 still has a 26-second gap to Italia. Italia 21 seconds ahead of Evo, who's still sitting in 3rd. Grid Lives Payme sitting in 4th. Kaz, buddy, this is not the time to get penalties, I'm telling you. Where's RA Black? They are in P13, unfortunately. But it's been a tough race for everybody. I mean, if you finish this race, it's even... it should feel good to finish this race, I should say. Jai with a half-second penalty as well. So both of these drivers have half-second penalties. Oh, Jai with a 1 second. That's even worse. Oh no. So that's going to open up a 1.2 second gap between Kaz and Jai. How far is Payme for P3? 27 seconds. They're on lap 73 out of 78. I don't see them catching up, to be honest. Prima Monster on lap 74. Kaz with another half-second penalty. Half-second penalty. And the gap is now at 1.1 seconds. Kaz's name should officially be changed to penalize. That's for you guys to figure out. I'm not getting into it. I am just the guy commentating the race. And I couldn't count how many times on both of my hands that Kaz has got a half-second penalty. This may well cost him the race. Oh, getting too close. Oh my god. He got lucky there. Nope, there it is. Another half-second. Oh my lord. And there's the rain. There's the rain. Lap 75. We've got a yellow. What have we got going on? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Talk about a plot twist. Oh my. Who is that? Who is that sitting in there? Please drive on. Dens! Oh. I am gutted. So Kaz still has a half-second penalty. Den's trying to rejoin the track there to save time. Whew. Welcome to Red Bull Ring. Such a downpour in such a short amount of time. And luckily it hasn't really shaken things up. I mean, Kaz still has a half-second penalty. They're on lap 74, getting ready to get on 75 or lap 75. No lander, there's a chance for anything now. Yeah. Whew. Oh my word. Primo, though, still holding down the fort. 30-second gap. Italia, still in second. Evo third. Payme fourth. These two still battling it out. We're going to have to turn the attention away from them, though, because I believe Prima Monster is going to be close to entering the final lap. Still got one more lap. So FGR Kaz, Jaeli, 0.3 of a second separates them. I'd say probably 2 laps before the race is over. Mr. Shadow Kaz is a controller driver, so his tire wear is probably starting to show. Yeah. I mean, I'm a fellow controller user as well. I mean, once it shows, it frickin' shows. But given the amount of penalties he's got, he's done a really good job of defending fifth. And then if he loses fifth, he's good at attacking Jai to retake the position. Prima Monster just started lap 77 not too long ago. About 50 seconds ago. Okay. So 6/10 separates them. Prima Monster, half-second penalty, nothing serious. Where's S7R Boomers at? That's Turbo, ain't it? I'm not sure who exactly the Boomers are. We are gonna stay live here with Prima Monster, who is on their final lap of the race. Okay. Alright, we'll just cut to them real quick. They are sitting in 10th position. Pretty comfortable gap between 9th and 11th. So, top 10, hey, you can't beat it. Cannot beat it. I'll tell you what, the Prima Monster has done a fantastic job all stint long, holding down the position, not really making mistakes. I mean, some half-second penalties here and there, but who doesn't get a half-second penalty at Red Bull Ring? I mean, come on. But doing an amazing job holding down first position. Nobody's really been around to challenge them. I mean, a gap every bit as big as a minute 18. And now at 34 and a half, coming around to the second to last corner. Coming up into the final corner. And your winner of the 8 Hours of Red Bull is none other than S7R's Prima Monster. With a dominating win. P2 of Italia is going to take home second place for Raw Talent Racing. What an amazing job for these boys as well. So going into the second to last corner, going into the last corner, your second place finisher, Italia 458 with Raw Talent Racing. Good job, boys. ERA, Esports Race Asylum, Evo. Rounding out the podium in third place in the beautiful Chevrolet Corvette. Paymay in fourth is going to finish in a very respectable fourth place. Kaz getting the last laugh between himself and Jai, finishing in the top 5. Jai's going to finish 6th. R-Lab 7th. Surf 8th. Giannis 9th. Turbo 10th. GT Slide in 11th. FGR Maddie 12th. Dens 13th. There you have it, the winner of the 8 Hours of Red Bull. Prima Monster, S7R Racing. That is how you do it. And there it is. So, I want to thank you all for tuning in. This is really big for me personally, commentating Stint 4, so thank you guys. And I do hear Jaeger.
Hey, GG's everyone.
Good job, boys.
Good job, exactly. A little bit of rain drama towards the end. Me likey. Oof, yeah.
Yeah, and that battle for
So-
5th, my word.
Yeah. Well, let's bring up the race results, shall we? For the 8 hours at the Red Bull Ring. So, Mr. Cupcake, would you please click that button for the race
Oh,
results?
yes, I am so sorry.
You're still live.
I
You
am.
you're in control
I
of
am. So
the screen. Yeah.
here we have it.
Here we go.
In first place, like I said, we got S7R's Prima Monster. In second, we do have Italia with RTR. Rounding out the podium is ERA's Evo. And in fourth position, we've got Grid Life's Paymay. Fifth, we've got the Me Cougar Lexus S7R driven by Kaz. And in P6, we have Jai. And in seventh, we got our lab, Mr. SBS, with Loose Moose Racing. And then in eighth, we've got ORT's Surf on Sika. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
You're totally entitled to do that, by the way. If you read the broadcaster's instructor's guide, this is exactly
yeah.
what we do. Yeah.
That is true. So in ninth, we've got Yanis Racing. In 10th, we've got S7R's Turbo with the S7R Boomers. 11th, we've got Apex Hunter Racing's GT Slide Rules. 12th, we've got FGR's Maddie with Project Platypus. And in last but certainly not least, we've got Race Asylum's Dens in 13th.
And I'm pretty sure it has to be a IRO first, no disconnects throughout the entire event. So we had one car that was retired, the number 7, Eric's Racing, but during the stints, no car disconnected. I mean, what the hell? Nah, good job. Like, shout out to the lobby hosts and all the drivers taking care of their connections. So good stuff.
It's wonderful racing. I tell you, battle, though, of the race had to be 5th and 6th between Kaz and Jai. I'm just going to say it.
Yeah, I was watching. Saw that. But yeah, many nice battles throughout the 8 hours.
Many.
Great racing all around. So yeah, you touched on the calendar briefly. I also had that overlay. We'll do that once again. So yeah, 3 rounds in for the 2025 season. Round number 4 will be a big one. The 24 hours at the Nürburgring. Just 1 month away. So not too long until we are back with racing action, GT3 action here at the IRO GT Endurance Championship in 2025. And you know what's going to happen at a 24-hour event. I will do some of the early morning, late night shifts, and it's Jägeroki time. You ask for it, you get it. Just
Does that mean
teasing
the
you.
viewers may hear another rendition of Dancing Queen?
No,
No?
it's like one of those things. It's a one and done thing. So one song. I don't want to repeat myself, but there are so many great other songs in the world of pop and rock music history. So be surprised. There will be a German song, of course, at Germany from a German guy. So yeah, so be prepared for that one. But yeah, I think that's it for this one. So a big shout out to Cupcake, to Tadi, and to Grantis for joining us here in the commentary booth, along with myself. I also had a little bit of a stint to cover some funny moments with my PC, doing funny things with putting on helium voice filters. I don't know. My PC is just on the edge of dying by the looks today. So I will fix that for the next one, probably. And then also, yeah, to all the admins, the stewards in the IRO, well done for the preparation, for the smooth running as usual. the events. Shout out to the teams and the drivers. Great racing all around. I hope to see you around in 1 month time for a Friday qualifying Super Bowl action, and then the 24 over the course of the rest of the weekend. And yeah, great setup, great races to come in 2025. Stay with us. If you haven't already, you know what's coming. Like, subscribe, share, hit that notification bell, all the good stuff here on YouTube. But yeah, thank you all for your support and hope to see you soon.
Yep.
Any final words from you, Cupcake?
Not really. I mean, you covered all of it. I want to thank everybody for watching and giving me, well, especially to you, Jaeger, for letting me broadcast the final stint of this race. I mean, this was huge. So, many thanks for that.
More to come, definitely. All right.